Good Tuesday morning, everybody. John and Lance. John and Lance for the next 3 hours on ESPN. Oh,
where the hell is he?
I got a bunch of stuff going on here, people. That's all I'm saying right now.
Are you at your house?
Good morning, everybody. What?
Where are you?
I'm in Phoenix.
Okay.
Where are you?
Well, I'm not in the same closet you're in.
I'm not in the closet. I'm in a room. Not in the closet.
You can even see a bed.
Are you being held?
Do what?
I'm not on Restream. So.
We can see a bed. He's in a room, not a closet.
It's not a closet.
What are you doing in Phoenix?
Big. Well, it's not the Cabo Cup, but it's a big golf tournament here. It's a huge golf tournament. I mean, I'm just in tournament after tournament now. It's just it's a difficult situation, but I'm living it. Okay. So, if you were, championship quality frisbee golf, then you would have to be out and doing stuff too. But apparently you're not. So, I've got to live this life. This is the life I've chosen. Okay.
It chose you. You didn't choose it. It just chose you.
Well,
my life is way better than yours. I get to watch LSU edge rushers who, by the way, everybody that I'm writing up now has transfer portal. Like it's almost probably 75% of the players that I write up in the draft now. From the guys who are going to the combine that are left over, they've all come from somewhere else. Like nobody's from their original school anymore. Everyone just watched this kid, Braden Swinson from LSU. He came from Oregon. Chris Paul Jr., aka Pooh Paul, named
Poopy.
His name is Pooh Paul, as in I think after Pooh Richardson is his nickname. I mean, I think that's what he's nicknamed after. Yeah. He came over from Arkansas. He's at Ole Miss, like every single prospect. And I wrote a guy named Steve Linton from Baylor. He came over from Texas Tech and then came to Texas Tech from Syracuse. So I'm seeing a lot of been to 3 school guys now. I'm starting to see more, and we're going to see more and more of that. So that's about as exciting as my life gets.
I saw something this morning. The Texans at 25 take Colton Loveland. Who do you like more? Who do you like more, Mason Taylor or Colton Loveland?
Colston Loveland. I like Loveland. I like Loveland better. Yeah. Yeah, his name is Colston, not Colton, but it's
same thing.
I like Mason, but I like Mason Taylor too. I like him a lot too. Loveland will probably be a little bit better blocker, but both of them are really good. To me, it's Warren and Loveland are at the top. Tyler Warren and Loveland, and then it goes to Mason Taylor, and then it drops down. So I like all those guys. I wouldn't mind any of those guys for the Houston Texans.
At 25,
Loveland could. Warren will be gone. Loveland might be on the board there. Mason Taylor, I don't think he makes it to your pick in the second round. So, you typically like to trade back, pick up a pick, and pick up a guy like that. But I don't know that. I think the Texans are open to trading back. I mean, they're going to look for certain players, and if certain players aren't there, you just move back, and then you go draft somebody who you pick up another pick, and you go draft somebody that you really like. So we'll see what they do. I saw Cam Ward yesterday came out and threatened everyone. The quarterback from Miami.
Better watch yourself.
He said, hey, you're either going to draft me or you're not. He said, if you don't draft me, that's your fault. You got to remember you're the same team that's got to play me for the rest of my career. And I'll remember that. Oh, God. I'm so scared.
Wow.
Cam Ward is threatening me. I like Cam. Cam is nice. Cam's got a little bit of Brett Favre in him, where, good and bad. I mean that literally. He's got some Brett Favre, type of can make some unbelievable throws and will throw you into interceptions.
Never seen him wear Crocs, though.
Never worn Crocs. Never. I'm not going to say he's never taken one of those picks, though.
Has he ever taken money from?
No.
Has he ever taken money from the government not done anything?
From Mississippi?
I don't think he's used a state in our great country to fund his daughter's whatever
volleyball team.
Yeah, I don't think he's ever done that.
Yeah, I don't think he's ever been addicted to Vicodin. I don't think he's been addicted to Vicodin or pulled Vicodin pills out of vomit to re-ingest them. I haven't heard that yet. That's not in the draft circles that I'm I dug around, and what I have heard is that he works hard and he's a dog, but it has a real tough mentality. But I have not heard any of the Brett Favre type stuff, not yet. But the arm.
Why you patting your chest?
The arm
because he's got that dog in him.
He's got that.
Dog.
Cam's got that dog in him.
Cam is pretty serious about football, which is why I think he's going to be the first.
That's good
Quarterback pick.
No, I know, and he was giving Shador. He was giving Shador the business about not working hard, and
you saw that
last offseason they worked out together, and he was like, "Yeah, you ain't working, you ain't doing nothing."
Yeah, and then Shador came back at him, but yeah, they supposedly they have a good relationship, the two of them. But yeah, it's I'll be gone next Monday. I mean, I'll be here in studio, and then I leave and go to the combine. But I think I'm doing all the shows from Indianapolis. I don't see any. Should be no reason for me to miss since all the shows are. All the combine stuff's in the evening now, so it's not going to be
for TV.
Yeah, made for TV, but not really a made for TV draft this year. My bosses, I think, are kind of down in the dumps because you always love a quarterback draft. Last year was a good one for them. They had quarterbacks, and they had pass rushers, and this year it's going to be like, this year's doesn't have a lot of juice to it. There's some. It's deep, but there's not a lot of juice in this draft. I don't think. From a Texas standpoint, all I care about is guards, corners, safeties, wide receivers. I just care about Nick finding some guys. Like I'm. This is a big year to me. I feel like some of the stuff Nick Caserio has done has been good. Some of it's been not very good. And this is more good than not good, in fairness. But I do think this is one of those years where you got a chance to click your roster up or keep it the same with a chance to head down. And we'll see how he does. We'll see how D'Amico does. There's some important moves to be made here. And I think some of the moves are going to be getting rid of certain guys out of the locker room, but I don't know how you do it. Like I talked to a friend of mine who's in the draft circle, and we were talking about Laramie Tunsil, and I said, I think if they had a chance, they would, try to get rid of him because he goes, man, he'd bring some value. He said, there's no good tackles. He said he'd bring at least a first and maybe a second and a third. And I said, I know, but what are you going to do? I said, they don't have, if you don't think Fisher's the guy or Titus Howard is the guy, then all of a sudden you're a playoff caliber team who's just opened yourself up at the left tackle spot to a hole. So you can't really you can talk about trading Laramie Tunsil and kind of getting that personality out of the locker room, but what are you going to do? How do you replace it? So it's hard. I think in a perfect world, they'd be able to get rid of his kind of me personality. He's talented, but I don't think he's wired the way D'Amico wants, but you don't have a solution there.
Well, can Fisher or Titus, either of them play?
I don't think so.
No,
I don't think so. Not at a quality level. And there's no tackles in this draft that can step in and do the job to me. So
maybe a free agent guy, maybe somebody out there. But
good free agent tackles are not on the market.
Well, I saw one headline said, "Oh yeah, the Texans, if they had any hopes of T. Higgins, those are dashed." And
team with $6 million of cap space.
3 or 4 million, whatever it is.
Yeah, 3 million that are hoping to get some cap relief by cutting Shaq Mason or Autry, Danico Autry. Really, that team was hoping to get their hands on a 20 million plus wide receiver? No.
Yep. So that's not going to, just for everyone's information, that's not going to happen.
Now, T. Higgins, remember, when you put a franchise tag on him, you can still trade them. So
what do you mean? Joe Mixon promised that Nick Caserio had some big things up his sleeve. He said he knew. Yeah. I thought that was T. Higgins. But you're telling me they don't even have financial ability to get themselves T. Higgins? All that stuff that people ran with when Joe was like, well, Nick's got something up his sleeve.
He already did it. Nick Caley.
No.
That was the big thing up his sleeve is Nick Caley. He doesn't do
that was it.
He didn't do square pegs and round holes.
I thought we were talking about a splash.
No. This is a splash. He's off the ram tree. That's a big deal.
So a first-time play caller is what he had up his sleeve?
Yeah, but a good one. A guy who has good plays.
You need a bigger move than getting all the good plays?
Yeah, what happened to Chip Kelly?
No,
Okay.
that guy's old. You never even know if he's going to be healthy next year.
Well,
this guy's young, vibrant.
He's an OC.
This guy does.
I don't need him.
He lifts. This guy lifts.
I don't need him to lift.
And he's got good plays.
Right.
Well, we don't know that he has good plays.
Oh, we know. Does Sean McVay have good plays?
Not all the time.
He's got plays to get him into the playoffs.
Yeah, he's got the good plays.
Is he going to call those plays in the good order?
Yeah, I would assume.
Less predictable?
Yeah, I would assume.
Okay.
That's the splash.
You don't think he's going to call the good plays?
No, I think it's nonsense to just assume because he's new that he's good. That's all. That's the only joke I'm making.
No, he's great.
It's a
great hire.
You're right. It's stupid to assume he's good. You're supposed to assume he's great.
He's great. Yeah.
Oh, I thought we were getting a star receiver here. Damn it.
I thought when CJ was talking to Garrett Wilson after the game, okay, that was it. That's the one. Okay. So forget T. Higgins. We don't need him.
We don't have money. So there's the first problem is anybody is going to want a new contract.
But they're going to come here for a hometown discount.
Garrett Wilson's is Garrett Wilson from Houston?
His agent.
No, but he and
Jeff
CJ.
Nally. Jeff Nally used to live here.
Live together.
He went to school at Lee High School
in Columbus.
Generally hometown.
Oh yeah, they played in the same hometown.
So he's going to be a Bengal or a Brown?
No, but they played in the hometown, Ohio State, and then CJ's now this is his hometown.
Huh.
You don't know how bad Garrett Wilson wants to play for Nick Caley.
I bet you don't know. To get out of New York.
Do you think he's ever heard of Nick Caley?
I think a lot of guys are going to want to come play with Nick Caley.
Mm-hmm.
You know why? Because he does what your strength is. He doesn't do the peg in the
round
hole.
pegs in square holes.
He's got good plays.
We don't do that.
Pegging.
We don't do that anymore.
We're not pegging, Dell. That's not what anyone said.
Pegs in square holes?
Yes,
what are you talking about?
That's what Nick Caley said. I'm not going to pound a square peg into a round hole. Don't do that on the video.
Right.
They can still see you.
It's not on the video.
It's
not on the video.
It kind of is. It kind of is.
They can't see. All they think I'm doing is stretching.
Hey, how much, when we come back, how good does Alex Bregman feel about going to Boston? Jose Altuve would have done anything for him. Devers, F that guy. That's
Jose Altuve
welcome to Boston.
Literally shagging balls in the outfield right now.
With
no other second baseman. And the Astros are like, God, let's see if we can bring. Yeah, he's waiting for. Altuve's like, I remember when they traded back for Verlander. Who knows?
Let's do the equivalent shagging balls in left field or an extra $12 million or $14 per year. What one does Bregman value more? Him shagging balls in left or that extra $14 million per year he's getting?
14.
Okay.
We'll see if he's happy. We'll see if money buys him happy.
Did you hear that Altuve isn't the most prominent second baseman that actually led to this decision? Apparently Bregman's a giant fan of Dustin Pedroia, and Pedroia talked to him about Boston. That's why a part of the reason he went there.
I can see him being a fan of Pedroia.
So Altuve wasn't even the biggest second baseman with influence.
Oh yeah, and 40 million. Pedroia and 40 million.
Clearly, I mean, as I pointed out, Altuve shagging balls and left ain't the equivalent of 14 extra million. But he was like, hey, yeah, all that Houston stuff talking about Altuve. I love myself some Dustin Pedroia, and he helped me get me here.
Here's a question for everybody from Hockley Dan. Does John have the reverse butt chin? He has a butt stash.
What does that mean?
Oh, I don't. Above his lip, there's like an indentation, I guess, and he thinks that's Bill O'Brien had it on his chin. John has it above his lip.
Oh, doesn't everybody have an indentation there?
Yeah, you have the little thing there. Yeah. Well, you got a little black thing, right? You got like a little bit of hair right there.
Yeah, I got hair. Well, it's because I have a mustache.
Well, not a full. I know another guy who used to have a little small black mustache there one time. But it's not that.
Oh my God.
It's not that. Do you know that we used to have this is true. This is a true story. Our 8th grade football coach and a PE coach in junior high. He had his name was I think his given name was Aaron Adolph Acker. And he decided, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go by Adolph.
What?
Oh, yeah. We had an 8th grade coach named Adolph Acker.
Wow.
Yeah. So he made that.
What does that mean, by the way?
Doesn't mean anything.
I just made it up. I don't know.
What was it like if Taylor Swift wasn't singing in German? I don't know even know how we got there.
It was that.
No,
I don't know how.
That
I
was
don't know
Taylor
how we.
Swift singing.
I don't know how we get to most places.
I don't know how we got off the clock, but Underdog Fantasy does.
Yeah, Underdog Fantasy. So Underdog has been a little slower in terms of the offerings, but they've continued on. Like yesterday, right? There's no golf yesterday. There's no MMA. There's no NBA basketball, but there is upcoming. There was Four Nations yesterday, and there's college basketball. And so you have tennis. Like there's always a lot of different things to choose from. Basketball, we get reignited here locally. The Rockets and Minnesota Timberwolves kick off on Friday. So you have to look and break down the game, and you say what's going to happen and who are some guys that may be. And I'm thinking, all right, well, you've had, we've had Alperen Sengun. He went to All-Star Weekend. He's been traveling around doing this and that. I may go lower on his points. I may go lower on points and rebounds on Alpi. But in that case, I'll also go higher on my guy, Amen Thompson, on points, rebounds, and assists. And then you can't do it just from one team. I'm going to look at the Minnesota side and make a decision about what I want to do there. And I'm good to go. It may be Anthony Edwards. Who knows? May go higher on his point total. I got to figure it out. But I just know this much. With Underdog Fantasy, you take your sports knowledge, you take maybe the games you're going to watch, and you decide, hey, let's find some statistics I can go higher or lower on. 3-pointers made, assists. Like there's so many different ones to choose from. Pro basketball, college basketball. Tie them up with different sports if you want to, or stay in the same sport and use your profit boosts that are in your lobby. They have profit boosts all the time, which help you make more money when you win. You even have flex options where you can win 2 out of 3, 3 out of 4, even 4 out of 6, a double flex, which gives you a chance to still make money even if you lose one of your selections. It's Underdog Fantasy, a chance to win up to 1,000 times your original play, and you're getting bonus cash of up to $1,000 and a free pick when you use promo code Lance for your first deposit. Promo code Lance. It's so simple to do, and the money starts rolling in with your big old sports brain. You must be 18 or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or go to ncbgambling.org.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John and Lance, along with Dell here at 713-780-3776, 713-780-3776. You can call them in, hang out with us, whatever you want to talk about. Kind of a slow day, but Rafael Devers made it a little interesting. Devers, when asked, so Alex Bregman goes over there. Alex Bregman was the Gold Glove winner.
Mm-hmm.
Over the last 5 years, Rafael Devers has led the league in errors by third baseman. He has let up a total of 80 runs over that time because of his errors. That seems like a lot.
Seems like a lot, yeah.
Yeah. So Rafael Devers is not a great third baseman.
No.
Alex Bregman is a very, very good third baseman. And you would think you got a new teammate. Hey, I want to welcome him on board. Well, here was the back and forth between reporters and Rafael Devers about a move off of third base.
So are you saying if they ask you to DH, you won't do it?
No.
Can you expand on that?
I play third.
So, isn't it their decision though? Like, isn't it the Red Sox decision, or is it a mutual thing, or?
¿Cómo fue?
Que si en final es la decisión.
Well, it's not really a mutual thing.
Wait, these guys were shocked. They said, "I'm sorry."
Wait, what?
Say that again.
Can you?
Okay, so can you expound on? So you think? Well, isn't it a mutual thing for you and the Red Sox, or like is it? The first guy goes, "Isn't that for the Red Sox to say?" What did he say, John?
He said, "I played third."
I played third.
I played third.
I played third. But isn't it like a mutual thing, maybe?
No.
I played third.
Well,
he said what he said.
He said what he said. I played third.
Hey, is it in? Well, I don't know. Is it in his Twitter bio that he plays left tackle?
I played third.
Left tackle.
It says in his Twitter bio, "I played third."
He plays third. Okay. What happened when
he doesn't play?
What happened to the guy who had I played left tackle?
He doesn't. Well, he plays left. He played right tackle. I mean, he plays
right tackle. I play right tackle.
He plays left guard now.
He plays left guard. Yeah. Right.
Said right tackle only.
Right tackle only. Yeah.
Although we did find out that was really more of a shot at people who said he couldn't play left tackle. Which, well, to be fair, he's now technically right because he's not playing right tackle. He's playing guard. So yeah, you can play guard too. I guess. I don't think he meant it that way. Like, I don't think he was dying to get down to the guard spot to prove everyone wrong. But as far as Devers is concerned, you played third.
I played third.
But you also maybe play DH too.
Well,
I played third.
Well, here is his manager when asked about, hey, did you hear Rafael's response? Here is Alex Cora in response to that. I played third.
He said when he signed the long-term extension that you guys said that he'd be the third baseman long-term. Do you think the relationship is strained right now? He doesn't seem happy that, like, the team has gone back on their word.
It's
strained between
different people here, right? There's a different leader here. So, Jaime is in St. Louis right now.
That ain't the GM that signed that contract. There's different people here. Yeah.
Wow. Well, who's the manager? Who's the manager here, John, at Boston?
The manager?
Yeah.
Is Alex Cora.
Well, does he even know Alex Bregman at all?
Yeah, he knows. He taught him how to bang cans.
That's right. So this is basically an Alex Cora signing. So he said, maybe in here, I don't shine shoes no more, is what he basically just said there.
And I'll tell you this. Every time he saw Alex Bregman and he saw Rafael Devers kicking balls all over the place and giving up runs, he was probably like, boy, I wish I had Alex Bregman. Now Alex Bregman gets there and I'm going to move him to second and keep on watching that crap. Nah, I ain't about that life. I ain't about that Rafael Devers playing third life.
I played third.
I played third.
You play error. You don't really play a very good third. So no. We're not gonna.
He never said he played good third.
Yeah, he said he played third.
All he said.
I played third.
I played third. I love it. Welcome to Boston. Welcome to Boston, Alex. You got a guy who is going to move to left field. He can't even reach the scores on the board, and he's going to move there for you so that you would stay. And instead, you go to a place where a guy I play third. You know what? Okay, I ain't moving for you. I don't know you.
And he was incredulous that they would even suggest that he's moving. Like, what are you guys talking about? I'm not a DH.
Right. What about that? What about that Jordan wants to settle down? He said, I don't want to be. We got some Jordan sound that we were playing a little bit. Jordan talking about, I don't want to move around in the order anymore. I want to be, static someplace. I think they're putting Altuve out there some. I don't get it because you can play Dubon there every day. I don't get it. But they're working on Altuve out there because I don't know that Jordan is going to be playing much left field now.
Well, it was always, to me, his long-term ability to stand in a batter's box is the most important thing.
Yeah.
And, you see guys leave the catcher position and go to other positions to extend their careers. Well, you may just have a situation where Jordan has to, play a lot more DH to extend his career. So I think that's part of it. I mean, it's a guy who has had knee injuries. He's had wrist injuries. He's had back? Like, he's had some injuries, more than you'd like for a player who's only been in the league since 19. So I think they want to keep him as healthy as possible. And that's one of the reasons that finding an outfielder was so important. And they weren't able to do it. And we'll see what happens. I guess their plan is just to throw little Jose out there. And I don't know. I mean, I don't really know. I don't know. I don't know what they do. There's no reason to have Dubon in the infield and Jose Altuve in the outfield. That doesn't make any sense at all. It makes no logical sense. So it can't be that. So I don't know. You're just going to have to hope Jake or Chaz has a good year this year. It's basically where you are.
Yeah, I mean, and right now, listen, the lineup. Okay, so I don't know where Jordan. Third is not the best spot. We saw that. I don't know what they're going to do. Where would you rather, third or fourth, Jordan?
Hitting?
Yeah.
Third, more at bats.
More at bats, but again, you get a lot more. Nobody on and 2 outs, but for whatever reason, the third hole seems to that happens a lot.
Well, I mean,
more.
I want to hit behind Jose Altuve.
Yeah,
he gets a lot of hits. This just in, he's going to go to the Hall of Fame.
Yeah,
not first ballot because he cheated. So we'll have some people who have to make sure that he, pays his dues. Actually, there will be people who don't ever vote for him.
Yeah.
Because they'll see him as the face of the scandal. They'll show him.
Yeah.
They'll show him.
And everybody in Boston, all the sports right in Boston, they should vote for him. All of the ones in Los Angeles should vote for him because they got away with murder because of the Astros.
Yeah, they did.
They did. And Yankees, you too. You brought Carlos Beltran brought it over, and you had your little watch thing
I've
going
got an
on.
Apple Watch now because y'all shamed me into getting out of Fitbit because you said it was too poverty.
Right.
But I've never I'm trying to figure out how I can send trash can stuff to other people, and I don't even see an app on here to do that. How do you? Is there a cheating? How do I do that? Because I know the Red Sox and Yankees were able to steal signs and send them to each other. Like, what do I need to do to send a sign? Like, if I want to tell Dell something, and I can use some type of signal, what buttons do I push for this on Apple Watch? Because they did it. They were caught doing it. I don't know how to do it. I just have an Apple Watch because it tells my.
Well, they did get a letter from the commissioner, though. We got to stop that.
They said, cut the crap.
Yeah.
The commissioner literally said, cut the crap, guys.
Yeah.
People are going to find out. And when they do, there's going to be problems. So just cut the crap. And then Mike Fire said, oh, I'm going to tell on you. And then in Major League Baseball's like, great. Now we got to deal with this crap. Oh, trust me. Major League Baseball would have just let the Astros thing die. They had no interest in going after the Astros until Mike Fires put it out in public. And then you got now you have to, or you look, now you got to. You got to do it. And it takes heat off of you if you're Major League Baseball.
Yeah, but the guy who won a World Series in 2017 and then goes to the Red Sox in 2018.
Yeah, he
doesn't do it though, right? Okay, and he throws the video guy under the bus and he does prison time.
No, we know they were involved.
Oh yeah, no. That's never. Boston is never included in this thing. Boston's never
I
included.
know Boston never gets included.
And then since they weren't able to do it anymore, Boston hasn't finished better than third in the division. Boston sucks. Okay, so hey, welcome to Boston, Alex Bregman. You're gonna have a good time. Good. It seems like it's a good time already. When we come back, we will hear from. Let's hear from Jordan about that situation. We'll do that on the other side. But right now, we got Houston Powder Coaters that we're talking about. Because I heard Robin just a little while ago. We did a recorded spot with Robin, and she is awesome. She really is awesome, and she's going to make sure. I mean, you're probably going through Robin. Okay, whatever happens, Robin is going to be involved in it. You can text her. You'll be able to get. She'll give you her number. Say, okay, text me a picture of your furniture. Text me a picture of your car part. Text me a picture, whatever it is. Text me a picture, and we'll go from there. And you know what? You can either buy new stuff, or Robin says, "Oh no, I can make this stuff look great. You want to keep this stuff? That is great because I'm going to make it look great." And that's what Robin does all the time. You're looking for the best way to save whatever it is, or if it's brand new and you want to powder coat it so it's going to last for, I'm not saying forever, but it's going to last a really, really, really long time. If you take care of that stuff, if you're preemptive about it, HoustonPowderCoaters.com. Pickup and delivery absolutely free every single time. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. Tell Robin you heard it here.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Man, we got some angry people out there. This Alex Bregman thing. Holy crap. So let's hear from Jordan. Jordan out there yesterday. And so it's difficult because he has a translator, but here is a piece of what Jordan was talking about yesterday at camp.
Do you have a preference where you bat in the lineup? Joe talked today about being back at maybe number 2.
No hemos hablado mucho. Yo solo recuerdo el año pasado, solo le dije que me gustaría estar fijo en una posición, no importa cuál, en una squad, no importa por fuera.
We haven't talked about that a lot, obviously last year, and now the conversations have been that I'd like to be in a spot and just kind of remain in that spot. We haven't decided exactly which one.
So I like the 2-hole. I like I shouldn't have said that. I like him batting number 2.
That's fine. I mean, I want him behind the best hitters I can get so he can knock people in.
Well, yeah, but the 2 in the 2 spot in the lineup, okay, Del, you can't capture that, Del, because I know you, okay. Yeah, I know.
I don't have to capture it. But everything's saved.
What's so good about hitting second when you
get more at bats?
You get a few more at bats.
Yeah, you get more at bats, and I don't know, for whatever reason, the new theory on batting order is your best hitter hits in the 2-hole.
Okay, but quick question though: if you're trying to drive in runs after the first inning, have the Astros ever had good 9? I mean, are they good in the 9 spot? Is that guy on base a lot that you know of?
Well,
you like Jake when it was Maldonado? How about Jakey? You like Jakey?
Well, when it was Maldonado, there would be unless there was 2 outs and bases loaded, which seemed like every at bat. Right. Then you still got guys that can pick him up afterwards.
What about Jake and Chaz? You like them, and then Altuve, and then Jordan? Like, wouldn't you rather have?
Yeah.
Well, I don't even know who's the second. Like, I don't. Let's say Jordan hit 3rd. So you have Altuve 1, and then Paredes 2, Walker 2. Like, who? I don't know. How are they gonna?
Yeah, listen, Lance. Every batting order, the bottom of the order is worse. But all I know is that these guys that are really, really smarter than me, okay, T-War, LBG, X Plus, all of these things that they do, okay, all of them say that the 2-hole is where your best hitter goes.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Then Altuve has to be 1. Altuve has to be in front of him. You have to have your best hitter in front of him. You must give him a chance. Remember, this is a team that's losing Bregman and Tucker. This is a huge departure from the lineup. Like, I cannot stress enough what a big deal that is. Yeah, you added Paredes, who's an okay hitter, Walker, who's a better hitter, but you got worse at the plate. So I don't know. I'm not sure exactly what the lineup.
Well, you picked up a big spot at first base. I mean, it's a huge improvement at first.
Yeah, but you declined in right field. So, I mean, let's go player for player. You lost Tucker, you gained Walker. Is that a plus?
No.
Okay, you lost Bregman and you gained Paredes. Is that a plus?
We don't know. It might be.
At the plate? Okay.
It might be.
All right, I'm hopeful. It's not going to be a plus over.
But you got
Tucker.
Abreu. That whole Abreu thing is behind you now. You don't have to worry about that anymore.
But you don't have Tucker anymore. Like, you subtracted that player out of your lineup.
Right. But you're not noticeably worse. I mean, Walker's going to pick it. Hey, Tucker missed 70 games last year.
Yeah,
80.
But he was really good when he played.
Yeah, but he didn't, though. That's the point. He didn't. Well, and when he wasn't there, you were good.
Yeah, for 1 year.
Yeah.
Let's not act like that's who Kyle Tucker was. Anthony Davis.
But this is the team that's a lot like last year's team. Yainer is going to move up in the order. Okay, it could go.
I wouldn't mind Yainer too.
Altuve, Jordan, Walker, Yainer, Paredes, Pena, I guess, and then it gets weak. There's no question. It gets weaker when you add all three outfielders. What lineup has
Dubon at 7, and then Jake and
What lineup has all three outfielders batting 7th, 8th, and 9th?
It doesn't happen very, very often.
No.
But it's very probable with this lineup. Unless you want to try to stick Dubon higher in the lineup and hope that he, and maybe say, all right, we're gonna switch it up. We're gonna try to steal a bunch of bases with Dubon. We're gonna stick him between 1 Altuve and 3 Yordan, and we're gonna try to see if we can turn the 2-hole. Try to get the most out of Mauricio Dubon. I don't love that idea, but they've used the 2-hole in that way in years past with the Astros, although typically not with this manager. But they have used the 2-hole as a get right spot for Pena, for Correa, Bregman. They've put guys there who have had some success hitting between the 1 and the 3 in Houston, which has been Altuve and a lot of times Yordan. So they've or sometimes was it Bregman, I guess, for a while. I'm trying to remember. They've kind of switched 3, 4, and 5 over the years, but I don't know. Going through the lineup, it doesn't seem like a murderer's row. But a big part of it's going to be Paredes. Paredes has to hit better this year.
Well,
he's got to hit better than he did last year.
Are you more worried about that or no 5th starter? Nesky is your 5th guy right now?
I'm more worried about everyday lineup.
Are you? I don't know.
Yeah, because you got a bunch of guys who will come back at some point. So,
well, hopefully Arrighetti picks up. Second half of the season, Arrighetti was great. Hopefully he picks that back up. But let's not forget the second year and what happens to guys in their second year.
I've been told nothing's a problem with the
is Ronel Blanco really going to give you what he gave you last year?
Why are we worried about it now? You weren't worried about it before. Why are you worried about it now?
Well, I'm worried about the rotation now.
Why did you just start?
What?
Why did you just start worrying about it?
Well, I couldn't do anything about it. I mean, I would love for them to have done something. Yes, I wanted them to pick up a nice pitcher. That would have been awfully nice. No, but we got a lot of money on the books already, so that's.
I don't think picking up a pitcher. I'm just worried about the fact that they're going to have to. They've got to wait for. They just got to wait for guys to get healthy. It's not. I don't think you need to make moves or anything. What bothers me is the timing of guys getting healthy.
I'm just worried Blanco's not going to be that guy. Arrighetti might get off to a slow start.
Yeah, these are all my concerns.
Yeah.
This is why the starting rotation concerns me this year. And you're not healthy to start off with. But you can't. You are not in a position to start trading away a bunch of prospects again. You already did that. You moved some guys for Kikuchi with a half-year rental. Don't make panic Drayton moves anymore. Don't do it. Frankly, I don't trust this front office anymore. I'm not sure. But Montero's back. Did you see that? Yeah. Montero's visa stuff got handled, so he's back. And supposedly Jeff's talking about a new contract with him.
I'm just not sure that this is going to be the greatest season in Astros history. I'm not ready to put that out there right now.
All right. So if I said 83.5 wins, what are your thoughts?
Oh, over.
I think their total was it 89.5 last year or is it this year?
Over.
I'll check.
Do I have to do higher because of
No, you can say over.
Underdog, I can say over.
Yeah, you can say over.
I'm going higher. Higher 83.5. Another division title. That's what I'm doing. But hopefully we don't.
There's no way. There's no way they're favored.
If we have to face another juggernaut like the
Tigers, at home.
Yeah,
you can't possibly win.
There's no way.
The Tigers at home.
Yeah.
Let me see team futures. I'll look at team futures here for your Houston Astros. Regular season wins for your Houston Astros in this world that we live in is 86.5.
Over.
Yeah. You're going over 86.5. I'm going to go under that.
87 is 12 games over 500 at the end of the season.
I think we're a 500 team. I think we're a 500 team at the end of the year.
You think they're a 500 team?
Yeah. Mariners are lower, 84.5. Texas Rangers are 84.5. Well, I guess we're the highest, win total out there. The A's are 72.5. So the Astros have the highest total at 86.5. I've got to think that's one of the lower division win totals that you're going to find.
This has turned into the NL Central. Name all those: the Brewers, the Cardinals, the Cubs. Name all those juggernauts.
How many? What's the win total? What do you think the over/under on win total for the Dodgers is?
Dodgers win total is probably 105.5.
103.5. Yeah.
103.5.
Yeah. The Mets are 91.5. The Yankees are 92.5. The Phillies are 91.5. And then after that, like, I don't think there's any other team.
We're the Braves
in baseball over. Braves are 92.5. Those are all the 90 wins. The Mets, the Dodgers, the Yankees, the Braves, and the Phillies. The only teams over 90 wins projected.
Well, how about the Braves lose Fried, and they're still 92.5. And it's all because of our general manager here. He built a juggernaut there.
No, he wasn't their GM.
Well, he was their assistant.
Yeah. He was the assistant to the assistant. So does the assistant do the same thing that the guy who's doing it does? Because if so, Cole Popovich is now the offensive line coach for the Texans, and he was the assistant to Chris Strausser. Does that make you feel good? Is he the Dana Brown of offensive line coaches? Is that what you're telling me?
He could be.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Dana Brown's doing a hell of a job with the handcuffs that he got handed. He was. I mean,
hell of a job. What is his hell of a job move so far?
Keeping this thing together, Lance. Keeping
it a loaded. It's literally disintegrating.
Oh, really?
Through no fault of his, by the way. It's not his fault.
No, it's not his fault.
It's not his fault, but he's
wasted money that he inherited.
What has Dana Brown done that's so great?
Well, Christian Walker's pretty damn good.
Okay, we'll find out. Walker's, I don't mind that. Paredes to me is like, we'll see. I'm not all up in the nuts about Paredes like you are. I'm not sure that that's going to be all that great.
I'm not sure I've ever been.
That's a new term that they're saying.
I've never been up in the nuts about anything. I don't think.
Does that mean he's excited if you're up in the nuts?
Yeah, that's a pool hall term.
Oh, okay.
Is it?
Yep.
Or you just said it?
I think he just said it because his pinky's up while he's drinking.
Man, just made a term up, boys.
Up in the nuts.
I may have just gone.
Are you all up in?
Oh, that was
someone
Jeter.
Or your own? I don't get it.
That was Jetter's nickname. Up in the nuts just means really excited about.
Okay.
Unusually excited for no reason is what it means.
Yeah. So you're like never mind.
What's Martin's Twins wins? I just told him no one cares.
The Minnesota Twinskies? Let's see what I call them Twinskies. I don't call them Twinkies.
They're about 84.
Team futures, is that what you think? I think that's probably right. Minnesota is at 83.5. You're right, John.
Yeah, that's what they'll be. Yeah.
Did you see Paul Skeens? Did you see the video of Paul Skeens?
Did you see that ball break?
I told somebody, I told him, I said, I don't think I could hit him right now. I mean, I don't. I honestly, and they're like, no, you're not giving yourself enough credit. And then one guy said, how many pitches? What if it's the exact same pitch every time, same location? And I said, it would take at least 11 times before I got a hit on him. And that's a 90 batting average. That's not good. So, yeah, even I'm being very realistic about being able to hit Paul Skeens right now.
We had a discussion last night. Ty Cobb, if he went 0 for 2,570 or something like that, he would still be hitting 300. Could you get a hit in 2,570 at bats?
Yes, absolutely.
Who's the pitcher?
Who's the pitcher?
The major league, going through major league pitchers.
All right, so I'm just going to say Mike Fiers.
He's not a major league pitcher.
Joe Kelly.
What a douche. Did you see him talking about the Yankees?
I'd have at least 160 hits on him.
Did you see Joe Kelly's interview in his car about the Yankees? He is such a douche.
What did Kelly in the car say? He is. What did he say?
He said that the Yankees we just knew that, once we had a lead, they just would screw it up. They were like I don't know if he called them a little league team, but they were all scared and they couldn't catch the ball, and it was just embarrassing. He said eight teams would have been tougher to beat than the Yankees. 8 teams.
Why would he do all that? Why is he saying all that? What's his point? Is he trying to be the next? Is he trying to be Cam Newton and get his own baseball show where he sits around and smokes cigars and drinks wine and wears hats?
I'm sure.
And scarves?
He was doing an interview and he said the entire Dodgers roster was like this Yankees team's not a challenge.
He's literally trying to set himself up for to be some controversial Draymond Green figure that'll be on TV afterwards. Nobody cares, Joe Kelly. Beat it. Get out of here.
Well, it's the same.
You have to do something.
The same thing that Eagles players said. It's just that we don't like Joe Kelly. Eagles players are like, we felt like we had this one after the game.
The Eagles players are good. Eagles players are good.
I said the difference is you don't like Joe Kelly, but all he said was kind of what the Eagles guys were like. Yeah, we looked at them and said, yeah, we got this one. We felt really confident about this. They didn't go on to say that the Chiefs would screw everything up like Kelly did, but he said the entire Dodgers roster is like, these guys aren't that good.
They're not that good. And he might have been right. But I still hate it because Joe Kelly said it. He is a douche. I hate that. Of all the people in sports, I can't stand when I see he looks like a rat. He looks like a rat.
Like he would rat against criminals, like other criminals, or the facial features of a rat.
Facial features of a rat.
Not like tell on the mafia.
Martin Fox used to say Coach K looked like a rat.
Oh yeah,
he wasn't the only one.
No,
yeah.
Jim Rome had
that was his nickname,
years.
the Rat.
The Rat, yeah. He did. He had the small pursed mouth. He had the big nose and a small mouth. It wasn't proportional. It was rat-like.
All right, we got a break. Let's talk about the Brown going down, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Because Aqueduct Plumbing, I don't know what you're eating, but if it's clogging up your pipes, then you got a problem, okay? Maybe you can fix that on your own, whatever you eat. But if you do have a problem with your pipes, then Billy Brown and his guys are going to be there.
Have you? You know what people do, John? They put grease down their sink.
Well,
if you don't know better, and a lot of people just don't know better, grease down the sink. Because I've done that. Grease down the sink. Once it's not hot anymore and it coagulates, guess what? It starts blocking the flow of water from your sink. And you need somebody like Aqueduct Plumbing Company to come in there and get in there with their little camera, find out what the issue is, snake stuff out of there, get it cleaned up the right way. I mean, they do things where you make mistakes, they fix them. If you've got an issue with the toilet, I had an issue with the toilet and the flushing mechanism, and they came out there, replaced it, along with two other things that I had them do. They can handle small jobs like that. They handle major jobs. They also handled my repiping that I had to have done because the line was not running properly from the kitchen out to the city's sewage line. And that was a major, major issue for me. It was a major job. And the only people I trusted for that was Aqueduct Plumbing Company, John. You know that. That's all you do.
That's all I do. I had a sink that wouldn't drain. I drained on it. Nope. They came out done. Perfect. 281-488-6238, 281-488-6238, or aqueductplumbingcompany.com. Tell Billy you heard it here.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here with you, 713-780-3776. The number to hang out with us here. If you want to get in, come on. Whatever you want to talk about, you're more than welcome to do that. Dale, do you remember, why is Chance at yourheritagefilm.com? Why does he sound like Jason in Waco? When did Chance start doing that?
I can't speak to the man's delivery.
Yourheritagefilm.com. You got to listen to it.
Well, no matter what you think of how he delivered his message, you should go to heritagefilms.com.
You absolutely.
He will produce a great product for if you want to, no matter how old you are, leave something for the people who are coming up behind you. Tell your story or have someone tell their story.
He did that for my father-in-law, John Oob, and it turned out great. It was unbelievable. So yeah, we did it, and it's awesome. So just so you know, that is great. And you know what else is great? Coming up March 4th, we want some players out there. If you hurry and get in, you get in for $97.5, $97.50. Beer, food, Valencia's Tex-Mex Garage. I mean, it is a party. All right. It is Mardi Gras, and it's a great way. Pardon me?
It's Fat Tuesday, March 4th, out at Wildcat.
That's right.
For our occasional invitational. Carbach, you mentioned the beer. Carbach will be providing that. And also Tex-Mex Valencia Grill. It's great stuff out there. We're going to be broadcasting from Wildcat. We could probably call that your home course. I know you venture to other courses, but when you're in the city, you do spend a lot of time at Wildcat. So it'll be an all-day thing, and we're benefiting kids' meals. So it's a great charity that you should contribute to. I think the Killer Bees had a member of Kids Meals on the show yesterday. So the occasional invitational back at Wildcat, March 4th.
Spots are open, so get in. If you don't sign up, you might be a loser
or a bad person for not
helping
Kids Meals.
Yeah,
ESPN975.com, but put in the promo code EARLYBIRD to get that $97.50 rate. So let's go.
You get it. You get food. You get golf. You get food. You get food. You get drinks.
And you get John and Lance because it starts at 10:30, so it's earlier than I think you normally play.
My combine is over by then, so I'm good to go play golf. Of course, I haven't played forever, but I'll probably come out and hit it like an 82 at best, 83 at best.
Yeah,
because I haven't played for a while.
So we need players. We want you out there. We want to raise money. It's a great time. We always have a great time. So let's go. Get you a team. I got a team. Lance, get you a team together. Let's go.
I can't. I don't know anybody.
You don't have any friends?
Oh, you mean I get to just invite people out to play? No, my friends don't play. They don't.
Well, how about one of your clients? You could play with them.
Gangsters don't dance, they boogie.
What?
You heard him. Gangsters don't dance, they boogie.
Don't dance, they boogie.
Don't make him repeat himself.
Don't make me say it again. I played third.
You played third.
I played third.
I played third.
Yeah. Do you know we had drinks the other day at Lee's? Well, actually, we had some food too. And it's in the old Benchy spot. And for some reason, Chris Solis, you remember that old hang loose, the Hawaiian Mahala thing? With the thumb and the pinky finger, and you kind of shake them.
Yeah.
He did that as a joke to something. And it's just like, that's what we just did all night to everything that was said. And our wives/girlfriends were ready to murder at some point because I noticed that guys can push things too far sometimes.
Way too far.
But also, I think women hate a man's inside joke.
Fun. Yeah.
They hate him.
Oh, yeah.
They hate an inside joke between men. They don't like it.
If it's not inclusive, you don't let them in.
Yeah, you don't explain it to them. You just laugh every time you do it.
What about me? I'm doing it too. Stop.
It's not
for
you.
It looks stupid if you do it.
Yeah.
They don't like that.
Yeah, don't do it.
It's true, but they don't like it.
Right. No.
That's a good point, Del.
Yeah.
You're isolating them from this fun you're having.
Hey, you play third. Okay? I'm just going to start screaming at my wife.
I played third.
You play third.
I played third.
If she asked me, hey, can you get those dishes?
I play turf.
Hey, Lance, are you going to go pick up Marty from Invicta?
I play turf.
Lance, can you please send Mason money through Zelle? He needs gas money.
I play turf.
I'm going to use that all the time. I play third. You know what
I play
third?
turf.
You know what I play third means? I don't do that.
I play
don't do
turf.
that. That's not my job.
It's
That's
not my
Bill
job.
O'Brien. That's
play
not my
turf.
job.
That's right. I play third just means, hey, this is what I do. I do this. I do this little thing right here. Don't ask me to do other things outside of that. I play third. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
I play third. Uh-oh. I heard.
What am I hearing there?
Oh, here you go.
Did you try that with her too?
Go ahead. Go ahead and show them what you're going to
What was that?
This.
Dragging these nuts across your face.
Did you try that with her yesterday?
No, I didn't. The dragon thing. I'll get to it. Yesterday was not a good day for it.
You didn't do that.
I think you should stick with I play third.
Yesterday was, I'm gonna stick with I play third. I'll do that to my boys. I'll say that.
Dragon.
That'll land with them. Not with. I don't want Marty to be around. But yeah, I'll say that to Snacks or Mason.
I play turf.
But I'll say that to the wife. But the dragon, yesterday was not a good day to
Dragging these nuts across your face.
And a troll said that to that girl when she was going under the bridge.
Troll under a bridge.
We are perennially late now. Like our breaks don't even exist anymore.
Well, we're a media company, really. We're not really a radio station anymore. We're a media company.
We're a media company.
So breaks matter less.
Oh, okay. Well, our commercials matter.
The commercials definitely matter, but
when they happen,
when we get to them, seems to matter less.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Except
anymore.
the legal ID has to play at a certain time, so we may want to go to break right now.
Well, we do want to go because you got to play that within 5 minutes, I believe.
And we're way late. So.
Yeah, you do.
Top of the hour. Here's the deal. I got to talk about Chastain Ford. And the legal ID can wait because the Chastain Ford, the Chastain people can't wait. Can't wait for you to get in there and see what you're doing. Can't wait for you to take advantage of the deals on these 2024s. They're brand new cars. This is the best time to buy a 24 because the dealership has to get it off the lot. And you're taking advantage of all of these rebates. You're taking advantage of a beautiful vehicle. It's a 2024, but it's brand new. Who cares? Okay. The 2025 is going to be more expensive. That's just the way it goes. That's it. So take advantage of Chastain Ford right now with the 2024s that are on the lot and the pre-owned vehicles. And if you get a gold certified pre-owned vehicle from Chastain Ford, man, oh man, oh man, you want to talk about what they can do for you with the interest rates and everything else. The loan that you can get on these things is perfect. So if you're looking for the best way to get into that Ford car or truck, my peeps over at Chastain Ford are going to take care of you. No hidden. It's all totally transparent. No add-ons, no markups. They're the best. I love them. I bought 4 vehicles from them, and I'm going to continue to do that. I hope you do too. ChastainFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead. 5 minutes from downtown, Chastain Ford. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Very little, and you know what? When there's very little going on in the sports world, this is where you should be anyway, because we don't give a rat's patoot about that. We'll talk about anything. And so if you've got any issues, Dragons, that probably we should leave that for what happened yesterday. No more Dragon references with D's. Okay, so maybe we can clean that up a little bit. But if you got anything that you want to talk about.
All of a sudden, we've got standards that we don't want to
listen. John just had a text. He just got a text.
Dragon D's is a little bit, especially when she dropped in across the face.
Well, this is 8:08. This is time to go to school time.
Yeah, this is when
the wait until 9. 9's when it gets.
Well, I played it yesterday at like 8:47.
Yeah, 8:47 is good.
Right.
You're trying to get me in trouble with Marty.
Right. Tell that you went too far, Del.
Yeah,
I went too far.
We have standards here.
Not good, Del.
Okay.
We have.
Should we remember and reminisce about yesterday when you said anyone yelling at Cooper DeJean be my Valentine meant
he could do anything he wants?
Do anything he wanted to them?
Are you reminiscing again?
You want to talk about that as far as what is going too far?
I rest my case.
What do you mean? That's not an answer to anything.
I said it. I meant it. And
you're not a lawyer.
And I will represent it.
I rest my case. You're not a lawyer.
Right. Keith might be a lawyer. Let's get him in here. Hey, Keith.
Hey, guys. You guys talk about the Astros, 7, 8, 9 spots are basically 3 automatic outs. I'll give you 4 outfielders. I think one of them is good enough to make the starting lineup for the Houston Astros. Verdugo should still be signed. Verdugo should be signed. He had 130 hits last year, played every day for the Yankees. Why is Verdugo still out there? He's on the plus side of 30. He's only 28. Why is Verdugo not signed? And you've got Mark Canha, Peralta, Adam Duvall, Jankowski, but Verdugo should absolutely be signed right now.
That's actually true.
I don't know that. How many hits combined did Chaz and Jake have, and Gamble? That could be your outfield.
Not a
lot. How many hits combined did they have?
Oh, Gamble's.
One of the reasons that Verdugo's not signed is probably because he wants too much money. Yeah.
Oh, he's played for the Dodgers, Red Sox, and Yankees. Cheaters. Maybe that's why everyone knows he's a huge cheater. That's probably the money thing, but he is an everyday player. He's going to hit about 13 home runs a year. It's so funny. Since he started, he had 12 home runs in 19. 20 was a COVID year. Then in 21, he had 13, 11, 13, and 13. This guy is really consistent.
Well, he had 130 hits, but that doesn't really tell the story. He had a 647 OPS. I mean, what are you going to pay a guy with a 647?
Well, last year was his worst year.
Well, it's not trending well
of his career.
To answer your question, John, McCormick, Gamble, and Myers combined for 170 hits last year.
But he's a Yankee too, John. That sometimes is a little bit tougher. Like some guys aren't built for playing for the Yankees.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind at the right price. I wouldn't mind him here at all. He'd be a starter in the line. I mean, I'd rather have him than Chaz probably. Because I just don't know if I'm getting good Chaz or bad Chaz anymore.
Listen,
there's 2 different Chazes, and I'm not sure I want to deal with either one of them.
Who's had more success over the last decade, the Astros or the Yankees? It'd be tougher to play here.
No, because the expectations of the media. The media's not tough on you. We see guys crumble in New York. It's not easy. Our fan base is not super hard on you. We don't have people calling into sports talk shows yelling about play. And here's another thing. If you can't find me another outfielder who's going to hit like this and that bum, blah, blah, blah. No one does that here. No one, everyone's positive here.
Oh, ask Jose Abreu how hard it was to play here. Okay?
It would have been a whole lot harder in New York. Trust me. Abreu in New York, it would have been way worse for him.
I don't know. This is the pinnacle of baseball
row
here.
Of media here.
Listen, I don't know if I want.
Nobody's harder than Houston.
How much you paying a guy that had a 647 OPS?
Not a lot. Not a lot. I got the leverage. You either you want to play, you want a team, okay, then come down on your number. I mean, he's coming off of his worst year. He's been a full-time player now he's been a full-time starter for 4 straight years. During that time, his numbers have declined each year. So actually, his numbers have declined basically since 19 and 20. It's kind of like Bregman. All the numbers have come down.
Yeah.
OPS steadily down. You're slugging. Well, you're slugging steadily down. OPS obviously down. Yeah. Verdugo's a guy who you don't have a lot of, and I don't know if the bat speed's any different. I don't know if the metrics, if his exit velo and things that the teams who are looking at advanced metrics and some of the sports science, they may look at numbers and say, "Ooh, no, this is not good. This guy's headed out of the league." That could very well be the case too, because it can happen pretty quickly. So maybe the bat speed's worse. Maybe the exit velo is not what it needs to be, which both of them go hand in hand. But if not, I mean, I'd rather have him on the bench and as a part-time starter than Jake.
Well, I'd rather have him in the outfield than any of the guys.
Yeah.
Than Dubon.
Is Jake going to be a part-time starter?
Jake,
or is he going to be more than a part-time starter?
Well, I don't think he'll be a full-time starter.
Who are the options right now? Jake,
we'll
Chaz,
figure it out.
Trammell, and
but
Gamble. Who are the options?
We're not
Jake?
by the way, Jake also had 13 home runs last year. So, big deal. You got 13, Verdugo? I got 13 too. Oh, your LPS is like 643, mine's 646. And career at 662 career. This is what we got in the outfield. A career 662 OPS guy.
Yeah, Jake and Jake. Oh, now Chaz.
This is 3 straight years that he's been 670 or lower.
Now Chaz was hurt last year, right? He missed time.
He missed some time, yeah.
So that accounts for not the average, but how many hits he had.
He usually is like but he's usually like every other year Chaz plays.
Well, it's been 227, 227, 219. So it hasn't been good for Chaz since 20. Oh, that's that's Jake Myers. I apologize. Those are Jake Myers numbers.
Chaz
average.
Actually the year before Chaz had an 842 OPS.
Yeah, he was. Yeah,
he had 22 home runs.
It was a good year. Remember when
there's a chance that Chaz bounces back.
Yeah. Dusty's no longer feeding him peach cobbler, so that might be a problem.
Fatso,
yeah,
Fatty.
But
okay, what was your favorite part about Dusty as a manager last year? Oh, he wasn't the manager.
He wasn't around, and Chaz struggled.
Guess what? Chaz had his best year when he was getting banana pudding.
Exactly.
It wasn't peach cobbler's banana pudding.
Oh, okay.
So it wasn't. He needs to get back on that BP, banana pudding, not batting practice, banana pudding. If that's what it takes to get him right, to hit that banana pudding, he's got an OPS of 842 year before last. Like, Jake is who he's always going to be. Jake is not going to be any different than what you've seen 3 years in a row. Chaz, at least we know he can do other stuff.
Chaz is a World Series hero.
Will we see at least 2 of them, the Gamble, Chaz, Jake triumvirate? Will we see at least 2 of them for 120 games this year?
No. Not with Dubon there. Not with Altuve, the left fielder there.
Yeah.
I said this last year.
Not with Jordan.
Why is Dubon a platoon player?
Dubon should be getting at least 100. He should get 100 starts a year in this lineup.
Oh, more.
Yeah, or more, frankly.
120, 130 starts in this lineup. he's better than those guys. Why do we just that's a platoon guy? No. He doesn't have to play every position. Put him in left field every day and let's go. Okay, put him in left field and let's see what happens.
Yeah, I'm fine with it. I like Mauricio Dubon.
And by the way,
clutch in him. I like him. He can field his position. He's got some speed and some range. I mean, I'm a Dubon fan. I'm fine with Mauricio Dubon getting 120 starts plus. That's fine with me.
Yep.
Oh well, on this team.
All right, a little Texans talk on the other side. 713-780-3776.
The Rockets are like, hey,
Rockets
don't talk about us anymore.
You know what everybody's talking about with the Rockets in basketball? Why does the NBA All-Star game suck so much? That's it. And how can you fix it?
And this is a long break, too.
This is a long break, man.
We don't get back to basketball.
They messed this whole thing up so bad. So bad.
Don't they do this every year? Forget about
it's not new.
The festivities, but don't we always wait till like Wednesday, Thursday for the game to start again? Isn't that how it always goes? Or is this different?
How long is the baseball? Baseball's what, 2 days after? 2 days
Do
after
they come
the
back
All-Star
on
game or
Wednesday?
3 days?
They come back on Wednesday, I think.
So it's 2 days after the All-Star game.
Yeah, I think there's one NBA game on Wednesday, and then the schedule kicks back in.
Oh, well, the Rockets don't play till Friday.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, let's break it here. Let's talk about my man Jim Fiume over at Gulf Coast Windows. You want to talk about greatness? You want to talk about the best? You want to talk about Premier? You want to talk about Pinnacle Award? Pinnacle Award is kind of a big deal. I keep on mentioning it. But when you get the Pinnacle Award from the Better Business Bureau, it just means that you're the best. It just means that you've done everything, because they take all of everybody, okay, who has written or has talked about the company, the positiveness. If you have any problems, Jim Fiume is going to make sure that it's fixed. The installation is going to be perfect. It's kind of a big deal when you're putting in windows, when you're replacing windows. And if you're replacing windows, why would you replace a window with a crappy window? You want the best window, be it that wood-clad window, aluminum window, hurricane window, or door, all of the sliding glass doors, or the French doors, double, whatever it is that you're looking for. Why not you get the best? Why would you get something that is not going to last? Why would you get something that you're still going to hear the noise, that's not secure, that's just going to be, and you're going to have to replace it again? Add value to your home. Add value. And, oh, by the way, save money with your air conditioning not escaping at GulfCoastWindows.com. 713-849-5454 or GulfCoastWindows.com. Tell Jim you heard it right here.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Okay, we'll get to some Texans talk. But first, Keith on a mobile is here. So we just had Keith.
Yeah.
He wants Alex Verdugo. Here's Keith on a mobile. Hey, Keith on a mobile.
Hey, guys. Do you guys know Myra?
No, Myra who?
My right nut.
It's not even. This doesn't even have anything to do with Keith. There was nothing free agent based.
That's
not,
Tom on a mobile.
It was not Myra. I mean, that's not even. That was
stupid.
terrible.
That's terrible.
That was terrible. Hey
Myra.
guys, we don't. That's one guy who gets that.
Yeah,
that's Tom on a mobile.
I thought it'd be better Keith on a mobile.
I did too. I would have done a good one. I would have said, hey guys, I just want to say of all the outfielders who are available, there are several backup catchers that we can look to add who can play in the outfield. Like you could have done something like that, or started doing some kind of football free agents and just come with somebody who's been out of football for 10 years. Myra. That's what we did. Myra.
Oh gosh, that's Tom. All right, stop with the hi guys.
It's a combination of Tom on a mobile and the girl from yesterday.
Are we sure Gilbert's okay?
I don't
want to Beetlejuice him and say his name 3 times and have him call and I need a nurse out here and then explain why he needed a nurse.
He called last week, right?
Did he?
Yeah. I believe so.
Making sure G Money's okay. We probably need to
call this week.
No,
we need
it's
to
only Tuesday, but not as of yet.
Run him a steak by there at some point.
But listen, Del, it's Monday and a half of a show. Okay,
things have changed. But since he moved into that place, he's not a daily caller anymore. So I wouldn't use the Monday absence as evidence. I think just things are different over there.
Yeah.
What
does that mean?
The revelation of why he needed a nurse was really.
We shouldn't have asked.
Yeah, that bummed
something.
Us out.
You just leave on. It's best unsaid.
Yeah. So the Texans. I'm looking at the Texans actually. Well, according to this, the Texans had under 3 minutes, under 3 million, 2.588 projected cap space. That's not going to get you a lot in free agency, but we do have a couple of guys. I don't know. I don't think the Nico Autry goes right. I don't know. I could see Shaq Mason, but do you think they give up in a hurry on Danico Autry when they need defensive line help?
No. Now he's not a guy who's going to help up the middle with run defense. He's a rusher, but he's a sub-package rusher. How did the Eagles win? One of the reasons the Eagles won a Super Bowl and one of the reasons that Tom Brady got beat by the Giants is they had 4 who could rush. This is the key. You don't want to have to blitz. You don't want to have to bring extras. And Autry is one of 4 who can rush. That's just it. Will Anderson. You got Anderson. You got Autry inside, bumped inside. You got Hunter on the outside. And you'll figure out. I don't know who the 4th rusher will be inside. Maybe still Edwards. Maybe they draft somebody. Who knows? But no, I don't think I'm with you, John. I don't think they do it because one of the recipes for success is having to be able to get to the quarterback with 4. And that's what Autry does. Autry, that's his specialty, is rushing a passer. He got off to a slow start because he didn't get a play. Like he was suspended. So no, I financially I would get it, but I just think from what they're trying to achieve, doesn't make any sense to get rid of him. Shaq Mason is the guy that you can find a replacement level player for Shaq Mason. He'll play to Shaq's level for substantially less. That's just the truth. Ruth.
So they're going to restructure. They'll restructure deals. They'll cut guys. They're going to save. So they're going to have a little bit more. Would you be okay with going into next season without Shaq Mason and having to move Patterson or Juice and going into it with Fisher and Titus and Tunsil and Juice and Patterson as your starting 5?
Well, I mean, I guess.
Kendrick Green. I mean, I'm assuming Kenyon Green is done, right?
Yeah, I don't think your guard. I don't think your starting right guard is on the. I don't think it's going to be Juice and Patterson, left guard and center. Yeah, Kenyon Green is there. You can scratch him off. I doubt he makes this team. There's really no reason to. He's not healthy. He's not confident. He's not playing well. I mean, I guess you could keep him for the purpose of backup, but he's not playing well when he's in. I don't know. Kenyon Green is kind of a sad story to me because he had all this potential and he just hasn't showed up at all. I mean, there's been almost no flash from him. The only time I was excited was in the preseason this last year, and that was it. So I don't think one of your guard positions, I don't think is on the roster. So you could look at free agency, you could look at the draft and find.
Well,
somebody.
that might be if in fact your plan is getting rid of Shaq Mason, then guard has to be a priority at 25.
Yeah, I don't think it has to be at 25.
Okay.
I mean, you can find starters.
Trade back and get a couple of have a couple second round picks.
Let me see who I've got some OGs who I think could come in and start right away, because you are going to, unfortunately, you do need him to come in and probably start right away. So
right away.
So
I wouldn't. Well,
I would
so
say
you don't want him at 25. You want to move back.
Guys who fit. Tyler Book will be off the pile. Donovan Jackson. I could see the Texans trading back and taking Donovan Jackson from Ohio State. Wyatt Milam in the late second or early third, if they were to push around from West Virginia, a tackle who I think can play guard.
Are these all guys that you think can walk in and start?
Yes, I think they can walk in and start. Yeah, I'm not telling you guys who I don't think can walk in and start. Now there's a guy named Charles Grant who has a lot of talent from William and Mary, but he's coming from William and Mary. It's a little bit of a jump. Probably needs a year of seasoning because he's going from tackle to guard in that particular case. There's a guy I like a lot from Oregon State named Josh Gray, who I think would be a nice fit, who I probably have rated a little higher than some other people, but he's somebody that you can get in the third, maybe fourth, probably fourth round. Tate Ratledge from Georgia. He's a big guy. He's tough, kind of average to me, but he's got traits. He's physical, and he's got what D'Amico likes, which is that he's wired with toughness and physicality.
Well, Nick does not take a guy from William and Mary. Period.
Why?
So you can get him off the board.
Why?
Nick does not. He just takes big school guys. Go look at his picks. All of them are all of his picks. All of them. He doesn't take William and Mary guys.
But the Patriots did. Cole Strange, UT Chattanooga. That's what
That's
Bill
why
Belichick
Nick is
did.
better than the Patriots.
Oh, okay. I got you.
Okay.
Small school guys work too. Signed Jerry Rice and Walter Payton.
Okay. 6th round picks work too. Signed Tom Brady.
Yeah, that's right. I love when people bring up those Tom Brady is. Yeah. I saw, Jason Brown, the coach from he's got his own little Twitter, his ex Twitter live show. And I saw a clip from it yesterday, and they were talking, I don't know who this guy was, and he was talking about Shiloh Sanders not getting invited to the combine. I'm like, so what? Shiloh can't tackle, he can't play. And this guy goes, look, I think he's a late undrafted player, but if I were talking to Shiloh, I'd tell him, who cares? These guys don't know. I'll just say squat about squat. The fact that you're not at the combine, they don't know. They don't have any idea what they're doing. Tom Brady was a 6th round pick. And all I can think of is every time somebody tries to use the greatest outlier in the history of sports, it's like they let Tom Brady go to the 6th round. Well, who's they? Most of these guys were in college or even younger when Tom Brady was drafted. He was drafted in 99 or 2000. It was 25 years ago. Some of these GMs weren't even scouts back then. Right. They were in college. So maybe they do know D about D.
So here's where Nick Caserio draft picks come from. Georgia, Notre Dame, USC, Ohio State, Oregon, Louisville, USC, Auburn, Michigan, Ohio State, Alabama, Penn State, Houston, TCU, Alabama, Notre Dame, Iowa State, Pittsburgh, LSU, Texas A&M, Baylor, Alabama, Florida, Stanford, Oregon State, LSU, Stanford, Michigan, Miami, TCU, and Arizona.
Power 5.
That's it. Well, yeah, Houston Yeah, he is from Houston.
Yeah, not a traditional power, but still.
Well, Houston
hometown
is,
guy.
yeah, Louisville. I mean, Pittsburgh.
Hometown
all
guy.
Power 5. That's all he likes.
Yeah, but not traditional. But your point is taken. Penn State, Alabama, Georgia. These are, these are traditional power type schools. USC, not as much Stanford, but they're a Pac-12 school. But yeah, your point is your point is your point. And I think D'Amico likes guys that, they typically are going to have better traits. Now, he is a traits guy: height, weight, length, speed. Belichick comes from the Bill Parcells school of height, weight, length, speed. You want guys who don't look like other. The idea from Bill Parcells is you want players who walk the earth. You want players who not many people who walk the earth look like them.
Right.
That's it's something like that. Is his.
Well, I would.
His thing.
In the guys that you named, I would probably bet it's going to be the Oregon or Georgia
guy. Tate Ratledge. Well, Oregon State. So it wasn't Oregon.
Oh, Oregon State.
I don't know if Oregon State falls in that same little thing.
They don't. Well, not anymore, but yeah.
But no, there's an Alabama guy. I'm sure they would love to have Tyler Booker, but he'll be off the board. And Donovan Jackson from Ohio State. That fits.
Yep. He fits.
He absolutely fits. Yeah, the first 3 guys I have rated are Booker 1, Donovan Jackson 2. I actually have them with the same grade. I have a late first on both of them. And then Tate Ratledge from Georgia and then Wyatt Milam. Now they drop down into the 62s, which means average starter. So I've got a pretty big jump from the top 2 to the next 2. But all 4 of those guys could come in and start. I'm not saying they would, not have their bumps, but at least you have more upside with them at guard long term than some of the guys. I kind of like Miles Frazier as a 4th round guard out of LSU. Joe Huber from Wisconsin in the 5th round. I mean, there's some guys you can find. I'm not 100% sure they're going to work out great for you.
Yeah,
some of them.
All right, let's break. Let's talk about this. Is the difficult decision, but we just heard Doc Manavis a little while ago, and she says if you're 50 years old, you need to go see her. Okay, chances are that your prostate is expanding. Okay, because you're 50 years old or older. You go in there and I don't know how many times you're getting up in the middle of the night. I don't know how many times you have to get up during the game and go to the bathroom. I don't know. Can you start and stop? Do you have this like overwhelming urge to pee and then, very little's coming out? You need Doc Manavis, okay? Because it could lead to liver problems, kidney problems, urinary tract infections, all of these things. You don't want that. If you have cancer, it's a different deal. Doc Manavis will refer you to somewhere else, but she's going to do an MRI, and then she's going to give you an IV, and that's going to be the process. MRI, IV, about 45 minutes. She wants you to hang out for a half an hour, and the process is over. No surgery. All the pain that's involved is putting in an IV. That's the way to do it. Do not get surgery if you have an enlarged prostate, because Doc Manavis is going to take a much, much, much better option. You need Doc Manavis. So if you got any of these symptoms, you need her. 975prostate.com, 975prostate.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back. Lance, what do you think about Kenneth Grant from Michigan?
Who?
Kenneth Grant.
Yeah, he's weird. I talked to his strength coach and also Sharon Moore, their head coach, about him. And he's going to test, like, he's on Bruce Feldman's freak list, which the Athletics, Bruce Feldman comes out with an incredible list where he talks to all the strength coaches around the country and he finds out who the biggest freaks are, like the guys who are going to run the fastest, jump the highest, the best athletes and the strongest guys and stuff like that. And Kenneth Grant is like up at number 2 or number 3. And I watch him and I was like, I mean, he doesn't really play like that all the time. And his testing, and I talked to Ben Herbert, he's with the Chargers now. He used to be at Michigan. He's one of the best in the country. He's unbelievable. And he's like, Lance, because he looks like a strength coach, bald head, goatee, rocked up. Like, strength coaches are just different. You know that, John. He's like, Lance,
they're maniacs.
That man is going to be one of the freak daddies that you've ever seen. Blah, blah, blah. And he was telling me all this testing he's going to do. I'm like, dang, I don't always see it on tape. And then I asked Sharon Moore about it, the head coach, because I was asking about an offensive lineman he has. And he said he just hasn't figured out that he's bigger and stronger than everyone else. He said once he stops trying to do little moves, like I'm going to try to hit him with this move or this move, and starts playing through guys with power, and he realizes, hey, I'm bigger, faster, and more explosive than all these other guys. He goes, he's gonna be a real problem. And so it reminded me of something J.J. Watt said in 2000, after his 2011 season, his rookie season. I had a chance. I was doing Z Report, which is the Chronicle blog that I was writing at the time. And Kevin Cooper invited me over and said, hey, Gatorade's doing this thing with J.J. Watt, but, one of the things is I can take a local media member and have him interview J.J. You want to come do it? I said, yeah, absolutely. So this is after his rookie season. Now, if you remember, and some of you won't, maybe you're not old enough to remember, you won't follow him. J.J. was not a popular pick here in Houston. People wanted Nick Fairley or, whoever they wanted. And some people were like, okay with it, but J.J. was not a popular pick. He was just like, he was okay. Well, he started off and he was pretty good, nothing special. And then all of a sudden, in the middle of the year, he just started he hit a different level. We started realizing, wait a minute, this guy's starting to dominate. And there was a game against the Colts where he had 2 15-yard penalties for one was a late hit and one was went down too low at a guy's legs because he basically beat a guard and was stumbling forward to make a sack. But he had this dominant game against the Colts early on. And then as the season went on, the last 6 or 7 games of the year, he was just played at a different level. And I asked him, I said, what happened? Why it seemed like something clicked for you? He said, well, at first I was trying to I was thinking too much and I was trying to figure out ways to beat my guy. And I was being reactive. He goes, then I started to realize there was a game where I started realizing, wait a minute, I'm stronger than this guy. I'm more explosive. I can get rid of him quickly. I can beat them. He kind of, in his own mind, he just had a confidence where he understood, wait a minute, I'm better than this guy. What am I doing? Why am I sitting back and playing to his level? I'm better than him. I just need to play at a higher level. And ever since JJ told me that, I realized that there's going to be players who are ready to play. JJ was pretty freaky athletically. If you go look at his combine testing, it was really, really good. Same way Mario Williams was, but JJ was way up there too. And those guys who have really freaky height, weight, explosiveness, length, those kind of traits, if it clicks for them mentally, they're equipped to dominate guys. And so Kenneth Grant is equipped to dominate players. He just isn't doing it yet. So this is where good scouts, where I'm not sure if I'm one of them or not, project him to be way better than he is. Like Michael Williams, the number, him, John, number, what was he for Georgia? Number 15, I think.
Yeah.
He's not as good as he's going to be, but if you look at all the traits he has and all the explosiveness and all the potential, he's probably in 3 years going to be way better than he is right now. So the job of scouting is to figure out who they're going to be in 2 to 3 years, not who they are right now. So Kenneth Grant right now, I think he's pretty good. Not as good as Mason Graham, but even Sharon Moore will tell you, if they both play to their very best capabilities, Grant will be better than Mason Graham.
You don't teach 6'3", 339.
Yeah,
either,
and by the way, he runs like he's going to run in a 4.8. Like you don't exactly. You don't. What he has, you can't teach it. You can't coach it. You can't train it. It's just not. He just has it.
What I am watching right now, and I was listening to you, but I am watching a Romanian fight in the octagon. 10 amateurs against 2 pro fighters.
Okay, send that video, please.
It is the 2 pro fighters are heavyweights. The amateurs are not. They're skinny.
These are things like we used to talk about. Remember this guy wrote that great article, How Many 12-year-olds Could I Beat Up Until They Overtook Me? Like, how many 12-year-olds would it take before they overtook me? And his number was something like he thought it would take 14. And he wrote an entire long paper about what he would do. He would really hit one as hard as he could in the face. Right off the bat, he would attack one to scare the others off. And he had a whole strategy of how he would defeat these 12-year-olds. What you're telling me is we're taking a hypothetical thing that we talk about at a bar, and somebody in Romania said, you know what? Yeah. Let's not talk about it. Let's be about it. Round up 10 guys, and let's get them against 2 guys.
I put it in I DM'd it. So who do you think won? Dell? 10 guys, 10 amateurs, all at once against 2 pros.
Okay, when you say amateurs, are they amateur fighters? You mean just people
they're
from
amateur
the street?
Fighters.
People from
they're amateur fighters, but they're all smaller than the big guys.
I'm going to go amateur fighters eventually, guys.
If I go by action movie rules, the 2 guys would win.
Yeah, but I think in real life they wouldn't.
So 2 trained MMA fighters versus, I don't know. I think fear kicks in for the amateurs, particularly if they take the other guys who was beating up 12-year-olds. If he punches one of those guys punches one right in the face, and they see blood, I'm gonna go with the two big dogs.
2 big dogs won.
Yeah,
2 big dogs.
I would think so.
Yeah, because a couple of them had I just got hit in the face. I'm done.
There's a certain point where you're like,
these amateurs are not.
I don't like get hit in the face either. I don't want to get hit in the face anymore.
These are guys who look like they don't want to be hit in the face.
Yeah,
by the way.
I'm sure they got paid a pittance to go in there and do it.
Ooh!
And then they realize this ain't worth it. I'm done here.
Yeah. No. I made a mistake. Getting in here.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. What you have to factor in that John didn't tell you is, they just knocked the big guy down. See, they're cutting away, John. I don't know. Like, do they break if one of the big guys goes down?
They don't let him stay on the ground.
Okay. Well, then the big guys end up having the advantage in.
Yeah.
But
both of them got knocked down, but they immediately the ref comes over and picks them up.
If they went by regular rules, then you would have 4 or 5 guys swarming them, and they wouldn't be able to get up and it would be over.
Right.
So you didn't tell me all the rules.
Well, I didn't. I wasn't there at the Romanian fight, so I know I didn't break it down.
It says Las Vegas. It was in Las Vegas. It says, unless Las Vegas is just the sponsor and they're trying to get. It could be Las Vegas.
It says it's Romania.
John, if you and Lance went back to back like in an action movie, and the rest of the staff here at 97.5 came after you.
Well, you got the big problem,
and you don't get the saving grace of if you go to the ground, you get back up.
Well, Paul is a huge problem.
Is he a fighter?
Paul's coming in. Yeah,
because
he's
Paul's
from Boston.
Coming in.
Paul's
not even looking. Paul's throwing haymakers without even looking.
Swinging as hard as he can.
And
Paul could do that just on a regular Tuesday if things don't go the right way.
Yeah, if his laptop screws up, you
never
know.
Paul's got some edge to him.
Yeah. Joel is going to be a problem.
Yeah, Joel will be a problem.
Brian with his size
big.
Is going to be a bit
size
of a problem.
Good gas out though.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think if Abigail and Sam came after us, we'd kick their ass.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. Now Abigail's pretty athletic.
I kind of meant full-time staff, but sure, you can include them as well. I meant the people who are here. Well, Sam, I guess, counts.
We could beat Alan if he were still here.
But he's an intern.
I know, but still.
We can't beat up on interns.
But if he ran up on us.
He's not going to. Okay. If you back to back, how long do you guys
We
last
could
against
kick the Wheelhouse's ass.
They don't work here anymore. That's great that you can do that, but they don't work here anymore. So you guys are lined up back to back, so no one can get behind you.
A lot of the sales staff would be in trouble against us.
Let's go.
The
full-time
Judy and Brenda.
The full-time.
Not out of them.
Stop saying you're going to beat up women. How about we stop saying that? The full-time.
I'm not messing with Charlotte because she's my girl.
Yeah.
Oh no, Charlotte. I'm not sure.
Charlotte listens to the show too, so I'm not. Yeah. And Charlotte and I have been known at some point to go to our special cabinets.
Have a couple drinks?
We'll go to our special cabinets on a Friday.
Full-time on-air staff.
Oh.
So it's Mapes, me, the Killer Bees, Gallant George.
I just don't feel like
Brian.
I feel like Mapes
and Michael Carroll.
Yeah, see, Carroll's too comedy. He's too comic book.
No, he's such a nice guy.
Yeah, you haven't heard him when he says, "Don't bother him at Super Bowl parties." There's a little anger in Michael Carroll that I did not know existed. So don't.
It's possible, but Mapes.
So we're talking about what is that?
Sean
7?
Mapes strikes me as a pacifist.
We're talking about 7. I think when you include me, Mapes, Brian, and then.
Do we have a week to train? And stretch?
Sure.
Yeah, but listen. Paul's going to be a problem. Joel's going to be a problem.
It's 2-on-7.
We're taking them out.
It's 2-on-7. Are you winning?
We got to take out Paul and Joel. Is the first thing we have to do. Is we have to somehow defeat them.
Yeah. I don't know.
It's going to be pretty tough 2-on-7. Let's do Judy.
Listen,
no, stop.
Listen,
stop
did you watch those, women? There's a stamina thing that's a problem.
Yeah.
Okay. Lance said, "Give us a week." What are you going to do? What's he going to do in a week?
Run this ramp up here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, sure.
That's how Walter Payton got good.
In a week?
Yeah.
Probably took at least 2 or 3 weeks.
After a full, he's been training his entire life.
I'm going to tell you this. I think Mapes might be a problem.
I don't think he is. I think he's a pacifist.
Oh,
he's got the hair and the headband.
Listen, if he could take some free shots at us, I think he might.
Mapes is. He was Kent State. He was out there flower power. I think Mapes is like.
Didn't bad things happen to those kids?
Yeah, but not because they attacked somebody in a fight in an octagon.
Jeremy, one shot to the face, he's done.
Wow, that's disrespectful.
We got to break HRP.
Now I've got to deal with this. I didn't think about this. I'm going to be up here working, and now the bees are going to come out, and I'm going to have to deal with this. They're going to be talking to me like,
well,
what did you guys say?
You showed deference to Joel.
You
show deference and respect to Joel. It's Jeremy he disrespected.
But why did you say one shot to the face and it's over?
Done. He's done.
That guy.
Okay. No. You insulted him a little bit. You got a little out of all yourself.
Let me ask you, who does he see on a regular basis?
Joel?
No. Okay. Less regular than Joel, but on the road.
Kelvin Sampson?
Sampson.
And the Cougs.
You don't think he's afraid of Kelvin Sampson? Everybody's afraid of Kelvin.
Joel may have, but not Joel, but Jeremy may have that dog.
You think he's adopted?
He may have
what
that
the
dog
program is about?
Osmosis. Yeah, you don't know that, John. You're dealing with. You see Kelvin and the Cougars all the time. He may have that dog in him.
Bang, bang, one shot to the face. Boom, done.
Well, it's disrespectful. That's all I'm going to say.
Just combine the breaks.
Can't do that. You guys got too many lives to do.
HRP right now. That's what we're going to do. I got to talk about disrespectful. You think Jeremy might file a complaint against me? Let's go. Okay, I'll take him on. I'll take him on in the with HR too. Let's go. Here's the deal. I'm just kidding, Jeremy. Just kidding. I hope you don't file a complaint against me because I'm nothing but love. Nothing but love for all the shows here. Here's the deal. You're looking for the best way to get HRP to your business. Just call them. Let them come and tell you what they're going to do for you. Let them tell you they're going to break down your business and go, well, here's where we can save you money. There's where we can save you money. I'm telling you, if you're trying to do your payroll yourself, or if you have an admin company, I mean, are you looking at the bottom line of it? Because they're like, oh, well, look at our payroll is this much. Oh, that's great. Wow, HR is this much. Oh, great. But then you get their 401k packages, you get their insurance and your benefits packages. You're like, wow, that's pretty expensive. That's the deal. That's what they're doing. Okay, HRP doesn't go about it that way. They do payroll, they do HR, they're going to do all your taxes, but they give you options for your 401k and your insurance packages. They're not making money off of that stuff. They are here for you, your business. They're your partners. Everybody who we have, they come and do testimonials. They talk about what a great partner HRP is for their business. They'll be a partner for you too. They're our partners. We love them. We love them. They are awesome, and you'll love them too. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
Let's talk about, speaking of enjoying the results, how about my friends over at Zadok Jewelers? The satisfaction that comes with seeing your wife or girlfriend or fiance happy when she opens a gift from Zadok Jewelers, it cannot be beat. And they cannot be beat when it comes to selection, when it comes to service. They're top of the food chain. They've been the best jeweler here in the city of Houston for 4 decades now, over 4 decades. They've always been on Post Oak Boulevard, but they recently, well, within the last few years, moved over to 1801 Post Oak Boulevard. This spot is beautiful, 28,000 square feet of jewelry, second level, completely designated for the bride and helping you with the engagement process. They've got people there. They've got experts who can help you find what you are looking for, what you don't know what you're looking for, but what is going to work. That's what their job is to do, is to make life easier for you. And your job is to show someone how much you love them. And you can do that with Zadok Jewelers. Anytime, any event, Mother's Day's coming up, birthdays, anniversaries, whatever the case may be, make sure that you go to 1801 Post Oak Boulevard or Zadok.com.
Hi, welcome back. Our final hour here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Not of our lives, so just today. And then Mopey and Mapes and the rest of the lineup. And we want to remind you once again, get to ESPN975.com and sign up for our golf tournament. It is awesome. It is on Fat Tuesday, Mardi Gras. It is the last day that everybody drinks. So we want you there. Put in the promo code EARLYBIRD to spend less money. But I'm telling you, it's a lot of fun. We're going to tee off at about 10:30. We want you out there, have fun. We've got Valencia's Tex-Mex. We've got Carbach Brewery. It is a good time had by all. Everybody has a great time, so we want you to come on out and hang out with us at Wildcat Golf Club. Food, drinks, everything. Let's go. For just $97. I mean, you're not going to get that kind of deal anywhere. You're just not getting that deal. Because whatever the green fee is, plus you're adding breakfast and lunch and drinks to it. What? Are you kidding? And then we're going to have all kinds of sponsors out there, and they give away all kinds of great stuff. It's fun. Let's go. 713-780-3776 is the number. We started the show this morning with Alex Bregman. And for those of you that weren't here at the beginning of the show, Alex Bregman has moved over to Boston. Alex Cora watched Alex Bregman for years play third base here. He saw Alex Bregman be a Gold Glove third baseman here. But Rafael Devers is their third baseman there. Well, Rafael Devers every year leads the league. He's the best in most errors. He is the most error guy at third base in the league. Last 5 years, he's given up 80 runs. So, it makes sense that Alex Bregman going over there, well, maybe Rafael Devers moves to DH. Well, here is the exchange yesterday between Rafael Devers and the media about possibly moving to DH to make way for Alex Bregman to play third base.
Good. So are you saying if they ask you to DH, you won't do it?
No.
Can you expand on that?
I play third.
So, isn't it their decision though? Isn't it the Red Sox decision, or is it a mutual thing, or?
Well, as a matter of fact, it's not a mutual thing because Alex Cora was asked about Rafael Devers not wanting to get off. I play third. He was asked about I play third, and here was Alex Cora's response.
He said when he signed the long-term extension that you guys said that he'd be the third baseman long-term. Do you think the relationship is strained right now? He doesn't seem happy that, the team has gone back on their word.
It's
strange between
different people here, right? There's a different leader here. So, Jaime is in St. Louis right now.
I love it. That is so much fun.
What he basically said was,
Yeah.
Well, he said he's upset because you may have gone back on your thing, and you said that he's going to be third. He played third. So But
I played third.
Did you? But you feel like you're going? So you're going back on it? So? And that's not me. That's not my. That's not my guy. My guy's Alex Bregman. My guy's on third. My team is on the court. Alex Bregman's my guy. Third base. Good for Breggy. I don't love that he's going to Boston. I'd rather he just died a slow death up in Toronto like George. Even though I love them. I mean that, I mean that obviously figuratively. Just watch their careers just kind of like, just quietly not impact us. And they can have, they can do really well. That's fine. I just want it to have no impact on the Astros. That's all. No offense, guys. I don't want you coming back to harm us. Same thing with Carlos Correa. Carlos Correa is not pointing at his watch against the Astros. No. There's nothing. Carlos has never harmed us. He's not in position to harm us.
I just love. He had a guy here in Altuve who he literally loves that guy, and he would move just to get him back here. And then he's got Diva, and he's got Rafael Diva, who won't get off third base, and he's the worst third baseman in baseball.
I played third.
I played third.
Well, yeah, no, you're still going to. We're just going to use you to hit sometimes, but you still play third.
Yeah.
You still play third, sir. You won't have to field as much this year.
Listen, when you are in the field, you'll play third, but otherwise, you're going to DH.
Yeah, but you play third. Yeah, we're gonna the roster. We're gonna list you as a third baseman.
Right.
On the team website.
Listen, some guys, and listen, you can't get into games because they would like to be a part of the game. They don't want to just sit there for, and not play the field.
Like your boy Jordan.
Jordan doesn't love it, but now Jordan says, "Put me and keep me there." You know what?
You know what I say? If I'm Dana Brown, James Click isn't here anymore.
Yeah.
Dusty's not here anymore, Jordan. Sorry.
Yeah. So listen, I play third.
I play third.
Okay, this just came down. NFL fan base tier list. And here are the categories: the best fans, great fans, okay fans, insufferable, and non-existent.
Non-existent, Jacksonville. Oh, is this NFL?
Yeah, there are 5 non-existent. Yes.
Okay, so Jacksonville's 1. Carolina 2.
Carolina's there. Jacksonville's there.
Okay.
Duval.
Yeah. Duval. Well, one of them's really obvious.
It's not the Bengals. Hold on. Let me go. Not the East. And the AFC East, not the AFC East. Not the NFC East, not the NFC. No, not the NFC South. Tennessee.
Tennessee is not. They have no.
You can't say the Raiders. Chargers.
Chargers are there, and
not the Rams, though, right?
Not the Rams. The Cardinals
Arizona.
And the Commanders.
Oh, Commanders. Okay.
Yeah. So, yeah, those are the non-existent. I think you can name the insufferable.
Insufferable is going to definitely be Philadelphia and Dallas.
There's 3 more.
Okay, Philadelphia and Dallas. I'm going to say I don't think Ravens are in there. What about 12s? What about Seattle? They're kind of annoying.
Nope.
Okay. 49ers.
Nope.
Well,
Chiefs.
Okay, because they win. Bills are fine. Jets, no one cares. Dolphins, no one cares. Are the Dolphins in the doesn't exist?
No, they're just no. Then and you know what? They should be, but
not
they're
Falcons, not Bucks, not Hoot A's. I don't think it's Steeler fans. Who is it?
Giants.
Oh,
and Patriots.
Oh yeah.
Patriots.
Yeah, actually, that's a good list.
Basically, it's if you win or you're the Cowboys. One of those two.
Or the Giants.
Well, the Giants have got a couple of Super Bowls in the last.
It's been a while.
Okay, fans. Dolphins. What? I don't know about this.
Wait, okay fans?
Just okay fans.
Well, they're going to have
I think we're in there.
Base because they were a national team years ago, and that gets passed down from generation to generation. Your fandom, like they were a great team in the 70s, so people who grew up being Dolphin fans then probably pass down to their kids. I've seen that.
Do you really think it's a good fan base, though?
I think it's a more national fan base than you think because of their history, that people will root for them because of it being passed down from their parents. They're fine.
Yeah, it's a while ago now, though.
Yeah, but fandom gets passed down from from parents to their kids, and it lasts.
But I think this is more, and I don't agree with one of these. I think this is more. Yeah, they do have a history, and they do have but they're not showing up now. Okay, they're not really supporting the team now. The Bears are in this. Okay, fans. The Raiders, the Falcons, the Jets, the Rams, and the Broncos, which I'm not sure I agree with the Broncos. They are still selling. They're still the number one attraction in Denver, and it's not even close. So I'm not sure that they're in there. How about this? Great fans. Saints, Ravens, Bengals, Bucks, 49ers, Browns, Texans, Steelers, Tennessee, and Indy.
And what list is that?
This is the great fans.
I don't know that I consider our fans great. I think we're good.
Yeah.
I don't know about great. I just don't think we've had enough opportunities to get hyped. Like, I almost think it's not really the fans' fault. What exactly has this organization really built to a fever pitch?
Yeah. Well, forever they had the waiting list. They sold out every game. Not that everybody showed up, but I think that's a part of it too. I mean, even still, it's hard to get people to go out there and be, and get behind them. I mean, I wouldn't say this is a great fan base. It's nice. That's great that they think like that, but I would think Denver is a better fan base. I mean, when Denver played here, they had half the stadium here. I mean, so I don't know.
Bill O'Brien blamed Denver fans for his outburst, remember?
Yeah.
They were so fervent in their belief in their team that they forced our former head coach to curse him out.
Yeah, right.
At least by his story.
And then the best fans, Lions, Vikings, Bills, Packers, Seahawks.
The Vikings?
Lions, Vikings. Yeah, they do all that skull stuff.
They are. They're there.
Active. They're active, yeah. Without being too annoying, I don't think. Vikings and Packers, the old, and then who else? Lions.
Bills.
Yeah, Bills fans are good ones. Our Lions, isn't this a kind of a Johnny come lately? They've always been good.
And
Seahawks are good. Yeah, they're good fans.
Do the people who made this list know that Texan fans have been asked by the head coach and the quarterback in multiple ways to show up to games?
I don't think
they
do.
Can you guys please come out?
Yeah. Do they know that exists?
Hey, CJ, what's it like in your rookie year? Man, this has been great. We just feel really blessed. I got to thank my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ for putting me in position to ask the fans to come to games, which is what I'm doing currently. This is really going to get hyped, man. We are getting so hyped here, and it's going to really get hyped when the fans, hopefully they'll come out to the next game. When he said that as a rookie, I was like, they'll come, CJ. It's just going to take a little while. They're pretty. We just got through with Cully and Lovey and Bill O'Brien and Jack Easterby. So it's just going to take a little while, CJ, but it'll be fine. People will come to games. And by the end of last year, they were going to games. They were at the playoffs. Don't worry, we'll be there at the playoffs. Everything's fine.
Right.
What do people not yell swarm?
They do yell swarm.
Do people not yell first down?
That's another Texans.
First down. This is why we're on the best fans.
Yes.
Or almost the
what
best
about
fans.
when they sell their tickets to opposing fans?
Well,
where does that rank you?
Put you on okay fans.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, why the hell's all the Patriots fans here? Swarm. I played dirt.
Yeah.
Hey, you better not sell your tickets to the other fan base and make up enough money to recoup most of your season ticket cost. Hey, I played third. You do what you do, Texans.
And when they ask Texans fans to not do that, this is what they say.
I don't know where that's from. I just don't know. I just don't know, Dale. That's ridiculous. Playing that in this situation, in this economy.
I could play this.
You know the price of eggs right now, and you're playing that?
Yeah. Have you seen the price of eggs? And you're playing
No,
this
I haven't.
nonsense
I
in
haven't.
this economy?
But I haven't because the stores ripped down the prices because there are no more eggs to sell. So I don't see the price of eggs.
There are just at the store the other day. It was expensive.
I saw Costco. I saw people not running, but they're in the Costco buying droves of eggs.
I know. Like, do you
Had to
people
buy 'em
really
all,
eat
like
this,
paper
this many
towels.
eggs?
Yeah.
No. Just like when COVID hit and there was a run on paper towels.
Yeah.
You're like, they're threatening you had to wipe your butt with leaves outside. Like,
you had to go outside.
Like, what are we doing? Why are y'all hoarding the toilet paper?
Because we won't have them.
We're not. COVID's going to eat the toilet paper. Oh, no. Nicole, hurry up. Remember you couldn't get hand sanitizer for like 7 months?
Well, at least
then
that
you
made
found
some sense.
some guy that was running bootleg hand sanitizer somewhere. He was popping trunk and selling hand sanitizer and toilet paper. Those guys were hustlers. And your boy Chad, what did he do, John?
What? What did he do?
Mask, the guy who bought masks. Remember, Chad was smart.
Oh, he did. Yeah, he had boatloads from China come in. Oh yeah, my boy knows how to make money. That's for sure. That is for sure.
What you
All
say?
right, we got a break.
There's a pandemic coming. Order
John,
up some masks from the Chinese.
Oh, listen, if there's a gigantic oil spill, Chad.
CP
on the
sorbents.
As long as there's something that is catastrophic, Chad is making some money now.
CP sorbets and masks.
That's right. That's right. Hey, John Daspit, hopefully something catastrophic didn't happen to you, but John Daspit is here for you.
Yeah, actually, it happens all the time. Unfortunately, people at work who lose limbs, loss of life. You know, John Daspit has had to work with families who have had a breadwinner, a father, a husband, lose his life or her life at a workplace where it's a dangerous workplace, but there was negligence that ended up resulting in loss of life. And you now have to deal with an unbelievably difficult situation of not just dealing with the grief of losing a loved one, but also moving forward afterwards to make sure that that family is okay. And that's what John Daspit and his law firm that they do so well is they work with you on those catastrophic issues where they will make sure that the insurance company does the right thing. And the right thing is going to be taking care of every possible cost now and in the future when you lose that loved one through someone else's negligence. And he gets strong results. I'm just going to say it flat out. Winning is not enough for John Daspit. He is going to run up the score if he needs to, because he's going to make sure that you are taken care of. And he doesn't care about the insurance companies. They are in cahoots a lot of times with some personal injury lawyers because they just want to get things settled quickly and move on to the next case. And trust me, those insurance companies love working with certain personal injury lawyers. They don't love working against John Daspit because John Daspit's going to fight for you, not for them, but for you. And he's going to put on a good fight. And that guy has an amazing winning percentage. 713 call now. That's a phone number. If something catastrophic or something just major happens to you on the roadway, the workplace, there's loss of property. There's so many different things that you need to take a look at daspitlaw.com. But just know when it's time to make that call, 713, call now.
Time for a little game day men's health. Those are I like them. I'm telling you, I really love what they do for me. I feel great, and I haven't felt this good for a while now because it's not cookie cutter. The other places are just, all right, come in, give us your money, get your shot, and get out. Okay, how you feeling? Everything good? Okay, bye. Every 6 months or so, they'll do some tests on you. That ain't game day. And game day is going to work with you to reach your goals, be it skinnier, be it stronger, be it more mentally acute, be it better sexually, whatever it is that you're looking for, they are going to be there for you, and they're going to have a plan for you. And I just love it. I love what they've done for me, and it's been perfect. A lab right there. No charge to come and find out whether or not you need testosterone or whatever peptide to make you be better. Everything about it. Game day is just better. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. A bunch of you guys have already gone. Let's go. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Feel your best. GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 is the number. If you'd like to get in here, 713-780-3776 to hang out with us. We talked a lot of Texans. We talked a lot of Alex Bregman and Rafael Devers. We've talked about a lot of different stuff. Anything that you want to get in, but I would hurry because this show is running out of time. You got Dell's show coming up next. You've got all day, all right here on ESPN 97.5. Thanks for joining us this morning here on the show. Is there anything that we might have missed that you might like to talk about? You can do that as well.
Did you see Caitlin Clark's agent?
Yeah. I think he's right.
Yeah, he's 100% right. Her agent.
Did you see how much she made for Indianapolis?
Is Erin Kane? Erin Kane might be a female, actually.
Did you see what she generated for the city of Indianapolis?
No.
$36 million. Almost 27% of the league's economic activity was due directly to Caitlin Clark.
How do they figure that?
More people, all the people that came, all the people that I guess watched their broadcasts. But
you're saying economic impact for the
city of Indianapolis.
Yeah, that's what I'm curious how they figure that out.
Well, it was Steele pointed to an Indianapolis Star interview with an Indiana University Columbus economist that estimated she generated that for the city.
Well, no, I'm sure that's where it came from. I always wonder. I've seen that with the impact of a Super Bowl, the impact of a World Cup, now the impact of Caitlin Clark. I'm trying to figure out how they figure it. I'm sure there's a way that they do it because you can't say, okay, well, parking is this. Well, I guess separate parking lots, aside from the ones that are owned by the team, yes, that's technically for the city, even though it's not really. I mean, it's really for one parking lot owner and maybe some of the employees that they hire. So it's not a big impact. But restaurants, bars, hotels, those are typically rental cars. Those are typically the big hitters. And I'm wondering, is there a bunch of people who come from out of town to Indiana games? Like, I don't feel like that would be the case.
I don't know what he based it on. He's an expert economist. But
I've dabbled.
Yeah. So, but here's something. I wasn't aware of this. WNBA players have opted out of their collective bargaining agreement.
Yeah.
And now they have October 31st as a deadline to avoid a potential work stoppage. I thought I said it last year. It's dumb. We all signed a collective bargaining agreement before the TV deal came out. And then the TV deal comes out, and before Caitlin Clark comes out, they do a TV deal. It's like, wow, y'all are losing a bunch of money here.
Caitlin Clark is so much like Tiger Woods. It's unbelievable. Now, Tiger is better in terms of like Asia Wilson. Like Tiger, very quickly was the best player in golf. Caitlin Clark is not the best player in basketball, but her impact is very Tiger-like in that when Tiger came aboard, brand new people started watching a product that hadn't watched before, and the amount of money that was generated for the purses was astronomically higher. And the same thing is happening with Caitlin Clark. She, the highest attendance in more than 20 years, her first year in the league. You talk about the, all the numbers that have been generated are off the charts. So even if you don't like her, or more importantly, you don't like the fans of Caitlin Clark, because that's really, I've come to find out that most people don't dislike the people and players as much as a lot of times they dislike the fans of those people. You don't dislike Dallas Cowboys as a team as much as you don't like Dallas Cowboy fans or Eagles fans or Patriots fans. That's how it works a lot of times. But Caitlin Clark is going to, when it's all said and done, the mere existence of Caitlin Clark is going to create, this is the Andre Johnson contract all over again. Andre's uncle signed a not very good deal with the Houston Texans, and Andre wasn't happy about it the very first year. And Rick Smith, to his credit, went back and went, all right, we got over on your uncle. We'll redo your deal. We don't have to. It's 1 year in, but we'll redo your deal and do something fair. The players, the WNBA, really, now that they opted out, the WNBA is going to be like, all right, we thought we got y'all on this one. We've been getting over on y'all for years, but fine, here's a more equitable deal. And Caitlin Clark will have raised the salaries for every woman across the league, and it's not even going to be close. So the impact that she's going to have financially for these women to make a living playing their sport is going to be, it's going to be astronomical. Ain't nobody have to say thanks to her. No one said thanks to Tiger Woods, but there's an acknowledgement in the sport. Everyone around golf knew how important Tiger was. That's for sure.
Dawn Staley, when they won the title, acknowledged Clark for what she'd done. Now, this was back in her final game in college, but even Dawn Staley, the winning coach, made sure she mentioned her. And Erin Kane's a woman. The agent is a woman.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, she's changing it. You're right. She's not the best player like Tiger was, but she's making them the most money, and maybe they can appreciate her a little. I know it's so hard for them to appreciate.
But first and foremost, there should be an appreciation. And once they get to know her at all-star events, like she's doing the smart stuff. No, I'm not going to participate in this shootout at the NBA All-Star game. I'm doing it at the WNBA. Those are all smart things. Keep your league first.
Well, what about her not joining the 3-on-3 and helping all of the players in that little endeavor?
Well,
I would imagine there was some hard feelings there.
Too bad. She's already doing it with the collective bargaining agreement in this.
I think
is
the
side
message
money anyway.
For her is the W first, which
smart.
I think that's the message. Hey, I'm a WNBA player first.
It's smart, and you'll see, and she'll have right now. This is pretty normal. There were a lot of golfers, John. You remember this, who didn't really love Tiger Woods when he first came in. They're young, they're brash, they're different. They're given all this attention right up front before they've even done anything. Tiger had a tremendous amount of attention because he was a star from the time he was 3 years old on Johnny Carson. Then was on That's Incredible, and then was winning at Stanford, and ESPN was featuring him, and Sports Illustrated, and there was jealousy and some of that, but you get over it, and the same thing's going to happen with her. You'll have your Twitter fights where her fans will fight other fans, and it's going to be a dumb thing, but I think WNBA fans will be, and I think the players are going to be appreciative. You don't have to go up and say thank you, but I think there'll be a recognition. But right now they're competing against her. They want to beat her. Y'all think she's the queen and we're the sorry people? You remember how Curtis pushed back when that lady tried to get rid of his bacon?
Yeah.
Hey, what the hell's going on here? Bacon is good for me. And she thinks she's the queen and we're the sorry people. And what happened? Then eventually, by the end of Wife Swap, Curtis was okay with that lady.
It's a good analogy, I think.
Yeah, if you've seen the clips of the show.
Well, only because I love the sorry people thing. Yeah, right. It's a good analogy.
Do you still have that cut? Do you have all the cut by any chance? So in Wife Swap, when I say that, there's this really country ass family, right? And they're all good old fashioned, down home, Southern white folks, right? They got their refrigerator full of, food that tastes good. This might not.
You hover above, rain hell
what I was asking
below.
for, Del.
Killing them hogs real nice and slow. Brett Myers gonna throw that gas down around your knees, put you on your ass.
I meant
Rebels, bringing the muskets and bringing down death on us. Rebels, keep everybody in bondage. Oh, way down south in the land of cotton, old times there are not forgotten. Look away, look away.
It's not what I was referring to.
It is kind of.
I was referring to the show Wife Swap, where a black couple with, I guess they had one child, maybe. They must have one child. So they take two moms to switch places with families. And so this like college educated, prim and proper, eat healthy black mom, she comes over to this down home Southern white
hillbillies.
family. Yeah, well, I mean, kind of. And then the other mom, and I don't even know what happened with the other mom and the other family. I guess it was fine. I know this, when the black mom tried to come in and she goes, oh my God, look what's in the refrigerator. We're getting rid of this. And then she threw away, and there's this little chunky white kid named Curtis, and he just ran the house. They called him King Curtis, and his mom and dad just enabled his little snotty behavior. And they called him King Curtis. And King Curtis immediately had problems. Here's King Curtis talking to, here's a little bit of the Wife Swap show where we reference she thinks she's the queen and we're the sorry people.
No, I want my bacon. I gotta tell you something. Bacon is good for me. This is very
You're gonna be going to the grocery store.
She thinks out of the blue she's a smart little girl that she can do whatever she wants. No, that's not how she can do it in our family. She's act like she's the queen and we're the sorry people.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's the same thing. They look at Caitlin Clark as she thinks she's the queen and we're the sorry people.
Well, in this instance, Caitlin's right.
She thinks she's a smart little girl. I like how that little white kid was calling a woman,
a grown woman
who's a smart. She thinks she's a smart little girl.
Out of the blue.
Out of the blue, she thinks she's a smart little girl. And he went and took his bacon out of the trash can and put it back in the.
Do we have an update on Curtis?
Yeah, he actually chilled out. Yeah, of course. I Googled it immediately, and it's a terrible story. He apparently chilled out after the show, and he's much more mild-mannered now.
Is he skinnier?
I don't know. I haven't done a deep dive on Curtis for about 3 years. Well, but I wanted him to stay just as sassy as he was and to be a meme. But kids aren't. There's an age where kids are no longer cute and they're not even good.
Yeah. I mean, King Curtis.
Usually about 14.
That was about 15 years ago. The show came out.
That long ago?
Yeah. There's a picture side by side of what he is now versus what he was then. He's got a buck in the back of his truck.
Oh yeah, that checks
Mm-hmm.
out.
He's got the camel shirt on. Yeah, Curtis is what you might think Curtis would be when he grew up.
But apparently, King Curtis is not he's not super entitled now anymore.
Not as sassy because he's grown up.
Oh, I don't. He did not like a black mom coming into his little country ass home and trying to throw away his bacon. That did not go well with King Curtis. Matter of fact, in the show, he packs his suitcase up. He puts a bunch of stuff in his suitcase and starts pulling his suitcase down the country road like he was leaving. And like every kid who tries to run away, he realizes, this ain't gonna work. I got to turn it around and come back. But in the end, everything was fine. And she got them to eat like Triscuits with some cheese whiz on it or something. I think that was as healthy as King Curtis would go.
All right, let's break. Is he any relation to King Butter? No?
Nope. No relation.
Now you have to explain who King Butter is.
No, I'm not going to.
Time for you to talk about taquerias.
Taquerias Arandas. Are you going for breakfast tacos? I'm not going to eat solid food for 4 straight days. And it makes me so mad because my son yesterday asked me about going and getting Dad, let's go have those
remember that fajita steak that they have? Oh, the carne guisada. That's what you're talking about over at Taqueria Sarandas. And yeah, they've got it available for you, and they want you to come in and have some authentic, real refried beans, right? Some Spanish rice, some tortillas. You set yourself up, you cut it up, you cut the carne asada, you make yourself your own little taco, or maybe you just get fajitas. You order the fajitas, or you order shrimp, the stuffed shrimp that they have that is wrapped with bacon. Bacon is good for you, and they've got that available for you as well. There's a lot of different menu items to choose from, whether it's lunch or breakfast or dinner. You're going to find food that is right for you. You're going to find a dish to try for you, but you also want to try some different things out. And they have their Taqueria Saranda specialties as well, items that they want you to discover. And they put it right there in the specialty item. To me, if they say it's their specialty, you need to try one or two of those items for sure, because you might find something that you love that you've never had before. Authentic Mexican food at very, very reasonable prices. You can still get that right here in the city of Houston at Taqueria Sarandas. Locations all over the city of Houston for lunch, for breakfast, for dinner. Taqueria Sarandas.
That's Kent Jones right there. That's Dream Rate Mortgage. I'm in the middle of we're in the middle of getting a house in LA, and it's just a wow. There is so much to do, and you can't blame the banks because they want to make sure that you're going to be, but it's such a hassle. A broker is the way to go. A broker handles all of, I mean, especially Kent Jones. Kent Jones is just awesome at taking care of business for you. There's so much to do. There are so many papers. There's so many fees and this and that and everything. And oh, by the way, you don't know when you want to put down, you want to declare that this is the interest rate that you want. Kent Jones can walk you through all those things, especially if you're a first-time buyer. If you're going to get a home for $100,000, $200,000, $300,000, $400,000, man, Kent Jones is the way to go. We're talking about savings that have been, I can't say the numbers, but I'm telling you, substantial numbers for you to save money. And Kent Jones has done it. I've seen the testimonials. I've seen our people are going to Kent Jones and saying, "Hey, Kent, John was talking about it. I want to see it." And they go, "Wow, it's real. It's real what Kent Jones does." Don't do this thing yourself. You don't know the mortgage game. Kent Jones is going to cost you. He's going to save you money. So I'm telling you here and now, if you're going to buy a home or you're thinking about it, he'll even give you a quote over the phone about where payments are going to be. Dream Rate Mortgage, 975loans.com. That's 975loans.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You know what song that is, Dal? You know who's singing it?
Well, I played it. Yes, I do. It's labeled. Yeah. It's Queen, okay. Detroit Rock City.
Yeah. Yeah. One of my first concerts I ever saw. The second concert I ever saw.
You also saw Kiss?
Huh?
You saw Kiss, Knights in Satan's Service?
Yep.
Everyone said that when we were in school.
Yep.
You're not supposed to watch Kiss. It's Knights in Satan's Service.
Well, I was there.
What about Wasp? We are Satan's
I was there
people.
to clean it up.
Wait, why is it is Kiss. Why is this labeled Queen?
Kiss. I know, it's Kiss. It's not
I know
Queen.
It is Kiss, but it's labeled Queen in the
system.
Does that sound
like
reason.
Freddie Mercury would sing? Freddie Mercury would sing behind this?
No, it doesn't.
It's not.
No,
it's Kiss.
That's the dude with the tongue, Gene Simmons.
I remember. Just someone threw it in there, labeled it wrong.
Ace Frehley. See, I didn't like Kiss when I was a kid, but you had to pick your favorite guy from Kiss. So I was Ace Frehley. Some people were that guy who wore the cat whiskers, and then most people would say Gene Simmons.
Yeah, Gene Simmons was filthy dirty. I liked him. That was my guy.
That doesn't surprise me.
Yeah. The other guy was.
Were you Tommy Hearns? Were you Tommy Hearns, Marvin Hagler, or Sugar Ray Leonard?
Hagler.
See, I was Hearns. I was a Kronk guy.
No.
Tommy Hearns was my guy. I almost cried when he lost. Like, had there only been 12 rounds, he would have beat Sugar Ray. Then he got knocked out in like the 15th or whatever it was by Sugar Ray. Horrible.
Hey, I met Sugar Ray a couple months ago. And there were all kinds of guys there. The only one I wanted to meet was Sugar Ray. That was such a great time. Such a great time for boxing.
It's unbelievable. Sugar Ray, and they fought each other. Like it was Hearns,
at their
Hagler,
peak.
Duran, and Sugar Ray, and at their peak, they all just did a roundabout, just scrapped it out.
No, it was awesome. Let's get Gus in here. He wants to talk about economic impacts. What do you say, Gus?
Hey guys, we've spoken before. We're from Houston, but we have a couple of restaurants out here in Indianapolis.
Oh yeah,
yeah. I can definitely tell you that we see more people because where our restaurants are, and Lance, you know the city, so we're not directly by Gamebridge. We're in a district called Mass Ave,
Mass
which is a
Ave
little
is
bit
awesome.
Off the ways.
Yeah, you'd like Mass
Thanks,
Ave.
yeah,
That's a really cool spot.
You got to stop by next week, man. You got to come check out the
Hit me up
spot.
on Instagram or whatever, and I'll come by and have dinner there.
Absolutely. Yeah. So, I mean, we see a lot more people coming in from really all over the country. Like, obviously, a lot of people from Iowa come in from the Fever games, but just WNBA fans. We see some more impact on those games than we do on Pacer games. But also, I'm sure it's a function of there's less games, and it's newer with Caitlin Clark. And also, you guys got to check out the practice facility they're building for the Fever, like a multi-million-dollar practice facility that they're building in the city of Indianapolis. So, and to your point, we also kind of wonder where they get those stats as far as like economic impact, but we definitely see more traffic during Fever games and post Fever games than we see for Pacer games sometimes.
Yeah, I guess that does make sense because you go, especially service industry, food and liquor, and maybe hotels, because people will come down from, there's spots 30 and 40 minutes outside of downtown, and they may just come down and make a night of it, pre-game, post-game. Yeah, I guess that does make some sense for areas like Mass Ave that are right there around the corner.
Gus, what should Lance get when he's there?
What's the what?
What should he eat?
What do I eat?
No, what should Lance
from
when
your
he
restaurant
comes to your restaurant?
So what's there for Lance to eat? I'm sorry, but I can barely hear you. I think John, you're not on your headphones today.
He said, what should I eat? What should I order when I go to your restaurant?
Oh, yeah, man. So, obviously we'll have some Master DeBell for you because I'm sure they're still a sponsor. So we have one. One of the restaurants has like 80 bourbons on the wall and 60 tequilas on the other. And then the Italian spot, my favorite thing is the wood oven chicken. We buy a local wood whole chicken. We brine it for 14 to 16 hours, bake it, and then we finish it in the wood oven with some roasted carrots and lemon or aioli. We buy pasta from a local, we source it locally, so it's all fresh pasta. So we try to do as much local as we can. It's all chef driven and stuff. It's right up Lance's spot. And then John, you're a meat and potatoes guy. So we have a fine 14 ounce, New York strip that you love. So
Oh, I like New
I
York
like
strips.
it. I can go pasta too now. Okay. Don't
Oh,
underestimate my pasta ability.
Don't put him in a box.
Don't put him in a
Gus.
box, Gus.
The
Don't put
cacio
baby in a corner.
pepe, the cacio pepe you love, and the carbonara is also awesome. So,
Do you have Coors Light?
I mean, yeah, of course, and on draft and in a nice can with the cold blue mountains tell you when it's perfectly nice
see
to
that,
drink.
John? You should go watch a Fever game.
I'm coming. I'm going to go to a Fever game, and I'm going to come.
Yeah.
I'm gonna come.
And John, there's the sports bars that you like in LA. They have those here too. If you want to go to that,
they have. No, well,
Gus listens.
Okay.
Gus listens to the show.
I know he listens to the show.
Religiously. Yeah, no, religiously. I've been listening to you guys. Lance, I used to write fantasy.
Gus breaking up here.
I think he said he used to get my fantasy football.
Gus is talking about my phone. That's what you get, Gus. That's what you get for talking about my phone.
Gus, what are your 2 restaurants called? If people want to head out there, since you're
yeah. So actually, you guys actually helped us out because the traveling Texans came to the Oakmont last year.
Nice.
When the Texans were in town. So one's called the Oakmont, and the other one's called Vicino, which means neighbor in Italian because it's right around the corner.
Yeah, Vicino. Yeah. That's great, man. That's awesome.
Yeah.
That is awesome, Gus. Thanks for listening to the show. And hey, hook a brother up, Lance. Get on over there. Get that chicken.
Yeah, you don't have to hook me up. I got a per diem. The NFL will pay for it.
The NFL.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Yeah.
We'll
make
hook
sure.
them up. I'll hit you up. I'll hit you up on Instagram today, Lance.
You got it. Perfect. Well, they'll pay for it up to a certain number.
Well, I like that. I like that you're gonna. Well, I didn't say hook you up with free stuff.
Well, he can send something to the table if he wants.
Now, when I go, that'll be different. I don't have an NFL expense account.
Yeah.
Like you.
Yeah.
I'm not fancy.
You have Wendy's account.
I'm not. No, I don't. Wendy has Wendy's account, and Wendy spends that and then some. Okay. You don't understand. You don't understand the whole Wendy situation.
Both of his restaurants have good ratings.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's great. I love that. That is awesome. He's listening to the show from Indianapolis. I love that.
Yeah, I'll stop in. Indy actually has some pretty decent food. Not that old ratty ass steakhouse that they claim is the big deal.
Well, everyone sits there and they
get the shrimp cocktail.
sit at the bar and all the conversations that are had. They're so special.
Now it is. There's a ton of. It's just, if you are from Texas and you like steaks, you can't go there because their steaks are like choice. They're not even prime. They're choice. They're small. They're not cooked great. They don't have great season. Like, if you're from Texas, just don't even waste your time on a steak. Their whole thing is everyone goes there. All the GM, you see whole teams are having dinners because it's just turned into a thing where you go there and you've got the guys dressed in their little tuxedos serving you or whatever. And then I'm like, yeah, but what about the food? This isn't all that good. What are y'all wasting time here for? What about you had the shrimp cocktail? Yeah, they just put way too much horseradish in their cocktail sauce, so it burns your nose up, and that's supposed to be like a cool thing to you, man. I'm not trying to have. I'll go to Oakmont. I'll go to Oakmont and get a salmon. Man.
All right, let's break it and get news. Oh, the weird in here, but first, a little Gulf Coast Chevy.
Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC. What is going to be your purchase? What is going to be your lease? What is going to be your decision when it comes to finding the right vehicle for you? Well, might I suggest the GMC today? And the GMC heavy duty pickup is something that people are really into right now. And it's at Gulf Coast Chevy GMC, or Chevy Buick GMC. If you're looking for a truck that's hardworking and it's got serious power, the GMC heavy duty truck is for you. And right now, when you buy the GMC Sierra heavy duty Denali model, you are going to get 5.9% APR financing for 84 months for well-qualified buyers. Listen, 84 months allows you to spread the payments out. You're going to keep this thing. You're not looking to get rid of it after 5 years. No, you're going to keep it for a long time. It's a heavy-duty truck. This way, you get the payments lower, which is something that you may be looking for. Now's the time to get to Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC in Angleton. Pick up your new Sierra pickup truck from GMC and find anything and everything on the lot that makes sense for you. They'll do you a great deal. They'll make it super easy. It'll be a fun experience, not a stressful one. And they'll always make sure to give you the very best trade-in value that you can possibly find. GMC, we are professional grade.
stuffed tigers, zebras, and other animals, I mean real animals that have been taxidermy animals, are moving to new homes because of arsenic exposure that forced the close of the South Dakota Museum. Do you want an elephant that has been exposed to arsenic?
I don't want an elephant. What am I going to do with that?
Put it in your front yard.
I got an HOA.
They would love that.
No, they don't even love when they can see your garbage can from the street. They write a letter.
They don't want you to have an elephant. Is that what you're saying? That's so
They
dumb.
don't want you to have an elephant. If you dare to leave a garbage can exposed to the street, a letter's written. Hey, I know spring has just started. There's a little pollen on your steps. Letter. They don't mess around.
HOAs can be rough. Our first producer, Del Rusty, he was about close to 5 feet. John, you think he hit 5 feet?
Maybe
5'2".
Maybe 90 pounds.
He's exactly what a jockey looks like, right? So Rusty couldn't have been more different than our show. We were both pretty young when we started the show, and
he was 90.
Rusty was he was probably in his 50s, but was trending towards 80. Well, he looked older than that, and he acted like he was literally an 88-year-old. Rusty would walk around. First of all, he had two things he loved to do: go to West Oaks Mall for Brothers Pizza on a Wednesday.
What?
That was and then he would bring home a slice for his dog Pumpkin.
He fed his dog pizza?
Yeah, his dog got pizza too. And he would walk around the neighborhood.
Is cheese good for dogs?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Cheese, tomato sauce, and bread. I don't.
Yeah, I don't think that's.
That's not in Dr. Marty's pet food, but he would also.
I'm not sure Pumpkin made it.
I'm not sure either, but I bet Pumpkin had a good slice though. And frankly, would you want to live to be like 16, 18 years old as a dog, or would you rather live to 14?
They all look miserable at that age.
Yeah, I'd rather live till 13 and eat pizza. So Rusty would walk around his neighborhood. He told us this. He was proud of this. He walked around the neighborhood and just told on people to the HOA. He wrote down violations and snitched on people. That was that's what he just liked doing every week, is finding out what he could tell. Telling people.
This was his. That was his entertainment.
Yeah, that was like a Thursday for him. On Thursday, I like to walk around and note any type of problems we have in our neighborhood and alert the HOA, which sounds like something you would do if I'm being honest.
Me?
Yeah.
Why do you think I would care enough to do that? You think I want to spend time driving through the neighborhood and telling on my neighbors? I don't care about my neighbors at all.
Seem like somebody who would tell on neighbors.
No, there's no chance, because I would have to care about them to tell.
You seem like a tattle.
That's disrespectful.
Oh, speaking of snitches, did you see here in Houston, apparently when we had the snow, cops were doing donuts in a parking lot, and somebody snitched on them, and they said, what a little snitch, snitching on us.
Don't cops like snitches?
Not when they're snitching on cops.
Well, all's fair.
Yeah. Well, that ain't no. You're a snitch if you're snitching. Guess what? That dude better not do anything wrong. I'm just telling you here and now. That dude who snitched, do not get caught by the cops, because it won't go well.
You think the guys who are supposed to protect and serve will find some retribution?
Oh, absolutely.
Will be petty and vengeful?
Yes. There's nothing more vengeful than a dude with a gun. He carries a gun all day. Yep. That's it. We're done. Mopey and Mapes next right here on ESPN 97.5.
Are you in Phoenix again tomorrow?
Tomorrow and Thursday.
Oh my gosh.
What?
We're gonna have to get that phone closer to your mouth.
No, it's actually worse when he has a headset.
Here it is. How's this? Is that better?
Yeah, actually, that is better.
Yeah, the headset was terrible. Now he went without it. Maybe we got to move that phone, elevate that phone or something.
That's what I do. I elevate it off to the side where you can't see. We'll figure it out.
Well, then I'll do that tomorrow. How's that?
Sounds much better, actually.
Sounds much better.
Oh, it does?
Yes.
Well, you didn't tell me.
Actually,
I didn't know like a real
I didn't know
you were using your phone.
All right. Well, I could just do this all day. That's all.
There it is. We found a solution.
By the way, I did have to run into all the different salespeople who we threatened to fight. They're all
congratulations. They're all listening.
They're all up here. And Charlotte even goes, see, you won't fight me because I got alcohol. And I said, that's right. Charlotte. I'm not trying to fight
Yeah,
you.
EK, Todd, all heard what you guys said.
Okay, let's go. I'm afraid, Brenda. Let's go.
Stop threatening the women in the
Brenda's
office.
Great. Brenda's up here every day. I gotta
stop threatening. Judy just walked by. Stop threatening them.
Judy, you want? Let's go. Let's
Judy
go.
right there. Judy just stuck her head
I said
in.
she walked by.
I know. I don't. Not Charlotte though. I didn't say Charlotte. I didn't say nothing to Charlotte.
Charlotte will get scrappy now.
Oh no, Charlotte.
Let's start with Charlotte.
No. But if Brenda and Judy want some, Chelsea, you can get some too. Let's go.
You're very brave.
Yep.
John's threatening the entire female sales staff.
Laura Beavers.
What about your boy Dimitri? Are you going to fight the Greek?
No, the Greek is on. No, we're going to oil up and we'll be on the same team, beating people.
Oil up.
All right, I got to go, guys.
I mean, well,
brother.
Your people, they do have a history.
They do. Time for Allstate Siding and Windows.
Allstate Windows and Siding is how we like to say. Allstate Windows and Siding. Now's a great time. The weather. Well, so we're about to have a cold snap come through here. I don't know how long it's going to last, but if you got leaky windows, you're going to know. You're going to know because you're going to feel a breeze somewhere in your house if you're by the window. And don't worry, it happens to a lot of us. We have the shifting soil because of the clay underneath. And so when it gets wet, when it gets dry, it moves. And what happens is a lot of times it ruins the seal that you have for your windows, especially if it's an older window. Allstate Windows and Siding, they custom fit the windows and custom install them to the measurements of your window. They take it out with no glass breakage, your old windows. They put the new one in. They get it sealed. Your energy efficiency can go up by as much as 60%. And then new windows adds a level of safety. It adds a level of noise reduction, energy efficiency, and it just looks great. Your home is going to get an upgrade with these windows. They've got big discounts when you order 10 windows or more, which is not a problem because that's the entire house. They have no additional interest rates, no charges for 1 full year. So you can go 1 year, same as cash. And that's a way to pay everything off with no additional interest rates for 1 full year. Get the windows that you love and that you deserve with AllStateWindowsAndSiding.com. Tell them you heard it from Lance Zerline. Get an additional discount. It's AllStateWindowsAndSiding.com.
Welcome to the show. And after the show yesterday, one of our new coworkers, she works on the sales side, not the one that John and Lance started in the fight. She wasn't mentioned in that discussion that ended the last show. She mentioned that if I was a Childish Gambino fan because of the opens, one of Childish's songs, and I'm like, yes, I am. And I caught myself, but I said it anyway. But I was a little hesitant to go, yeah, of his old stuff. I'm that guy now. I was like, oh no. I'm saying, yeah, I like his old stuff a lot more than I don't like being that fan. I'm not the fan who goes, someone went commercial or anything. The point is, yes, to be an artist, but to make money. I'm not against gaining a broader audience, but I said it reluctantly because I didn't want to. It means the passage of time. You're getting older, and you're now doing that thing where you're an old stuff listener. Like you go to a show and you're waiting for the old stuff to play. I went to 2 shows, not Childish shows. I have gone to a show before, and the thing I take away from it, it's back when he was on Community. Were there? He might have been at Warehouse Live, the old Warehouse Live, not the new one that Justin, formerly of Black Horse Limo, owns. And during the middle of it, he mentioned the name Allison Brie, and he was talking, and someone just yells out, "Allison Brie!" And he's like, "She's not gonna F you, dude." And then he went on with the rest of his show. So that's what I remember from that concert. But I went to a couple shows a couple weeks ago, House of Blues on Friday, and then the next day on Saturday. And I realized with the first show, Silverstein, who's a Canadian band, have been around for years now. I think they're celebrating 25 years. I realized, get to the old stuff, guys. Do it. I'm like the people who love Springsteen. Like or Billy Joel. They don't want to hear the new stuff. They want to hear the old stuff. And I'm at that point where I check the playlist because you can find those now for their previous shows. And I was like, okay, I've heard some of the newer songs, but I'm not locked in on those. So let me listen to those. So I'm prepared for what's happening. I kind of knew them, but I couldn't sing along because they're the new stuff or the newer stuff. And they went back in time. Silverstein on Friday was like, or a couple Fridays ago, we're going to go from newest to old. That's how we're going to do the show. So I'm like, all right, get to the songs I know. Get to the songs I can sing along with.
Literally, you have to eat your vegetables first.
Yes,
is what they
before
do.
I get to have my chocolate cake. I was like, no, this is who I am now, waiting for the old stuff, sitting through the stuff that's new and I kind of like, but I don't know very much. And I can't sing along to every word, which is kind of painful at a concert. And then you get to the stuff you can sing along, you can vibe, and it's good. So that happened. And I bring that up because of partly what happened in the previous show about the sales staff and them being put in an octagon-like situation. If you don't know the origins of it, it happened between 2 legitimate MMA fighters and like 7 amateurs or 10 amateurs. And they were put in a situation where the 10 amateurs had to try to take on the 2 MMA fighters to see who would win. And the 2 MMA fighters were allowed to get up off the ground, so they couldn't be jumped on. And it wound up where the 2 MMA fighter won. They won because, at some point, the amateurs getting punched in the face isn't fun for them. It's not what they're built for, and they're going to lose. So I asked a question, John and Lance. I figured I would limit it to the 7 full-time employees that aren't them on the programming side. I threw in Michael Carroll. And I think maybe that makes 8 when you include the 2 hosts for Gallant George and the Killer Bees and then the 3 producers. I didn't include this show, although Sean's pretty much a co-host. I didn't include this show as one of the duo shows. John and Lance didn't really want to get involved with Paul or Joel. They paid a healthy respect to them as far as how that would go, 2-on-7.
Good scouting report.
Yeah, John thinks he could just punch Jeremy Branham in the face once and be over. Sorry, Jeremy. It was disrespectful, but that's John's thoughts. Sean, pick a duo. The John and Lance show, Gallant and George, or the Killer Bees. Which duo would fare the best against the other 8 full-timers if I throw Michael Carroll in a battle where you can't get jumped on? Like, we can't take them to the ground and just pound on them or kick them. They have to be upright for the fight to continue. Who's doing the best, or at least who's lasting the longest?
So John and Lance, great choice 10 or 15 years ago, sure. I'd say.
Sure.
Little past their athletic prime is what I'll say.
Yeah, put it that way. That's nice. That's a nice way to say it.
I think I got to go on George. I think.
And you can, yeah, and There's no swapping of hosts.
Yeah.
I'm not to you, but to people out there maybe listening. You can't put one with the other. It has to be the three duos. And you think Gallant and George win?
Yeah,
or last
Joe,
the longest.
rugby experience.
Okay.
So can take a licking and keep ticking. Paul, not a great record for Paul fights. I think he said he's 2-4 lifetime.
They put it on Paul being a little nuts.
Yeah.
Volatile. So that's what they're a little afraid of. Just super angry, and that will lead to a potential win for him against those guys.
Like the Hulk.
I don't know if he becomes superhuman, but they think
you won't like him when he's angry.
But they think Paul's anger would manifest in a way that might help him take them out. So they didn't want to do, like I said, a healthy respect for Paul and Joel. They didn't seem to fear Jeremy or Joe.
Mm-hmm.
Brian played a factor because we're adding the producers because of the size. They thought that might be a problem for him. So you think Joe and Paul get it done, at least last longer than the other two duos.
Yeah, last the longest. I'm not sure. Look, I'm not sure if they win.
To be honest,
but they can last the longest.
To be honest, if we're talking about this, since we would both be involved, not as the duos fighting, I'm not going to be involved in any group of 8 that loses to 2 people. So I'm glad you said not win.
Yeah, no one here would win.
No one here
would win.
No one here's taking on the other 8 and winning.
No, I don't even think you could like swap in like fantasy cast.
Like put Paul with Joel and see how it goes.
They still wouldn't win.
Yeah, they wouldn't win. There's enough pride in the other 8 that at some point we end this.
Yeah, it's just also 8 adult men.
Yeah, but there are 8. Yeah, and the other 2 aren't trained fighters, like in the example, the MMA fighters. Yeah. Yes, we would find a way. We would overwhelm them with numbers, even if they went back to back and set it up like no one gets behind us.
Kung Fu movie.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we would overwhelm whoever the 2 are with numbers and find a way to get them to submit. We're not fighting to the death or anything, but hey, I'm tired of getting hit. Can we end this? I think we would find a way. So that's how the last show ended, and it really ended with us saying them saying they would take out the sales staff, which I found a little over the top.
Yeah, that's
Judy
distasteful.
Judy and Brenda could get it. I was like, what? What are you talking about? Leave them alone. This wasn't about them. So there that is. We always want to start off with a little nonsense, beyond the other nonsense that we do. The Astros are in spring training, and they haven't actually, played a game. That'll come. They're still getting ready, and we see Altuve taking fly balls. He's now answered the questions that he needed to answer regarding moving to left, and also how he feels about Alex Bregman. There's some Boston stuff we can get to. If you want to call it drama, you can. It's funny that is overshadowing Marcus Stroman. Marcus Stroman has the same feelings that Rafael Devers has. We'll get to Marcus Stroman as well, the Yankees pitcher. Rafael Devers doesn't want to be a DH, which may impact where Bregman plays, at least according to Rafael Devers. Alex Cora feels differently about that. But Marcus Stroman was asked about being a DH, and he had a very specific response to it. So we will get to that too. But let's talk about Altuve. A lot of credit being given to him for being willing to move to left to help a potential Bregman re-signing. Didn't work out that way. And a timeline for that was a little murky. Even if you listen to Altuve, he was asked about, was it because of Bregman or was this always a plan? And I think he might have gone back and forth on why the move to left field is something he and the Astros are considering. Here's Jose Altuve.
When did you guys start having the conversation in earnest that this could be something?
After the season.
Okay. So was it because when it first came out, it kind of seemed like you were doing that to maybe get Alex back, but this is something that you guys were talking about regardless whether Bregman.
No, in the beginning it was for Braggy, and then just keep the plan, I guess, and I'm trying not to make this a big deal or focus, go somewhere else than prepare for the season and win. So I think that's the main thing. I want to get rid of this left field conversation, try to answer every question possible, and then just move on and start preparing for what we all care about, which is, preparing for the season and start winning.
So he doesn't want this to be a big deal. Sorry, Jose. You are the team and franchise's best player ever. and they're moving you to a position to right now accommodate Paredes and others. It's going to be a big deal, particularly if hopefully you don't struggle out there, but if you do struggle out there, it's going to be a big deal. So you heard him. I guess the plan, even though the Astros seem very non-committal about Bregman coming back, was to get Altuve ready for a potential Bregman re-signing. Turns out that was more of a dream than anything else, and they felt like the plan was sustainable no matter who they brought in. And this was before Paredes was signed, before Walker was signed, according to Altuve. This was always in the works, Bregman or no, it looks like. But he's going to play some left field. We've made our jokes about it. Now we just got to see how it plays out. But they approached him more than, and maybe they sold it. Hey, if you go to left, this may help Bregman, because we want to actually add more to the infield no matter what. And you would have to be the one to sacrifice. And he was willing to do it. I think he would appreciate if we just talked about baseball. Well, part of baseball is watching you play left field.
This is basic. I don't want this to be a distraction. You're the greatest player in franchise history, playing a different position. Like
we're not sure how it's going to go. Question, and I respect him wanting to answer any question anyone has, so he can just focus on playing out there. And maybe we're making a bigger deal of it than it has to be. How many times will he be a starting left fielder for the Astros? They have options beyond Jordan. A lot of the talk this morning was about, why isn't Dubon just playing left? Why is Dubon looked at as a part-time player when the outfield isn't particularly stacked with good options, whether it be Chaz, Gamble, Trammell, or Myers? It's not exactly a group that should be keeping Dubon from playing. And I agree. Why isn't Dubon a good candidate to play 100+ games in the outfield? Why is Jake Myers why does he feel like a cemented part of the outfield right now? I know that was Dana Brown's hope before last season. He talked about it. Jake's going to be out there, and he was. And for a time, like the first what was the first month, Jake Myers looked like a different player at the plate, and then he reverted to being Jake Myers. Why isn't Dubon? He can play out there, as opposed to moving Altuve out there. Dubon should get the opportunity. He is not simply a utility player. At least I think, at least on this team, how this current setup is. Like when you can throw whoever you want to put out there. Good Chaz back in 2022 and even 2023 with more 2023 under Dusty when he was feeding him banana pudding. When you had good Chaz, you had Kyle Tucker, and you were more comfortable putting Jordan out there. I get Dubon not being able to find consistent at bats, and you had to move around, have him spell guys. But now, what's standing in his way of playing more? The Astros have a plan. We'll see. We'll hear from not Bregman. We've heard from him yesterday, but we will hear from Altuve some more later in the show. He talked about Bregman leaving his buddy out the door. So we'll get to that. The drama in Boston has begun. Devers does not want to play anywhere but third. He does not want to be a DH. He let it be known. And Alex Cora said, that's the old you. The guy who told you that, he ain't around. So the former Astros coach will talk about, he will respond to Devers being upset and the potential for him to not always be the third baseman, how that would open it up for Bregman to play there. So the Bregman thing, we got a couple more, maybe a day of this. Maybe today's the last day. We focus too much on this. He's no longer an Astro, but the fallout in Boston's funny. That the guy most affected by it is telling you, I'm not moving.
Yeah, I think it depends on how much Devers
how much he balks
resists.
At this.
Yeah. And if it is like an ongoing thing where he's like pissed off that he has to move off third base for the guy who won AL Gold Glove,
and he's a terrible third baseman.
Well,
Devers stinks at third, and Bregman just won a Gold Glove, and he's like, nah.
No, we had a deal.
Yeah, no, the old guy knew had a deal.
We had a deal,
according to Alex Cora. So we'll hear from the man who doesn't think he should move from third, and then we'll hear from his manager as well when we come back. We're just getting going here. If you want to call in, if you have thoughts on who would win a 2-on-8 here at the station, you can talk about that as well. We will welcome those calls. You can call in 713-780-3776. We have Luke Kuechly talking about the Texans possibly being a team who could duplicate what the Eagles did and how they play defense. So we'll hear from him as well. The former Panther. You would call him a Panthers legend, right? I think you
I'd
would.
call him a Panthers
It's him. We put Jake Delhomme there because he made a Super Bowl, right?
I mean,
it's not a long history, so you got to find
Julius
ways. Julius Peppers,
Cam Newton.
Maybe you give it to Sam Mills too because he helped them get off the ground. And Christian McCaffrey.
Nah.
Moose Muhammad.
Yeah, D'Angelo Williams ahead of Christian McCaffrey.
Jonathan Stewart.
Maybe.
Look, I get it. We're not exactly naming tops of the tops, but it's the Panthers. But I think Luke Kuechly will qualify as a Panthers legend. So we'll hear from him talking about your Texans and what they're potentially capable of. And as I said, you can get in right now, 713-780-3776. And for the fun stuff, if you missed it, something happened. One quarterback cut his hair, and it's going to be a real test of another quarterback. And Sean and I will get to that because we're college football nerds. So we'll talk about that too. Julian, I see you. We'll get to you when we come back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Welcome back. Julian wants to talk about Bregman. What's up, Julian? Julian.
How you doing, gentlemen?
We're good, man. How are you?
Alex Bregman. Man, let this be the last day we talk about this guy. He is a declining person at the bat. At the plate. He's been declining for years. He doesn't do anything exceptional. Doesn't hit home runs. It's not like he's hitting 220 with 40 home runs. It's not like he's driving 100 runs. He's not getting 100 walks.
Julian, I'm going to let you continue, but don't hang up after you're done. I got a question for you, but go on.
Okay. I hang up because I tend to talk too much. But, with that all being said, except for his championship pedigree that he's had with you guys, what is it? Because I'm confused. Like, I don't. Scott Rowland, he was good for a very, very long time, and then his glove stayed there for a very long time. Now with Bregman, I think is he even better than Scott Rowland, guys?
I am not the baseball story, but I think Scott Rowland's a better player. Look, but you mentioned it. You said what the deal is. He is a two-time World Series champion, and he was he's homegrown, and he was part of a franchise and helped a franchise who was awful for a time be reborn. So the memories will be there. But I'll ask you this. My question was this before you go. If this was San Francisco radio, and you could attribute all the things you said about Bregman to Deebo Samuel, would they not be talking about Deebo Samuel's potential exit? Declining player.
I want Deebo to be gone.
No, I understand. Understood. You want him traded for Myles Garrett. Good luck with that. But it would be a topic of conversation. And Deebo's teams, although making Super Bowls, have not accomplished what Bregman's teams by getting to the ultimate goal. But if Deebo was on the move, potentially, it would be a topic.
Right.
And when he eventually landed someplace, particularly in a trade where you might get something back, you would be talking about it. So that's what we're talking about. I said it in the first segment. We will, at least this show, unless there's nonsense going on in Boston surrounding him, we probably won't do this again. But hey, there is stuff going on.
Well, look,
so we'll
here's
talk
the
about
thing.
it.
Here's the thing. It's been an ongoing thing since the World Series.
Because he's been available.
And, did anybody really think he was coming back? Like, seriously, the money he wanted, he's not worth. And I'm so happy Boston gave him that money because, dude. Now the drama with Devers, which Devers is like an AL MVP caliber type player. He's not this guy that's declining. He's a guy that's already balling. And so it's crazy that this discussion's happening between them. And the guy hasn't even played one game, and it's already an issue in the clubhouse. I love it.
Thank you, Julian, for the call. I think there's a lot of factors of why this is a big deal. And why it was talked about. Look, we're the people doing it, and it gets tiresome, but there's a reason for it. He's available. There are written reports about the Astros still being in or having the best offer. We kind of talked about how maybe that was a little fake yesterday, but it just occurred a couple days ago. As you mentioned, there's drama in Boston, so it's interesting to get to. The Devers thing, yes, better offensive player, but the Red Sox aren't saying, let's take him out of the lineup. We just don't want you to play third anymore because you're bad at it. We'd like to add the Gold Glover at third. You're talking about Scott Rowland's glove. Bregman just came off a Gold Glove winning season. We'd like to put him at third, get you off of third because it would help the ball club overall, Devers. And Devers is like, no, I don't want to do that. And I guess it's his right, but the manager doesn't think he should be so vocal about it. Here is Devers when asked about potentially getting off a third, here's what he had to say.
So are you saying if they ask you to DH, you won't do it?
No.
Can you expand on that? Like,
I play third.
so isn't it their decision though? Like, isn't it the Red Sox decision, or is it a mutual thing, or?
Que si en final es la decisión.
That final part he needed, he needs to be that to explain to him. What are you talking about? So Devers says, I play third. What that means going forward, I don't know if that'll be strictly an Alex. It probably won't be a strictly an Alex Cora decision. It'll likely be a top-down thing, but he has expressed discontent with the possibility of getting off a third. He wants to play every day. He wants to play in the field every day, at least. I get it. And the reporters, because they have to go to the manager, asked Alex Cora about Devers and his complaints. And Alex Cora explained that, hey, the new boss ain't the same as the old boss.
He said when he signed the long-term extension that you guys said that he'd be the third baseman long-term. Do you think the relationship is strained right now? He doesn't seem happy that, like, the team has gone back on their word.
It's
strained between
different people here, right? There's a different leader here. So, Jaime is in St. Louis right now.
Yeah, the guy who promised you that don't work here anymore. That's just how it goes. So, new management. In fact, if we got to put a sign in your locker that says new management, we will, because maybe you haven't heard. Old promises don't matter anymore. He is a great hitter. He is a very good hitter, excuse me. Are they going to piss him off? I don't know if you have to clear things with Rafael Devers. I'm not sure how that goes. What's the hierarchy where you probably have to kind of explain to Altuve, this is what we want you to do. You may have to have a conversation with Devers, but clearly it wasn't expressed in a way where he thought this was a done deal. I think he thinks he can fight this and figure out a way for it not to happen. He appears to not have been convinced in any way that him playing DH is what's best. I play third. You heard him. I play third. Oh, well, not really our problem. It's just fun to laugh at from afar.
You play third poorly.
No, I didn't say I played it well. I said I play third.
But we have the third base Gold Glover that we just signed.
Yeah, but I play third.
He can play second. He can play a position he's never played before.
Yeah, well, Devers is like, excuse me, wasn't there reporting that suggested that Bregman would play second? Just do that. The man already said he'd play it. Yeah. I never said I was going to be the DH. So if we're going by what has been previously said, or at least reported, Bregman has been put out there that Bregman's comfortable, or at least accepting, of playing second. Devers has never said, I don't want to play third. So point Devers.
Bregman willing to play positions a position he's never played before. Altuve willing to play a position he's never played before. Big Rafael Devers. What has he ever done? Wants to play third. I know he was on the World Series team in 2018, but other than that,
other than winning a championship?
Yeah, what has he ever done?
He plays third. Get it right.
I've seen it because after the ball sails over the first baseman's head, I look back. Who threw that?
No, Devers is out there
playing third.
Oh, Devers is out there playing third. I think the people, they have the screen up, so the fans aren't in trouble, but the people but the guys in the dugout on the first baseline are ducking. They were praying Bregman would play third. They'd feel safer with that option, but Devers has told you. We'll see how it works out in Boston.
I play third.
If it breeds discontent, cool. Love to see it. Love to see Devers moping the entire season. Hopefully it affects the way he swings the bat, because he can't be any worse fielding. So I'm not concerned about that so much. The hope is he goes in a funk and his bat gets real quiet for the Red Sox. If Bregman's got to be a chaos agent and ruins the Red Sox, that's fine.
Yeah,
I'll welcome that.
Take the $40 million, opt out, get another.
Yeah.
Sure, the Tigers will still want you then.
Destroy the relationship between Devers and the Red Sox for the year that you're there, and then leave, and it's never repaired again. And then go play for AJ.
Yeah.
Maybe that was the plan all along. Send Bregman in there, ruin Devers and the Red Sox relationship, and then go play for the Tigers. the Tigers shouldn't bother us too much, although they did do that thing to us
in
the postseason.
It is funny that they're the team that wouldn't bother you the most.
Even though they're the team who most recently ended your season.
The last game we played, they won both of them.
Yes, but hey, they don't bother us too much unless they get really good, which they were pretty good last year.
Yeah, good enough.
Good enough? Well, certainly good enough to take out the Astros, who had Bregman on the roster. Maybe he ruins the Tigers. Maybe it's a world tour of Bregman ruining teams the Astros don't want to win.
So now he's just a Bill Belichick assistant?
Yes. Going forward, you take out the Red
Romeo
Sox.
Cornell?
You take out the Tigers.
Eric Mangini.
Do the Yankees come calling in 2027?
Yeah.
We'll see. We'll see. Whatever. Go on that world tour, Bregman, to get your money and being a chaos agent for the teams the Astros don't want to deal with. All right. Thanks, Julian, for the call. If anyone else wants to get in, you can. 713-780-3776. So there's some numbers about the Astros and really the All-Star, not the Astros, excuse me, the Rockets and the All-Star game we're going to get to when we come back. And, Sean, I need you to ponder this question because we're going to get to it a little bit later. Cam Ward, potential top pick in the draft, says, if you pass on me, he pretty much said, I'm going to remember and you're going to regret it. So I want you to think on this, and we'll get to this maybe in the second hour. Which quarterback would you rather have in the division? You can figure out the reasons why. Maybe it's just a gut feeling. Would you rather have Shedeur Sanders playing for the Titans? And I'm leaning to you want a quarterback there because they're going to stink. But maybe you have different reasons for wanting that option, wanting that quarterback on that team. Sanders Award, which would you rather have on the Titans? Assuming for most that is because you want the Titans to be bad. But maybe you feel differently. We'll talk about that at some point because that appears to be the top two options for the Titans. Maybe they go non-quarterback. We will see. So we'll get to that maybe in the second hour. But we'll get some numbers from the All-Star game as we finally wrap that up. And also something about the Rockets as they get back in action, I think, on Friday. Some generational numbers for them that you may not have seen. We'll get to that when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
March 4th is the occasional invitational, the ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 occasional invitational, benefiting kids' meals. The tournament this year is going to be on Fat Tuesday. That's March 4th, and it'll be at 10:30 at Wildcat Golf Club. If you go and participate, each golfer will receive beverages from Carbach, lunch/dinner from Valencia's Tex-Mex Garage, and 18 holes of golf. You can register now at ESPN975.com under the promotions tab. The occasional invitational will be benefiting kids' meals. I believe the Killer Bees had a representative for kids' meals on, so it's a great cause. If you want to help that cause and play some golf on a Tuesday, come out and join us. John is going to play. Lance will pretend like he's going to play. Not sure if he actually will, but he's floated it out there that he will. So join the guys 10:30 at Wildcat for the occasional invitational. And of course, you get fed and you get drinks, so that's cool. And from what I remember, there will be other sponsors out there. I mean, there'll be I don't know if you want to call them tents, but there'll be people out there. You might get stuff beyond Carbach for free. I remember those the last time I was out there, and they had people from different companies giving you stuff. So if you like free stuff while playing golf, join us at Carbach Brewing Company for the at Wildcat for the occasional invitational, where Carbach will provide beverages. Okay, so the All-Star game is over, and the numbers officially are out for the number of time spent playing basketball as opposed to everything else that went on. 2 hours and 26 minutes of commercials and breaks versus 33 minutes and 41 seconds of actual All-Star basketball. And of course, there were 3 games on Sunday in a format that most people don't like. And everything that happened, it stems from the simple fact that no players care enough to try hard. And that's all it is. But if you don't want to see Mr. Beast again, you don't want to see a Kevin Hart stand up around a basketball game, write to your local NBA stars and ask them to play hard and try.
And write to NBC.
Yes, and write to NBC, because they will have to do with the presentation. So if you write to NBC and go, hey, if you need to fill time, choose others besides Hart, Mr. Kevin Hart, and Mr. Beast.
Yeah.
Do something else.
We'll settle for Jimmy Fallon.
You know what? Honestly,
we won't be psyched for Jimmy Fallon.
I don't know what they're doing in the in-arena entertainment, but if we're going to have 2 hours and 26 minutes of commercial, just run an episode of something you put on Peacock. Instead, give us that and let that be what surrounds the game. I don't know what you do. The Jackal? Hey, run an episode of The Jackal.
Instead of honoring Inside the NBA.
Well, they got their honor this year.
No, I'm saying to replace that time. So instead of, TNT did that for a show that will continue for the rest of the season and next season.
Yes.
They just won't be doing All-Star games. That's it.
That's the difference.
But let's stop the final game for 30 minutes.
If you're going to stop it because you need run an episode of The Day of the Jackal.
Yeah.
It's on Peacock. Not sure how many people have watched it. It's apparently a good show. I say apparently because I'm one of the people who hasn't watched it. Do that, or at least next year, whatever is a big show, do that. Give us a preview.
I mean,
maybe not the full 45 to 50 minutes. Maybe you don't want to do that, but a first look, like a 12-minute preview of a show that you think people will love. I'll take that over whatever will be the replacement for Mr. Beast next year.
Or 2.5 hours. It's about the same amount of time
as a movie.
Yeah. So
but you want to break up the movie around the game?
Yeah. Just play Too Fast, Too Furious. Just in chunks around the game.
That's your favorite option. Sure.
Now we go back to Too Fast, Too Furious.
The game spent a lot of time on TNT. We'll just treat it like TNT instead of actual commercials between the movies. It'll be basketball.
The guy's about to heat up the bucket with a rat on someone's chest. Let's see how that goes.
Now I'm looking up Peacock TV shows that could potentially be something they
I just know the Fast and Furious movies are on Peacock.
You have Yellowstone.
Yeah.
Thanks to Paramount. Now, I've already canceled my YouTube TV for the foreseeable future, but Paramount and YouTube TV came to a resolution. So if you like Paramount shows, you can do that if you still have YouTube TV. As far as movies are concerned, I mean, The Continental was a TV show. It's based off of John Wick stuff. Maybe try to get some buzz for that. That show, I don't think hit. Either way, we gotta have we gotta have a better option than whoever the new Mr. Beast will be next year.
Yeah, I would even settle for like, can we get it to a 2-hour broadcast? Like, can we just like cut an hour of this BS out? Because at least like if it's a 2-hour broadcast, you're just in and out quicker than like 3 hours. And if you're doing this to, I assume you're doing this to for the kids, for the younger generation. That's kind of what All-Star games are for. It's like, yeah, look at all your favorite players all together, even though like now you can just watch every single game of every player if you want.
Anybody you want to watch, you can see now. Yeah. What about the Conclave as a double feature with the NBA All-Star game?
Yeah, about 2 hours.
Yeah, we can do that. There are other movies, but
oh no, you do the All-Star game, and then the entire time you're like, but stay tuned for after the All-Star game when we get this over with. Let's get these guys out here.
Yeah,
then Ray Fine's got a pope to elect.
Yeah, get Dalton Connect out here so I can watch Ray Fine's go to work. So
will Stanley Tucci be the new pope? So find out next on Conclave.
So there it is. While you're waiting for Steph Curry to hit that eventual 3 to get the game to 40 and wrap it up, Ray Fiennes is plotting to see if Stanley Tucci will be the next pope. Watch Conclave, everyone. I haven't watched it. Sean has watched it. We talked about it yesterday a little bit.
Great movie.
Says it's a great movie.
Great movie. Ruined my enjoyment of the other movies I saw this week.
Well, there's things you should and shouldn't do. You should not watch a great movie when you're preparing to watch a very mid movie, and you know going in it's going to be very mid.
Yeah.
You're ruining the comp.
Watch Conclave. Man, this is great. All right. Now time for the Gorge.
No.
You know, Miles Teller, not impressed by his act.
Yeah, you're comping him to Ray Fiennes. Yeah, of course you would be.
I'm not sure if he's good enough to carry this movie.
He wasn't. That's why they had to have Anya Taylor-Joy with him with a questionable accent. Okay, so those are the.
It was an accent that I was like, "Whoa, doing this."
Look at that. Yeah, she was playing a Ukrainian or Lithuanian. I don't remember exactly who she was playing.
Lithuanian.
Doesn't really matter. The accent was questionable, no matter what country she was trying to represent. So those are the numbers behind what was a disaster of a product as far as the All-Star game was concerned.
The funniest thing is the game, the like 12 minutes of the game
was better than it has been in the past.
Was actually good. That's why I think it needs to be shorter. Like the actual game time, the time where they're playing on the court, like I'm actually fine with that only being 35 minutes because anything more, like you're just not gonna. I don't trust them to keep up intensity.
Yeah.
It is just about the downtime. Like, just do something better and preferably have less of the downtime in between. Like, if you want to do a concert, like, that's fine. Just do that once. Do that after one game and then get back to the next game. We don't need Mr. Beast. We don't need to honor a show that
one really bothers you. This, of all the things that were distractions on Sunday, that one apparently hits you the most.
It was the honoring of TNT was in the middle of the final game, and it was longer than the actual game.
Yeah, it's very self-aggrandizing.
It's so self-aggrandizing
for TNT to honor their own product. It wasn't like the NBA decided, hey, we're gonna honor this great show and these great former players because of Ernie for what they've done for basketball. It's like TNT, hey, we're gonna make mention of these guys who have been a part of our brand for, in some cases, 2 decades. When it comes to when it comes to Chuck and Ernie, and we're gonna do it during the All-Star game on our network,
especially because it comes after 2.5 hours of a broadcast where you're like, there's way too much TNT stuff going on. Like, it is all about TNT. It's Team Chuck and Team Kenny, and they go, okay, now let's go outside to talk to Draymond Green and Adam Lefkoe for some reason.
They out ESPN.
Yeah, it was like the whole show was about like TNT. And then at the end of it, they're like, man, don't you love us? Like, no, this is the worst part of the broadcast.
I actually would like to watch basketball, considering the event and what it is. Give me the basketball.
It is a lot like, it's not even really like ESPN. I guess it's like Stephen A. Smith, but it's for like an entire show where it's like it kind of seems like they think it's bigger than the actual product itself. They're like, we think that Inside the NBA is bigger than the NBA.
And there's been consistent pushback against that show. I mean, people still enjoy it, but there are people pushing back that saying the NFL would never allow the biggest show that they have to take so many shots at their product. And maybe that's why the Inside NBA is as big as they are. They're funny, and they're willing to take shots at a product that, at least in some people's eyes, has been declining. Okay, let's move before we wrap it up. Sean said, let's get out 10:55. So we'll save this for the other side. Sean, very, very vocal about TNT glazing themselves.
I mean, did you watch?
Well,
it was terrible.
You're a company man. You got an ESPN hat on, so I can't trust you.
I mean, still. If you watched, you would.
I watched around it.
Yeah, that's the.
So I did not watch.
You watched for 30 minutes.
Yeah, I did not watch the non-basketball portions of Sunday. Okay, we'll get to some actual basketball numbers regarding the Rockets and what they're generational at. We'll kind of figure out, can that be sustained in the playoffs? We're done with hour one. If you want to get in on the show, you can. 713-780-3776. So in hour two, we'll answer the question, which quarterback would you rather have in the division facing the Texans, Shedeur Sanders or Cam Ward? And then a real test for a college quarterback, because his cosplay may have taken a hit. The question will he continue this after the quarterback he loves changed up his look? So we'll get to that in second hour too. We will be back.
But first, I want to talk to you about Prize Picks.
Okay.
America's #1 daily fantasy sports app. They got everything you want there. They have college basketball on tonight. They have soccer. They have the four nations that's taken this nation by storm. I don't know if you can. No, they don't have any projections for fights, but they have projections for the actual stats that happens. Then the four nations, whatever you want. They even have baseball. They have football season-long projections. And what I saw today, they have second half of the basketball season projections. That's right. They'll tell you how many games each of these guys has left, and they have projections for if, Kyrie Irving will have a 10-plus assist game, more or less one half. Do you think he's going to have more than half of a 10-assist game? I think he will. Victor Wembanyama, will he have a 40-point game? Again, the projection is one half. I think he gets a 40-point game at some point. All he needs one night where he's hitting threes. He's unstoppable at the rim, especially with De'Aaron Fox feeding him now. And then Mason Plumlee. Yes, that Mason Plumlee. I just need one game where Mason Plumlee scores more than 10 points, and I am a winner, and you can be a winner too for the second half of the basketball season projections. If you want to get involved with the Rockets, you can do that. Whatever you want. Maybe you think a team is going to take off or a player is going to take off. Maybe you think they're going to fall apart. You can do that on Prize Picks with the NBA second half season-long projections. Only on Prize Picks. If that really is getting you going, you download the Prize Pick app today. Use promo code MAPES to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, run your game.
So, Sean, you took a couple days off. I think you got a day coming off here on Friday. And I mention it not because it's specifically about you, but that's vacation time. And I was walking through the offices, and a couple of the people on the sales staff were talking about flying. Now, your vacation days did involve flying, correct?
No, I'm not flying.
Where are we on this? Because I have to think about putting in time, take a trip that involves flying, and I keep thinking, nah, I don't want to do it.
It's a little too hot.
Yeah, it's a little too hot in them streets right now, or at least in this case, the air. I wish it was in the air because unfortunately, it's actually hitting the streets. Yesterday, a commuter jet, Delta jet, flying from Minneapolis, wound up upside down at the Toronto airport. It crashed and landed upside down. Now, no one died. Thankfully,
no one died, and they got to where they wanted to go.
Sure. Not sure they wanted to make it upside down.
They would like to have been right side up.
I mean, particularly if they had watched a couple seasons of Yellow Jackets, I'm sure they didn't enjoy that experience. But injuries, no one's killed, but we've had 85 people die during 4 major aviation disasters before we hit a full 2 months. A little too hot, man. I keep thinking.
You don't hear about all the planes that don't end in disaster.
We also don't hear about all the planes that nearly end in disaster, but don't. Apparently, there have been 87 aviation accidents this year, but not all of them have resulted in deaths.
87 aviation accidents.
Yes, things they didn't want to happen.
In like 50 days?
Yes. More than one a day. I don't know, man. I keep thinking.
But how many flights are there per day?
Understood, but
hundreds.
Yes, it's still the safest way to travel. It's just less safe than it was in the past.
Yeah,
come on. At a point, you're like when I get in a plane, you think to yourself, the odds are super, super low. Anything will happen. Now, instead of super, it's just super low.
Yeah.
It's super low.
That's fair.
I can take away one super from the super low equation.
I would agree with that.
So I got to visit someone. It's not anything salacious. It's my mother. But I don't want to get on a plane right now, man. I'm usually not fearful at all because of the odds. But the odds aren't as great of me surviving anymore.
Oh no. Just relax, put on a movie, watch Flight.
I'm not watching Flight.
Oh.
I'm not.
Watch Flight Risk, actually.
I'd rather. What's the movie where Cillian Murphy is torturing Rachel McAdams for an entire movie where it starts on a plane? I forgot the name of the movie. It's less on a plane, but it begins on a plane.
You can watch the movie Plane, starring Gerard Butler.
Sure, and the guy who played not Iron Fist, the other guy from those Marvel movie series. I forgot whatever his name is. Oh, yeah, I don't have it. But no plane movies. I don't want to catch up on Yellow Jackets on the plane.
Oh, that would be. I mean, you could burn through a couple episodes.
I don't want to. You think I could burn through a couple episodes? A year ago, I would think I could. Now I'm not so sure. Do I even get through one before something awful happens? So there we are. It's on people's minds. I did hear someone say, I guess I got to roll the dice in there when I was walking through. I was like, ooh, I don't want that to be the vibes.
People are being dramatic.
It's
not good. By the way, not good. I'm not excusing 80
Luke Cage
aviation.
The guy.
I was gonna say I was like, it's Luke something. It's like 80 in 50 days. Listen, that's not great.
No, it's not great.
I'm not gonna sit here telling you it is.
And do I believe they're going to stop by the time I make my choice to get on a plane? Not really. Doesn't feel like it. When the only reason thankfully, we don't have 76 more people as passengers dead, plus the flight crew. It's because, I don't know, luck. I'm not sure why that plane wound up upside down and no one died in it.
Well, it looked like, and I saw the video, it looked like it landed right side up.
Yes.
And then it just kind of like on the runway flipped over.
We're going to have that investigation explain why.
I mean, listen. If you drive a tall enough car, that could happen.
You're being very dismissive. Would you get on a plane right now?
Yeah. If I had somewhere to go, yeah.
Okay. But would you obligatory travel? Like if you were going on a vacation you'd planned, sure. But if it was like, I don't really have to go, but this is for a wedding, would you get on a plane?
Well, how well do I know that people get married? That's what it comes
These are the
down
calculations
to.
you have.
Yeah,
to make.
that's what. If it's like one of my friends, one of my good friends.
What if it's it's not one of your good friends? It's someone else. It's someone else's
like a
wedding.
tier 3 friend.
Yeah, that you know through your friend.
Probably.
And they're gonna go, and you might go.
Probably wasn't gonna go anyway.
Yeah.
No matter what the state of the airline travel is.
I just think it adds a different variable to decisions being made. And I get it.
Maybe. Yeah.
I get it. Look, I walked by and the conversation was happening about.
Yeah.
Not sure. I don't want to, but I guess I got to because I got somewhere to go. This is where we are right now. February 18th, 2025. And while it still does remain the safest way to travel, just a little less safe.
Just stay buckled. Stay buckled in.
It's not really going to matter if the plane.
It helped those Toronto people.
You don't know that. If the plane.
I mean, it helped. No one died.
You don't know if the I'm sure the people.
Well, because they're gonna land, so they put on the seatbelt.
Yes.
So when it flips upside down, they don't land on their head.
But I would stay buckled anyway. I mean, the buckling doesn't matter if the plane approaches the ground at a certain angle. Buckling's not gonna matter.
If it just falls out of the sky.
Yeah, it's not gonna matter how I buckled my seatbelt.
See, that's why you gotta watch Plane starring Gerard Butler.
There's no got to about a Gerard Butler movie at this point. There's no got to watch anything about a Gerard. I saw Den of Thieves too. I didn't got to watch that. Yeah. I just happened to. It was fine. It's in the Gorge Captain America category of movies. Not Conclave.
No, not in the best picture race. I would say.
Not a chance. Not even in the best Den of Thieves race.
It's in the race.
It's not.
It's on the podium.
It's getting lapped by Den of Thieves. It's being lapped twice by the first Den of Thieves.
Really?
Yes. It's not good.
I liked it.
Well, you like not good movies. It's fine. That's it's your thing. You're a man who likes Venom 2.
I like Venom original.
What about Venom 3? I forgot.
Yeah.
You like Venom 3. So you like 2 of the 3 Venoms.
Yeah.
Point made. We'll get to the Rockets numbers.
Seen them. You don't know.
I've seen Venom 1.
You don't know.
No, John, I do know. I have seen Venom 1. It's fine, but not fine enough for me to watch the other 2 right now. I'll get to it at some point. I got too much to watch.
On your flight, you should watch Venom 2.
Venom
2 is like 90 minutes long.
That's not the point. If I'm getting on a flight where I'm a little shaky, I'm going to watch something I love.
Get put at ease.
It's nothing about
Tom Hardy and Woody Harrelson.
Nothing about a symbiote and Tom Hardy talking to it that's going to put me at ease. I'm going to watch something I actually like. A comfort movie more than anything. Not that it's comforting per se, but something I know I'm going to enjoy.
Like Castaway?
No. It's too long. I definitely wouldn't finish that no matter what the plane does. For anyone traveling to the airport, sorry about this, but you'll be fine.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying you'll be fine.
Statistically, you'll be fine.
Don't worry about it.
There are unfortunately people who have not been fine at a more frequent rate this year, but you'll be fine.
Yeah.
The numbers say you'll be fine. They're just less in your favor than they ever have been.
Yeah.
That's all there is.
Hopefully, you'll be all right.
Hopefully we, whoever is the we that's working on this, get it together.
We got to tighten up.
Yeah.
Now, what does that mean for me specifically? Absolutely nothing.
Because I have nothing. I just buy a ticket and hope for the best.
Don't think of it.
But for the people who take part in the safety of the airline industry, get it together, please. We're all counting on you. We've always counted on you, but it was more like we just assumed things would go well. Now we're actually thinking about it.
Wait, so are we like Astros fans now? Where before we're like, we assume things are going to go well.
Yeah,
things are going to go.
The airline
well.
industry for the better part of its existence was like the Astros making the ALCS. It's going to happen.
Yeah,
at least assume it's going to happen.
I get it's not super easy, but we're gonna do it.
Yeah. Now it's like last year where you lose to the Tigers.
Yeah.
You make the playoffs still.
Yeah.
Wild card round, and you lose to the Tigers in the divisional round. Now you're not so sure about things going forward. I need to feel like 2017 to 2023 Astros, less 2024 Astros when it comes to the airline industry.
They need to trade for Garrett Cole. That's what the airline industry needs to do.
I don't know what the equivalent is. Let's pick it up, please. People got places to go. I don't want to walk through the office in here. I'm gonna roll the dice maybe as extreme as that is, considering the numbers, it's still a thought for people. Let's pick it up, please. Okay, I said we'll get to the Rockets numbers. I'll say it again, but I can't promise it. Just like the airline industry can't promise me anything at this point either. We'll talk about the Rockets when we come back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's your host, Del Olaleye.
I'm not sure how many years a generation is, but I'm just going to go by the stats regarding your Houston Rockets and what they do when they go get one of their misses. If you want to find the full tweet and the numbers, you can go find at DLee43. Just give him credit at DLee43. The Rockets, he believes, are a generational offensive rebounding team. They are first this season in offensive rebound percentage, first in points off of misses, and first since 2004 as far as putback plays per misses. So I guess 20 years is a generation. So as much as people use that word hyperbolically when it comes to players in the draft, and it's draft season, that's coming around, I would say 20 years of being maybe third or fourth of those 20 years in terms of the history, probably correct in saying that about them. So, but they're first in all the categories this year. Rebound percentage third in 20 years, fourth as far as points off of misses in 20 years, and first in putback plays per misses in the last 20 years. So, with Ahmed and Tari, when they're both on the floor, the Rockets and their ability to go get their misses and turn those into points is a big deal. And it speaks to what they've done to be a pretty offensive, at least pretty efficient offensive team, because they're bottom 5 in half-court offense, 27th, but they're 12th in efficiency because of their offensive rebounding. Now, that has helped them be a good basketball team in the regular season. We've seen some fall off right before the All-Star break. The last 2 weeks haven't been great. The question for me is, as far as this team is concerned, will the offensive rebounding thing, they're not going to lose their athleticism, but will teams make sure they're not leaking out? They make it a point to keep the Rockets off the glass because that's how they're going to win these playoff games. Or is their generational ability to rebound their own misses going to be something that translates to the playoffs? I don't know. It's not something I've ever really focused on. I just know the Rockets aren't good in that first possession, or at least that first turn in a possession. They make their living turning the ball over, taking advantage of bad shots, and then rebounding their own misses. We will see. I'm not going to pretend like I know, because Tari won't have to deal with back-to-backs in the playoffs, so he will be a contributor in consecutive games as long as he's not hurt. Amen ain't going anywhere. Steven Adams is a big physical force, and they're going to have an athleticism advantage, most likely in any playoff series they have. So it'll be interesting to see, can they sustain themselves by rebounding their own misses? So far, it's led to them being now, I believe, a 4 seed in the playoffs.
Yeah,
it's an interesting thing. The chart, I would never chart this as far as actually looking at the numbers. Just not my bag. It's not what I'm into. But just to see in the games, is it applicable once the playoffs hit and people and teams think to themselves, as long as we keep them off the offensive glass, we're going to win because they don't shoot well enough.
Yeah. It would slow down the pace because you just wouldn't be running. Everyone would be getting back for the rebound.
Yeah.
So I think some of the game plan effort advantage, game plan / effort advantage that the Rockets have night to night would be limited by that in the playoffs. But I also think that, like you touched on, with they're still going to have Steven Adams,
and Şengün is mentioned in their athleticism.
Amin Thompson,
yeah.
Tyrese, and they're going to get Jabari Smith, so they're going to be big.
Yes.
That's
big and athletic. Yes.
They're going to be big and athletic, and that helps getting offense rebounds.
That translates. Yes.
And so I think it might be a situation where they just had to work harder for it. Maybe the advantage isn't as pronounced, but that it's still going to be part of their identity in the playoffs. Is they're just going to be able to get offensive rebounds. Sometimes Fred VanVleet gets offense. It's like that. It's a team commitment to it.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd say they thrive in chaos, but the frenetic pace of games, that's when they're at their best.
I'd say they live in chaos. I don't know if they thrive, but that's chaos, I guess.
Sometimes they do thrive. Sometimes it doesn't go well for them, but
it looks terrible.
Chaos is kind of the name of the season for the Rockets, whether it goes well, and it generally has gone well. Just you look at the record, they played good basketball. This last stretch would tell you the chaos has taken a turn for worse. All-Star break is behind them. They'll play, I believe, on Friday. We'll see how they come out of it, but just something to look at. I think it'll continue in the regular season. I don't think that's going to stop. But game plans. How do teams decide to mitigate what they do best? Normally, it's putting 2 on the ball of the best offensive player. You're not going to let this person beat you.
Yeah.
You're going to trap things, or you're going to do things where you play drop, just depending on who you're facing.
Change your rotation so that you don't have some slow big man when Steph Curry's on the court.
Yeah.
That kind of thing.
In this case, it's keep these super athletic guys from getting second shot opportunities. And do you have the bodies to do it? Beyond the game plan, Do you even have the bodies that are capable of keeping them off the boards? Not many teams do. We've seen it all regular season.
Mm-hmm. And so we're watching a generational
offensive rebounding team.
We're watching a generational Houston Rockets
offensive rebounding team.
They're generational. Every night we're seeing something we've never seen before in this generation when it comes to offensive rebound.
Correct.
I'm going to tell my grandkids about
how
the 35.6% offensive rebound rate.
The numbers don't matter so much because who knows how
23 putback plays per 100 misses.
That's blah 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 in one ear and out the other. I think being first since 2004 in the putback stuff is something that resonates, and they're third since 2004 and one of the other numbers that no one's going to remember, and fourth in points off of misses. So since 2004, generational offensive rebounding team. Does that mean they're going to be a great playoff team? I just know it's going to be hell on other teams to keep them off the boards and keep the Rockets from turning their misses, which unfortunately sometimes can be a lot, into points.
Yeah. No matter what, they're generationally not fun to play against.
Correct. No one likes playing the Rockets because even if you think you like playing against them, they may fight you to make sure you don't like playing against them. Even if you think you're having a good time.
Thompson's shoving me into the ground.
Like Tyler Hero's having a great night.
He was the night of his life.
He was playing great against the Rockets. I think he went for like 27, 9, and 7, whatever the numbers were. A great night. Ahmed Thompson was like,
enough of that.
Enough of this great night for you. I'm going to toss you. In a game where all you had to do was get an inbound and shoot your free throws, the game was over. Ahmed's like, no, not on my watch.
It's not over yet.
I don't know if he said anything or he just had a smirk on his face, but Ahmed didn't like whatever Tyler Hero had on his face and said, all right, man, all-star or future all-star, not at the time, was a future all-star. I don't care. I'm tossing you like a rag doll. And they'll see each other at some point. They got a game in Miami whenever, I don't know. But I'm sure it'll be a subject of conversation. I'm sure Tyler Hero will try to avoid getting tossed around again. Once per season, that happens to you, I think. You can't let it happen twice.
Yeah.
Unless Ahmed decides he wants to happen to happen twice.
Yeah,
Tyler Hero won't be able to stop him.
You can't stop him. That wasn't the issue. Was that like he could have stopped him.
I think Ahmed better be worried about the code red.
The code red?
Kyle Anderson might have to take Ahmed out. Slow-mo might have to take Ahmed out. Yeah.
Oh my god.
You know how big Slow-mo is? He's not.
But
he's like 6'9".
His nickname's Slow-mo.
Yeah, I don't think he needs to be quick. Just got to get a hold of him. You got to put your hands on him. You don't got to be quick to do that.
I guess
it wouldn't be Slow-mo. He's in the rotation. I got to think of someone who's out of the rotation.
Kevin Love.
Kevin Love's an Instagrammer now. He ain't getting into fights. Too busy.
Man, I bet you wish you had Udonis Haslem right now.
I don't know. I don't think the Ahmed Thompson thing will. I don't think the Ahmed Thompson Tyler Hero thing will duplicate itself in the return game in Miami. But it will be interesting to look at to see if Tyler Hero's having a great night. Ahmed's like, all right, not again. Let me prove a point. I thought you got the message the first time. Stop making shots. There it is. So Rockets generational, and if you test them, they may fight you, which may come into play in the playoffs too. Beyond the rebounding, I think a Rockets fight in the first series is a real possibility.
Game 3 or game 4.
If they play like Memphis,
there's game 2 if they
play Memphis. If they playing the Grizz in a playoff series, you can bet on a fight happening.
Yeah. 100. I wish you could bet on.
Yeah.
There's specifically in game 3 there will be a fight. Because that's normally the tipping point of when teams start getting sick of each other.
Yes.
It's also normally a must-win game for one
somebody,
of them.
Yes. I'm trying to think of the most likely teams they would.
Memphis
is number 1.
Not even close.
Russ Westbrook's on Denver, so that's a possibility too. There's a real possibility that Russell Westbrook's not going to like some physicality, whether it be against him or one of his teammates, and there'll be something there.
Yeah. They have Gordon too.
Yeah, there's something there. So I think I don't think LeBron and the Lakers are getting it. They got like Luka's a talker, but he's not a fighter.
Luka's got Twinkies to eat.
If you're
Clippers,
who are you, Nico Harrison?
Clippers. I think that there's an opportunity there for all the Clippers.
It would be all their wing guys and they're not their backups, but you got the stars Harden's still an all-star, and Kawhi, if he's around, which we don't think he will be.
Yeah, Ben Simmons. I mean, he's
not fighting.
No, but Zubac. Watch out for Zubac.
Jones Jr., Norman Powell. I think there's something in them that could happen.
Bogdanovich. Don't want to see Bogdanovich.
Definitely
in
the
dark
Wolves.
alley.
The Wolves may be number 2.
Yeah, Wolves are number 2.
Yeah.
Jaden McDaniels.
We just saw it.
Yeah.
Nas Reed, Jaden McDaniels. Anthony Edwards won't fight anyone, but he'll talk. He remembers what Dylan Brooks did to him, and he talked plenty to Dylan Brooks during the game and afterwards. So yeah, I would go Grizz, Wolves, and add the Russell Westbrook factor with the Nuggets as potential jumping off points for maybe not a full on punches thrown fight, but someone getting pushed.
Yeah.
Technicals
The
being
game
handed
stopping
out.
for like 5 minutes.
Definitely, yes. Things have to be sorted out by the referees. All right. When we come back, Sean will answer the question I asked of him. Who would he rather have in this division as a future first-round pick? Quarterback. Would he rather have Shedeur playing for the Titans, or would he rather have Cam Ward? Cam Ward, let it be known, if you pass on him, you're going to pay for it. I mean, the Texans don't have anything to do with that. They're not in a position to draft him, but he may be a guy you have to face twice a year. So we'll get to that when we come back. Also, some sound for Luke Kuechly on the Texans, how they could potentially be in line to at least duplicate what the Eagles do on defense. He did not say future Super Bowl champion, just a team who's capable of doing what the Eagles did to the Chiefs. We'll get to that when we come back as well.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
So we'll get to the Keekly sound on the Texans, and also Sean will answer the pertinent question of the day. But this morning, in response to Anthony Edwards saying he didn't want to be the face of the league, Stephen A. says it can't be Wemby, because I think Anthony Edwards said it should be Wemby. And Wemby, other than being, I guess, French, would be your perfect player. All about ball, unless Chris Paul is convincing him to try to circumvent the rules in a skills competition.
To be the...
Why not? I don't care. But Stephen A. is like, nope, can't be an international player. Sure, there's appeal there on the international level, but it's an American sport. There needs to be an American-born player as the face, and I hope Anthony Edwards is that guy. Now, whether you think that's valid or not, and maybe you believe it should be an American-born player, I don't think Anthony Edwards off the court stuff is going to allow for it. Beyond the fact that he just curses anytime he wants in a post-game situation where the NBA probably wouldn't enjoy their face league not caring about that. Every night that their face of the league is dropping whatever he wants to drop after a game for no other reason than he can get away with it. It's probably not what they're looking for. It's probably why he likes doing it. Leave me alone. I don't want to be the face.
Yeah, and if you become the face, you have to stop doing that. Like LeBron isn't out there.
Yeah, particularly young when he was young LeBron. LeBron might curse now.
Well, yeah, because now he's LeBron freaking James.
Yeah,
but yeah, when he was 25,
made man.
Yeah.
LeBron he was doing things that the league needed because they were trying to promote him as a face. Anthony Edwards wants no part of it.
No,
he wants no part of it. Clearly,
and I don't want any part of him doing that.
Yeah,
I don't want
the special part about Anthony.
I don't want him going corporate.
The special part about Anthony Edwards, beyond what he does on the court, is what he provides because of his personality.
Yeah,
and sure,
and the text message.
Well, send the video certainly. Beyond that stuff, which should be private, but you're dealing with women who don't want it to be private, so it's out there. That's the other reason why the NBA may not want to push him, unless he's going to make sure that's not a thing. He doesn't appear on track to do that. The fact that now we're talking about 2 years in a row, some woman is talking about him not wanting to have a kid with her, and him being, depending on how you feel about it, abrasive in how he's treating her in regards to that. That's not something the league wants. So maybe Stephen A. Smith, despite him having his own social media presence, isn't quite aware of that part of Anthony Edwards' game. The league is like, hey, stop. He's not ready to be the face of the league. We're not ready to push him as the face of the league. We're more than happy to continue to be in an international game. But they probably do need to find someone, whether it's Wemby or anyone else, because at some point Durant and Curry and LeBron are going to go away. I just don't think you should be backing the horse of Anthony Edwards. When that particular candidate wants nothing to do with it.
Yeah,
and is doing everything he can to make sure he's not the face of the league.
Yeah.
The man, he told you, just wants to go out there, ball, and kill people on the court.
Yeah. Give me Ja Morant.
The NBA's like, give us 5 years. If Ja stays on the track for the next 5 years.
Probation?
Yes. He's done a lot. I don't know if the face of the league can be suspended for a quarter of the year and then be the face of the league less than a year and a half later.
Gosh.
Okay.
If only Jason Tatum had a personality.
He does, just a bad one.
Well, if only Jason Tatum had a good personality.
Look, Jason Tatum may be a wonderful person, but his act after the finals, all the iconic moments he tried to recreate, not great. I don't know if he's well liked outside of Boston. I don't think he is. That may be one of the reasons he's not.
No, you don't see a lot of Tatum jerseys on kids.
No, he's not someone, unless you love an off-arm push-off. I'm not sure Jason Tatum's your type of player. Great player. Just the bag, for whatever that means as far as importance, people aren't attracted to as far as how he gets his buckets. And even though he is a champion. And during the All-Star game, speaking of Celtic disrespect, Jaylen Brown went up for a left-hand layup and missed. And Donovan Mitchell said, no left hand, no left hand. Immediately after he missed. Loud enough for anyone to hear it. In fact, that there's an account that somehow picks up the in-game audio of players, and you could hear it clear as day because, no one's excited about the All-Star game, so crowd noise wasn't a factor. No left hand, which is nuts. Is he the highest paid player in the NBA right now?
I don't think so.
Did someone surpass him?
Yeah.
Did Tatum surpass him? Maybe that's who did it.
Yeah.
Either way, Luke Kuechly, not an NBA player, but did have thoughts. He was with Kay Adams. Kay Adams is the NFL version of Taylor Rooks. Well, where former players and current players are just happy to go on and talk to Kay Adams. Here's Luke Kuechly on what the Eagles did and who can duplicate it in the coming years.
Who can do this? Do you subscribe to the idea that there's a formula a la Dwight Freeney, a la Chris Collinsworth? Who can do this? And is it easier said than done? Like you're saying what they did with 4, but it's also a special 4. So I'm trying to get to, I guess, the exclusivity, the rarity of this thing.
Well, I just think you can rush 4, but how good are you in the back end? And we always talked about front end coverage. Your coverage helps the rush, and your rush helps the coverage. And if you have a really good front, like the Eagles did in this game, like they've had all season, it makes coverage easier. And then, on the other side, you look at that Eagles secondary from, DeJean, the Darius Slay, to the rookie, to Blankenship, to Gardner Johnson, to what Bond was able to do this whole year. It's almost like who was better, the pass rush or the guys in the back end, the back 7. And so is it an easy recipe? Yeah. Rush 7, play zone, mix it up, play 2-4-1, maybe sprinkle some man. But if you don't have the guys that can get there and you don't have the guys in the back end that can cover, you're in tough shape. But I kind of agree with you a little bit. I think Denver's got some guys that can do it. Obviously, Surtain won, Defensive Player of the Year, which he 100% deserves. And you look at another group is Houston with Donnell Hunter and Will Anderson.
Yeah.
If they can find a good guy on the inside of that defense to push the pocket, I think they've got a chance. But that's what Philly does so well is they've got guys off the edge and then Jalen Carter on the inside pushing that pocket vertically. If you've got edge guys that are really good and that quarterback can step up and step out and there's no inside threat, it's easy. But if you have 2 edge guys that are monsters and an inside guy, it just all works together.
He's not Jalen Carter, but Danico Autry's like, that's me. I'm supposed to be, when they rush 4, I'm supposed to be the inside guy, except he didn't play a lot because of suspensions and injury.
You're Milton Williams. All right.
He's probably more Milton Williams. They don't have a Jalen Carter type. It's very hard to get those.
No, those guys don't grow on trees.
And Quinyon Mitchell's like, am I the rookie you're talking about?
I noticed that too, where he goes, the secondary, they have Cooper DeJean.
Who's also a rookie, by the way.
And then you went Darius Slay, Blankenship.
The rookie.
It's like,
wait a minute, I'm a starting corner on a Super Bowl team, and you're just going to call me the rookie?
He was the 1st round rookie.
Yeah, I'm the more prominent rookie if we're talking about draft status. Yeah, he had to pick 6.
Prominent for other reasons.
Yeah, Cooper DeJean certainly prominent for other reasons. It was a big day for people celebrating his accomplishments in the Super Bowl. So,
do kids still have posters on the wall?
You're closer to being a kid than I am. I don't know.
I didn't have many.
I didn't have any men on the wall. So you tell me. Any posters I had weren't of men. Certainly weren't of football players. Shout out to Winona Ryder on the cover of W. That was one of the posters I had. It was not even a poster. I just ripped the cover off the magazine and put it up there. Way back. We're talking 20 years ago now, maybe at that point. Man, probably more than that, actually.
What magazine was it?
W Magazine. She was just coming off, stealing stuff from people from stores. Remember that from Winona Ryder? She was rehabilitating herself, and she might have been in an article. She was just promoting a movie with Adam Sandler called Mr. Deeds.
Okay. Did it say Easy Rider on it?
Probably. I don't.
That's the one I'm looking at. Right
yeah.
But Ryder, like spelled how she spells her last name.
Yeah.
Get it?
Clever people over at W. Yes, she had a Free Winona shirt on. Now she's a mom on Stranger Things.
They just put free whatever on a t-shirt.
Well, she
stole stuff.
Yeah. It's not like you weren't caught. It was on camera. But hey, it's Winona Ryder, one of the greats. So we had to honor her. I remember that. I still remember that cover. All right. We will get to Sean's pertinent question of the day that he has to answer when we come back. It is Texans related. Maybe you guys have thought on it too. Who would you rather have in the division, Shedeur Sanders or Cam Ward? They're both potential options for the Titans. We'll get to Sean's answer when we come back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
In a bit of the category of life is strange, Yuli Gurriel signs the Padres. It's not strange that Yuli's still tooling around MLB. Sean, do you know who plays for the Padres?
Manny Machado.
That's true.
Oh, you Darvish.
Correct. So Yuli and you, Darvish, who've pieced it up, they're fine. I believe that's happened. On the same team.
Better have happened.
or what?
It's just very weird that the first baseman, I guess backup first baseman, I would assume. Maybe he's the starter. At 41 years old, he's the starter for the Padres. But I assume that they pieced it up, right?
I think there was a story about them having a talk and everything's cool. Either way, Yuli.
It's a crazy thing for everything to be cool about.
I guess Hugh's a nice guy. He apologized, Yuli apologized, and Hugh's like, you know what? Look, man, not great. I mean, the Spanish national team did it too. Not to you, Darvish, but they did that at one point too in basketball. But hey, we piece it up, we work it out, and we move on. We're both adults. Okay. So Shedeur Sanders and Cam Ward work out together. They have a friendly rivalry. We found out about it really before last year where Cam was criticizing Shedeur for not working hard, just lofting balls on routes, on comebacks. And the response was to Cam, you were late. We should have been out of here by now, but you were late, so we're still doing this. And Cam goes, doesn't matter if I'm late. I'm working, though. Cam went on to have a really good year. So did Colorado. And now they're working out again together. And they are the top two quarterbacks in the draft. Lance, I don't think he has a first-round grade on either. I believe if it wasn't so if quarterbacks weren't so important as far as them as actual players, I think he may have them as both second-round picks. But we know they get pushed up the board because they're quarterbacks. So, Sean, considering what you've seen from them both through a couple of seasons, maybe you're following Shador at Jackson State and Cam at Incarnate Word. You're a college football junkie. Not sure how deep your love of quarterbacks go. But either way, for reasons that may affect the Texans, because those guys may be good, or maybe you just want to see spectacular failures in the division. Not sure where you're standing. Who would you rather have playing for the Titans if you had your choice?
I think I'd rather have Shedeur Sanders on the Titans.
Why?
Because it would be awesome. The sideshow would be awesome.
Okay.
Of the Sanders family in Nashville and in the division. You could get some Sanders family Houston Texans beef going.
Sure.
That'd be good. As far as them as quarterbacks, like I think Cam Ward's a little better, but I don't think it's like so drastic where it's like, oh my God, I don't want to face either of these guys. It's like, no, they're both. We'll see. We'll see on both of them. They both have their pros. They both have their cons. We've seen guys much better or thought of as much better prospects than them never work out in the league. So we don't know.
Yeah. I mean, you already have the oft injured, inaccurate quarterback for the Colts who they had to bench for not, I guess, taking the job seriously enough.
Yeah.
So that's great for the Texans. You have Trevor Lawrence, who now is on his third head coach. Not sure if that's going to.
I mean, how much longer is he going to be in the division? He's going to get traded to the Steelers by tomorrow.
I said that's not happening.
What? That random report wasn't true?
Trevor Lawrence had to answer questions about it. Said, yeah, that's not happening. So if you were less excited because the thought of Trevor Lawrence playing for the Steelers might make the Jags better,
you're good.
You're good.
Status quo.
Status quo for Jacksonville. And what do the Jags say? What do the Jags fans say, Sean?
Duval.
Trevor Lawrence shot down that rumor. That's what they said. So did Liam Cohen, probably.
I also think that Cam Ward being passed up by the Titans, he's gonna let them know. Wasn't that the thing you say? He's gonna make them regret it.
Yes.
Every team that passes on Cam Ward, who might be a first overall pick, every team will regret it.
Yeah, it's interesting to use that before you actually have to. Maybe wait to see if it happens. Maybe
because there's a chance you're just the number one.
Maybe don't put the chip on your shoulder before you have to. Don't develop it before.
Yeah, it's like when you get pre-mad about something.
Yeah, you want to be mad because you had to go to Incarnate Word. Okay, but because you wanted to play in the SEC, fine. It drove you to eventually be a Heisman finalist. But maybe wait, because what happens if the Titans do pick you? Now you got to develop a whole different chip.
Yeah.
You guys should have been worse last year to take me. Does he get mad at the Giants for winning a game? Hey, that game you won, why? You knew I was available.
Oh, no, you know it is. You should trade it up to get me.
Yeah, you find a way to motivate
trade
yourself.
it up.
Right, you find a way. Whatever nonsense you have to do to develop that chip and put it there, you do. Okay, speaking of nonsense, before we go. Patrick Mahomes cut his hair. Of course, it was highlighted. He was at his grandfather's funeral, I think, so I didn't want to get too much into that. This is more about Dylan Raiola. Dylan Raiola, known Patrick Mahomes cosplayer, the quarterback at Nebraska, He does everything that Patrick Mahomes does from wearing the number to what he looks like in uniform,
how he plays the position,
how he cuts his hair, how he tries to hype up the fans when he comes out of the tunnel. He does it all.
Yeah, but worse.
But worse because he's Dylan Raiola, not Patrick Mahomes. Does he take it to the step? And it wouldn't be such a leap because if he's going to wear the mohawk that Mahomes had, why wouldn't he just cut his hair to a more traditional haircut? Do you think, are you looking up where he's already cut his hair? Do you think Dylan Raiola says, you know what? I'm not done with this Mahomes thing. I'm cutting my hair. Does he go to that point? Because he's been able to have that hair for years now because Mahomes hasn't really changed his hair for years. Now that it's cut, do we see Dylan Raiola first day of spring practice with the new Mahomes cut?
I don't think you can do it. I don't think you do it.
Is that a step too far?
I don't think you do it right now. I think you want to wait until closer to the season to make that decision, B, so it doesn't look so obvious that you're just chasing whatever Mahomes is doing.
It already looks obvious.
No, but you want to get a little bit of like, oh, okay, so at least he's not cutting his hair like Mahomes did. If we see a picture of him, on spring break or like you said at spring practice with Mahomes' new haircut, that's terrible.
It's already terrible.
Yeah, but that's worse. What I'm saying is that's worse.
It makes it worse. I would agree. I just wouldn't put it past him. Because
of course, you can't put it past.
If you're going,
he's already doing this.
If you're going as far as he's gone,
yeah.
Why would a haircut be any different? It might be the easiest thing he could do. Although it would add to the embarrassment, at least the shame we're throwing his way. He may not feel any shame, but we would certainly continue to disrespect.
I think it would be less so if you just like waited until August,
until September.
Yeah. Wait until the team photo day.
We'll see. We'll see if he's self-aware enough to hold off. He hasn't been self-aware enough yet. I mean, his people are Nebraska legends. No one, hey, cut it out.
He was in the Chiefs locker room after they won the AFC.
He thinks he's the younger brother. I mean, maybe the Mahomes family would appreciate him as a younger brother, as opposed to the other one. All right, we're done for the day. Gallant George up next, followed by the Killer Bees. Since we're done, what does that mean?
Duval.
That's right. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Hello and welcome aboard Gallant and George. It is Tuesday, February 18th of 2025. We're getting closer and closer to the official return of baseball. All of the Astros are at spring training in West Palm Beach, Florida. And earlier today, we heard from the fearless skipper of the Stros, Joe Espada, who had this to say about a team meeting that they had.
Oh, just a little rally the troops message there. We had a really good conversation. We went over things that 2024, some challenges to the organization as a whole, how we're going to address those. We had a little fun with the group also. So I'm excited about 2025.
Some icebreakers, maybe? Introducing yourself to your new teammates?
Freshman orientation stuff?
Yeah.
I am curious as to what was said. I really am. Because it's pretty awkward coming into spring training, having moved on from 3 key pieces in one offseason. 2 of them really by choice because you traded them, Ryan Presley, Kyle Tucker, and another also by choice, more of a soft choice though, because Alex Bregman, they probably never really gave much of an offer to begin with that they thought Bregman would take, and now he's with the Boston Red Sox.
Yeah, I mean, because even for, Altuve, it's never been this many guys at once has left the building.
Right. It's usually 1 per offseason.
Yeah. So, Altuve's used to, he's like, well, 1 guy's out that I've been playing with my entire career. So, we'll pivot. But, yeah, it's 3 guys that leave, 3 guys that were on your World Series roster, and a bunch of just voids left in the team. And, you got, like I said, you got to meet your new teammates. You got to meet Christian Walker and see what he's all about. Isak Paredes.
Hayden Wesneski. Forrest Whitley, his 10th attempt to be on the Major League roster.
It's only his 10th?
It'd be great if every year Altuve introduces himself to Forrest
Whitley. Who he
is. Yeah. Hey, hi, I'm Jose.
My name's Jose. Nice to meet you.
My friends call me Josie.
Yeah.
And then Forrest goes, hey, man, we've done this 10 times.
Yeah. Oh, okay. And then they play 2 Truths and a Lie or whatever.
Yeah.
Lance McCullers also, I imagine, for some. Wait, who's that guy? Who's he?
Super senior. Wow, he's still around.
Yeah, he's one that has to get refreshed with all the new guys on the team since he wasn't really around much last year. Because unlike the previous year, he wasn't hanging around the dugout as much last season. So he's basically a new guy on the team. Will he contribute to the team? I don't know. But he's there.
So they basically signed a new starting pitching.
Yeah, they acquired another starting pitcher.
There you go.
Spin.
Yeah.
Joe Espada doesn't strike me as someone who's going to rally the troops. He just doesn't.
He's not a rah-rah guy?
Nah, not really.
He's not.
I don't want to hear him talk, to be perfectly honest. Now, that said, I also feel the same way I think about Dana Brown. And I'm thankful that these guys do speak from time to time because they give us content. But I'm really wondering what it is that Joe Espada can say to this team that they can all buy into and actually be legitimately different from last year going into this season. Because I know he's talked about how, hey, we're going to work on fundamentals. Well, you always should if we're talking about defense. And I think the approach at the plate that the Astros had, which was rather impatient at times. Yeah, duh. Hey, maybe don't swing at everything.
Yeah, that to me has got to be the number 1 thing on the list. It's just their approach at the plate and their struggles at home. You have to address them and try to fix them in spring training and just, hey, guys, don't swing as much. Be a little more patient here. But, yeah, I mean, what is he supposed to say about this team? It's you lost 3 of your key players. Last year was an interesting year. It's this offseason has been really tough. I mean, we've heard, Joe Espada multiple times now talk about, having to have meetings about what's going on with Alex Bregman, and all the players want to know because it's something, obviously they're not in the loop about everything that's going on. They don't want to pry Alex Bregman too much about where he's going to go and if he's going to be an Astro. So, I mean, this is one of those of we'll be okay, guys. That's what it feels like to me. We'll be all right.
The way you say it right there, does it inspire as much confidence as Joe Espada? See, that's where I'm at. I hope that things improve this coming year. Specifically, the plate side of things. I'd like them to be a little bit more patient. Espada also said this, which I found very interesting. He started making an analogy about race. No, not in the, hey, this is going straight to Fox News way. No, he made an analogy about racing. No, not like Fast and Furious either, which would have been cool. We're just talking about your routine half marathon, full marathon. Here's Joe Espada. Listen to the end of this statement.
We did not, finish the race the way we wanted to, but we ran a really strong race, and I think I want our players to be proud of 2024. We learned a lot about our club, our organization, our foundation, how strong it is. We were challenged, and we met those challenges, and I want our guys to be proud of 2024. We put it behind us, but I want us to move forward and use some of the things that we learned from 2024 to get off the block in 2025 and get to where we know we can get to.
Would be a better start be part of that?
A lot of, our start 2020, there was a lot of injuries, things that we can't control, but there's some other areas that we can control, how we play, how we go about our offense. There's things that we can address. And I want to make sure that they hear that from me. And we're going to start working on that from day one, from today. So I'm excited about the season.
Proud of 2024.
I can get behind that with how bad they started and where they finished in the regular season.
But they started so bad.
That's part of 2024. That's the problem.
It's because it started poorly. It ended poorly. The middle part was good.
Yeah, like June to October.
The part without Kyle Tucker, right?
Yeah, yes. But now they have no Kyle Tucker.
That's what I would be saying if I was a spot. I'd be like, it's going to be party all the time now that he's gone.
We can learn from 2024. We can take that part of the race from 2024. We're good.
Just act like he has a bone bruise the entire year.
Pick another random Astro player to have said bone bruise and keep him out almost against his will, or make it seem like he's a bitch. I don't think they should be proud of last year. Standard is the standard. And I understand that some of these guys haven't been here for the entirety of the run, but hey, they showed some resilience. But ultimately, they're playing in a play-in game against the Detroit Tigers team that can beat them in 2 games because it's a 3-game series.
Yeah, I do think it comes off as like a reset of like what the expectations were for the franchise last year, to say you are proud of last year. To overcome the deficit they had, 10 games in, what was it, like 20, like in like a month, they overcame a 10-game deficit in the AL West to get back to the top of the division. Like that does mean something to me. It doesn't matter, but how it started and how it finished are less to par. And that's where like you have to start faster, but then you did fall short in the playoff expectation. That answer to me felt like a strictly focused on the regular season answer for Joe Espada, right?
Well, it's 2 games in the playoffs,
yeah.
right? So, honestly, they didn't make the playoffs last year. So that's why they shouldn't be proud. They didn't make it. This playing stuff is bull. It's not real. Doesn't matter. Please stop.
No, I'm with you.
It's like the 10 and the 9 seed in the NBA. Go F yourselves. You don't deserve to make it. You sucked. You were losers, and you're out because you lost more games than you were supposed to, and other teams won more games.
Yeah, I wish the wild card series was longer to make it feel more legitimate in either way. Not that I'm sure it helps the Astros.
You know what, Joe? No, they deserve to be punished for last year. They deserve to be punished by the baseball gods. Like, hey, it would have been nice if they overcame it, but I mean, they were. I believe that baseball gods would have been looking down on them, and they would have seen a team that was engaging in not necessarily lust, but laziness.
Well, just suckiness. They can't hit at home in the playoffs. It doesn't make any sense. It's been 2 straight years where they're absolutely terrible at now Daikin Park. But maybe that'll be the change that matters most. Just the name change makes everyone feel better.
Stop.
What?
Even sarcasm. Why would it make them feel better?
I don't. Just sarcasm.
Just like more air conditioning.
Well, maybe. I'm not. I won't bet on that. Of all the things I'm confident with the Astros this season, the AC being fixed at the ballpark is not towards the top of that list.
Will the margarita prices go down?
No.
Will Gregoritas be at least half price?
They won't exist. There'll be something new.
The haterade. Yeah.
I think the haterade will just become a thing now at this point. Maybe they knew Alex Bregman was gone, and that's why they introduced the haterade. because they had to replace the Bregaritas. They just knew ahead of time.
Mm.
They were forward thinking with their marketing.
Well, the people that were actual bartenders at Minute Maid Park said it sucked. Like I remember I asked them, I was like, "Hey, is this good? Is it worth going?" And they said no. It's flat out not. And I was like, "I'm gonna give you a big tip." That's ballsy.
At least you didn't drink it before you found out that it was terrible. That's a positive.
I probably would have liked it anyway, though.
I don't even remember what was in it. There was just, all I know was blue, and there was a ton of stuff in it.
I don't even hate Malort. Like I'm not exactly when it comes to
It's not the
drinking
worst.
stuff.
It's not the worst. You just don't want to drink like a lot of it.
Mhm.
Like Malort's like a one-shot thing. You don't want to drink like a whole bottle.
No, you have it on the rocks.
Nah, just drink it. Just rip a shot.
Listen, here's what I'm saying is basically my palate when it comes to drinking is unrefined. I have the palate of an Irishman, which is to say alcoholic / drunk.
It's just whatever it's in front of you, you like.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
It's very few. It's like Jack Daniels is really the only stuff I can do.
I'm guessing that goes back to something that happened in college.
Yeah, sophomore year of college, where I tried to drink a whole handle of Jack Daniels because we had 5 amongst 5 friends, and we thought this is a good idea. Let's all get rid of these because we got to get rid of them anyway.
Are you proud of that as the Astros are proud of 2024?
No, I'm embarrassed about it and still am. I got so drunk that night. It's probably the most drunk I've ever been in my life. And I legitimately cannot even drink Jack Daniels without it coming straight back up, even 17 years later.
See, for me, it was Sailor Jerry, and I'm glad that I don't.
Sailor Jerry, that sounds miserable.
It's terrible rum. Terrible
rum in a plastic bottle.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Not good. Not good. Glad I don't have to drink that anymore.
It's like a Calico Jack. That was the other crap rum that you could get like Walmart. It's straight gasoline.
Yes.
They claim it's rum. He's Joe. I'm Paul. Sean Mapes behind the glass. Gallant George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Do you think Joe Espada rallied the troops yesterday? And should the Astros be proud of last year? Up next, Jose Altuve is officially in left field. And literally based off of TV reporters that are there, he's doing. You'll hear on the other side. Stay put.
It's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
713-780-3776 to call in or text in. You can join us on YouTube at ESPN Houston. We played comments in the first segment. Joe Espada talking about how the team had a rally the troop kind of meeting earlier yesterday. And then on top of that, how they should be proud, the Astros of 2024. I'm assuming the middle of that year, not the beginning, not the end. From the 8-3-2, maybe we can get some production in the first half of the season now that Bregman is gone.
That would help the early struggles for the Astros. That's for sure. I don't think Paredes definitely does not start as slow as Bregman does, because Bregman's one of the slowest starters in all of baseball. So hopefully that will course correct some of the early season issues. You don't have Altuve missing time, assuming nothing bad happens in spring training, because of a World Baseball Classic injury. So you'll be healthier to start the season, it seems, and you have someone at third base who hopefully doesn't stink for the first 2 months of the year.
Hooray!
Hopefully.
There's a lot of hope. There's a lot of wishful thinking going into this season. You're replacing two guys in your lineup who, even if one starts slow and the other's hurt or struggles in the playoffs, it's a lot to replace. It's a lot to ask of both Christian Walker and Isaac Paredes. Jose Altuve. Remember how he said to open up the offseason that he'd be willing to do anything to keep Alex Bregman around, including playing in left field? Well, Joe, it seems that that's something he was amenable to, but the Astros had approached him about that first.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. We kind of just like bat around that idea a little bit of, if Bryce Matthews is your future at second base, or Cam Smith in some order, like if that's going to help fill out your infield, and Jose Altuve's defensive metrics are going poorly as they are in a bad direction, that moving him to left field would make a lot of sense. It's just now funny to think back to the original reporting about this is Altuve's idea. Altuve is doing this for Alex Bregman. Maybe he just was like, I'll do it quicker than planned.
The way it all came out, it just is consistent with the idea that the Astros never really wanted to bring Alex Bregman back. And along the way, they did cutesy little things that would make people focus on Jose Altuve's selflessness, as opposed to, wait, why are they asking a guy who's 5'7" to play in left field?
I think they also strategically painted Bregman as the villain
for sure. And look, they're not immune. They're not the only team that does that.
Yeah,
every team
does it.
Every team in baseball does that. That's why I don't like the Red Sox anymore, because they did it too much and I got sick of it. But this is something that a lot of teams do. And there was a concerted effort, it feels like, to make it seem Bregman's all about the money. He's got no loyalty. And you're seeing the responses, like that one texter saying, well, now we'll at least have someone who's just on a bum to start off the year. Look, Bregman at the end of the year, and especially in the middle of this past season, was really good. But that's why these organizations do this. And people are still going to side with the local organization over the multi-millionaire just about every single time. Now, Jose Altuve was asked yesterday about playing left field, playing second base, optimally, what would he like to do? And Mr. Selflessness himself gave the perfect answer.
I want to play. I want to be in the lineup. I want to, keep helping this team win, keep hitting doubles and triples and homers for this team. So it doesn't really matter what I play. I'm going to try to do my best. And, we have a lot of talent. We have a great new players that definitely going to help this team. And so that's what I'm excited about.
Put him in the Hall of Fame.
I love how he said, I just want to be in the lineup. I mean, because if he wanted to, he could be the ultimate diva and just say, I'm a second baseman.
Yeah.
I'm not moving. This is my position. I'm a Hall of Famer. I'm not moving off second base. It does not matter if you have a prospect or Dubon or anything next offseason. Like, this is my spot. And he's just like, yeah, I just want to play.
For context sake, and Sean, if you could play this is Red Sox $300 million, who knows what the hell position he's playing now, third baseman Rafael Devers, when being confronted by Boston media over the last couple of days and asked whether or not he would move away from third.
Yeah, no, like I said before, like my position is third base. I don't know how they want to go about it or what they want to do, but I know that that's the position I get ready to play every day. And it's just, it's just my position.
How would you react if they asked you to DH? How would you feel about that?
No.
Can you translate that, please?
His translator is the first voice that you heard there. If you watch that full sequence, Devers could not come off as more of an a-hole. I mean, it's funny. It's funny to watch it, the facial expressions. But now Boston's putting Bregman over at third base, which is really interesting to see. This guy is. I'm okay body shaming. The guy's fat. He does not look athletic. And he's coming off a year where he wasn't that good. I mean, he was good. He's their best hitter, but he wasn't that good. And this a-hole comes into the season not that long after signing a $300 million extension with a Gold Glover that they just signed. He's like, yeah, I'm not going to move on. So it's nice to have a guy like Jose Altuve, who, again, put him in the Hall of Fame right now. Hell, I trust him as mayor of the city with zero experience.
Yeah, definitely compared to what we've had in the past, for sure.
He wouldn't want to do the job, but if you forced him to do the job, he'd do the job. That's the perfect guy. That's selflessness right there.
And he'd probably do great at it, honestly. Like, he would listen to the people. People might height shame him. Like, can you be a 5'6" mayor? I don't know.
Yeah, I think it can.
We just had a lesbian mayor. There's all sorts of grounds that's being broken as mayor of Houston.
That's true.
He's the Jon Snow of Houston, where it's like, I don't want to rule, but if my people need me, I will. I'll also let in the wildlings. I don't know what that is, but
actually, in 2025,
what is that?
Well,
is there a metaphor that I'm missing?
There's definitely a metaphor you might have been missing there. But to bring it back to Altuve, JJ Watt, I mean, who would win an election between those two? I mean, Altuve's selflessness, I think, continues to win.
I mean, JJ did leave.
JJ's winning the suburbs, that's for sure. But
yeah, but JJ did leave.
Yeah, he did.
Leave.
He quit on the city, although, I mean, it was understandable.
No, but it was when the city was at its darkest time. He packed up and left.
He did.
Someone was here the whole time.
That's true. Hashtag Houston strong.
Yeah, Jose Altuve dealt with everything. Wasn't on TV for a couple of years. 300 lost seasons in a row. JJ Watt's like, this Jack Easterby guy, I'm out.
Yeah. Peace.
Leaving.
So, also, very, very apologetic to creepo Deshaun Watson. We wasted one of your seasons.
That's true. Did he pat him on the ass as they was making that comment?
I
hope not.
I don't think so.
I don't know. I don't know.
I mean, good football guys smack each other on the ass.
That's true.
There's nothing gay about that. It's just dudes being dudes.
Yeah.
Do you want someone who's friends who apologizes to deviant Deshaun Watson?
Yeah, that's the negative political ad for Jose Altuve's campaign. More from Jose Altuve. He said that he doesn't want moving to left field to be considered a big deal.
Feel so far?
Really good. Yeah, I like it. No, in the beginning it was for Braggy, and then just keep the plan, I guess, and just. I mean, I'm trying not to make this a big deal of focus, go somewhere else than prepare for the season and win. So I think that's the main thing. I want to get rid of this left field conversation, try to answer every question possible, and then just move on and start preparing for what we all care about, which is preparing for the season and start winning.
Don't want it to be a big deal.
It's hard for it not to be a big deal, though, Jose.
Well, of course, especially going into the year. I mean, now that all the offseason drama is finally done, this is probably the most curious thing going on at spring training.
Yeah, I don't. McCullers. I think there's people who are interested by that, but
I saw you had on the show rundown like, hey, who's going to be out there? Forrest Whitley or Lance McCullers, and I'm sort of like they don't exist, so I'm not really that curious about them. Well, it is an interesting conversation. Like we've been forced to talk baseball for 5 hours. Like I'd like to think it's towards the back.
No, but I mean, besides Altuve, like what else about spring training is? I mean, I guess Bryce Matthews would be up there. Like, is he going to break camp?
It's really like any insert young guy.
Cam Smith, Bryce Matthews.
Well, like we
Jacob
know everything
Milton.
else. Like we know what the rotation is, unless Lance is magically healthy, which he has already said he will not be on the opening day roster. He'll be in Sugarland.
That takes a lot of the wind out of my sails. Where it's okay, so we're talking about April for this guy anyway. So that's why it's like hard to get too amped up. Like his spring training is going to be after opening day. It sounds like.
Yeah, and then like with like Chaz and Jake, does anyone believe that what happens in spring training will translate into the regular season? Unless they're a disaster.
Good question.
But like if Chaz McCormick hits like 350 in spring training and like cool.
No, Myers was awesome in the regular season last year for the first month and a half or 2 months. Like he was good at hitting for 2 months, and it at the end of the day, it just doesn't matter. So spring training results. I mean, you know what I could go for? Chaz McCormick. You should see him. He's in the best shape of his life.
He's ripped.
Yeah, I need that.
Well,
I need the washboard abs on Chaz McCormick.
I saw one of those ridiculous posts last night. I hate that posts like this get engagement. This is what I went after Texans commenter for, and he's not alone in doing this. I just hate when someone is getting glazed and there's nothing behind it. It's just a picture of somebody and they're like, this guy's going to be great this year. And I saw Michael Schwab do that with a picture of Yainer Diaz. And I'm like, he looks in great shape. How can you tell he's wearing a baseball uniform?
You don't know if
those things are baggy.
He looks good.
Does he look better than he did before? Was he fat before?
I'll be honest. I don't remember.
Exactly.
I don't remember really.
He looks exactly the same to me.
Yes.
It's just, he's coming out of the offseason and he looks like he's in good shape.
But he's smiling. He's smiling.
Great smile. Great smile.
The jerseys look better because they fixed the jerseys.
Yeah.
They don't have the crappy baseball jerseys anymore. They're see-through. They fixed that.
Ron brings up, by the way, you see Bregman, he looks a little heavy. Bregman's face does look a little bigger. It looked a little swollen.
I mean,
no, not like that. Not his head either. I'm not talking about Barry Bonds-esque allegations.
I was going to say, they got to steal. The Red Sox got to steal then.
I mean, Alex is known for his weight fluctuating going into seasons.
Really?
It's like Matthew Perry.
No, remember one off season he came in, he's like, I gained 25 pounds of muscle. And then he was
when he lies about how much muscle he has.
So maybe this season he's like, I'm going to have less muscle, and translated to something else.
Wow.
Little dad bod.
Alex Doncic is what we're calling him.
Is that why
we're stabbing him on the way back like we're Nico Harrison?
I mean, my God, that's the Astros should have just done that. Like, they were concerned about his shape, which would be so ridiculous.
Last year, he asked 2 different times during the season if they could bump up his waist size on the baseball pants.
They're already going to do that for Devers. So now they got a couple of third basemen wearing, this pan expanders. Texter says, I'm a season ticket holder and I'm wearing a Red Sox jersey to Dyken Park in August when the Red Sox come to town. That's lame. That's still lame.
Yeah. Did you do that for Correa and Springer? Like that, I'm just curious.
For Garrett Cole?
Yeah, there's been so many. That's why this Alex Bregman, like the fan reaction to him leaving is just so bizarre to me. It's because I don't know, we've done this once a year for the last 5 years. One of these guys has left. I don't know why we keep acting like how should we handle it? Is he going to get booed? It's like probably how it went the rest of the time.
Specifically, especially with Correa, it was such a similar situation where there was a lowball offer on the table. A lot of people thought Carlos should have taken it. He took less money to sign with Minnesota with opt-out years. It was almost the exact same situation.
Yeah.
It really felt like the same, except the Astros never got back in on Carlos Correa.
Yeah, there's no wait a second. What if we moved him to center field?
Yeah.
Or move Pena to center field or something.
Well, we didn't know who Jeremy Pena was still at that time.
We knew of him. We knew the idea of him.
We knew of him, yes.
Yeah.
Well, that's when people believed in Pedro Leon. So.
Oh, God.
Pour one out.
I have a Pedro Leon bobblehead.
Yeah.
Yeah. Space City or the Space Cowboys.
Do you think it's gone up in value on the second market?
I'll double check.
Well, if it was free, then yes.
I'm not sure.
Gallant George, Sean Mapes behind the glass. He is Joe. I'm Paul. 713-780-3776 to call to text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Everything you missed in the world of sports over the weekend. We talk about a huge Cougars win and the big question that comes from it. And what did the Houston Rockets do in All-Star Weekend? Was one Houston Rocket a victim of xenophobia? You could make that argument. Stay put. Cougs had a big win over the weekend. They played Arizona on the road. As tends to happen with the Cougs, shooting, oh boy, for a lot of this game, it was tough to watch. But last 5 minutes of the game, after slowly beginning a boa constrictor-esque strangling process of the Wildcats, they are ultimately able to escape Tucson with a 62-58 win. Milos Uzan leading the way with 19 points in the game.
They're fun. I can't wait for this weekend. I think I might go this weekend. College game day is coming to town for the game versus Iowa State.
Let's go.
I'm gonna go check that one out this weekend.
You should. It's the best place to watch a game in the city.
I've heard that. I still haven't gone yet. It's on my to-do.
Seriously, it's fun. Tickets might be hard to get. So
we got credentials.
Yeah, it might be a credential kind of day for you.
I mean, hey, you know.
Hey, yeah. You're covering it for the media, but you're going to have to ask all sorts of important questions. Unless you think you're above that, Mr. Middle Management.
I'm not a big press conference guy.
Yeah, you're not?
I don't love
But
them.
you're going to have a credential to go to the game. You're going to ask Kelvin Sampson the hard-hitting Big J journalist questions? Or are you going to ask him the big question, hey, do you think you can win a national title?
That's true.
We should do is
because that's the big question about the Cougs.
Yeah. Or second guess decisions he made.
Ooh, yeah.
Why'd you call a timeout with 3:15 left?
That would be funny.
Why didn't you foul up 3?
That's a great question.
Or ask something that you're completely wrong on.
Yeah.
Just set yourself up to get
To be
6.
dunked on?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, just
Go
like
viral?
Yeah, just to intentionally go viral.
Well,
But see, I think Kelvin Sampson's too nice for that. I mean, I know like he
No, he's a bear.
But he won't.
Not with the media. I feel
Yeah,
like.
he won't like rant on you though. He'll just. I think it would be a quick shutdown.
Yes,
but he won't like rip you to shreds.
I was like, I work with Jeremy. What's he like on the road?
What's the weirdest thing you've seen Jeremy Branham do?
By the way, the Cougs do have a game tonight against Arizona State. They are 11.5-point favorites in that game. Tip off at 8 o'clock. Hate the mountain time. Hate the West Coast. I hate all not Central Time. Central Time is the perfect time zone for sports.
If you're in the Big 12, should have to play in Central Time at all times. That means early games for Arizona. Arizona State don't care.
But the Big 12's so big now.
I know I think there's this many. Well, there's teams in the East, isn't there? No. Well, I guess you have West Virginia.
I'm literally looking it up because
UCF, West Virginia.
Yes, you got the furthest east you have is Central Florida, and the furthest west. I'm guessing it's Arizona State,
Utah, maybe
Utah,
Arizona or Utah.
or BYU. Right. I'm one of
Colorado.
those. Colorado's east of Utah.
Yeah,
okay. I think. I'm hoping I've nailed that. I'd be pretty upset with myself if that placemat I had as a small child of all the 50 states, I just don't remember it anymore. So a big win for the Cougs. We'll see what they do tonight. Can they win a national title? They're going to have to be better at scoring. But the defense is fantastic. And, I mean, really, they made it really difficult for the Wildcats down the stretch. That was a nice win. All-Star Weekend, we touched on it yesterday. We didn't watch it. And perhaps it is lame to not to have takes on, the All-Star Weekend is failing when we didn't even actually watch it. But it didn't grab anyone's attention. And on top of that, Houston Rockets players were perhaps jobbed in this one. Now, Amen Thompson played a lot. Amen Thompson in the Rising Stars Challenge played. He had 11 points in 12 minutes. And he was also on Team C for the All-Star game. So I guess he won?
No, I think he got moved over, if I remember correctly.
Okay, great. So it's just as confusing as I thought. And let's not even bother looking into this and instead get mad about the clear xenophobia that Alperen Şengün dealt with. He makes it to an All-Star game for the first time. He played in the first game 4 minutes. He had 4 points and a rebound. In the finals, Team Chuck versus Shaq's OGs, Chuck didn't play him once, not for a second. Unbelievable. And I get it. There was Nikola Jokic and Victor Wembanyama and Karl Anthony Towns. So there are a lot of big guys on that team.
Yeah.
Charles Barkley just went with size. But Şengün, clearly the victim of xenophobia here. I stand with the Turks.
Does he?
This is the Crips and Bloods
Did
getting together.
did you see the interview he did this weekend?
No, what did he do?
I just remembered this. He was asked to say something in Turk. He couldn't do it.
Is he xenophobic against his own
Couldn't
people?
do it or he didn't do it?
He had to started saying something. He had to stop and correct himself.
Oh, wow.
So it's like he's forgotten his own language. He's been here for so long.
He could okay. It wasn't like critical comments of their dictator.
No.
The one dictatorship in NATO. Okay, just asking the question. Also, Reed Shepherd was there.
He was.
I saw this write-up about Shepherd's performance. It's from a Kentucky blog. Reed Shepherd represents Kentucky in the Rising Stars game. Though he had a minimal impact, going 0 for 3 from the field with 1 rebound and 2 assists, his participation showcased the pipeline of talent Kentucky continues to produce.
He didn't even represent his NBA team. I love college basketball fans because he made the G League All-Star team. Cool. He didn't make the real Rising Stars team.
It's also like you're Kentucky. You have like 5 guys in the actual NBA All-Star game every year. Like you have actual guys that made it. I don't know if you need to stoop all the way down to this guy played a little bit in the Rising Stars game.
Well, Devin Booker wasn't there, but Reed Shepard was.
Yeah.
So
Carl Towns, Shea Gilgeous-Alexander.
Yeah, those guys.
One last one in case you missed it. And we can touch on this some more if you want. We touched on it a little bit yesterday. There was a blog last Wednesday on ESPN talking about Jonathan Martin, who you might remember being the victim of bullying, at least allegedly, and he was out of the NFL not long after it. It also led to Richie Incognito being blackballed by a lot of NFL teams. The Miami Herald put together a column on early Sunday morning, and it's titled, Kelly, Jonathan Martin admitted he lied about being bullied. And if you read the article, all the details are out there, and it does seem like Jonathan Martin and his mother are actually at odds because Martin's mother made it seem like it was straight bullying that was happening and not just routine NFL hazing. And I'm sure there's a blurry line between what's acceptable and what isn't. But is Richie Incognito vindicated?
It feels like he is.
He definitely feels he is now.
Yeah, it's hard to say fully vindicated because there's still a lot about him and slurs and behavior that's like no one would condone with Richie Incognito, but specifically with Jonathan Martin, it seems he's vindicated in this specific instance.
Yeah, a lot of the comments he made, these are things people say to each other. And when it's in writing, you can use this against somebody and it makes it look like this is what their character is. I'm not going to act like I know Richie Incognito. I feel like Richie Incognito would be fun to hang out with, but he's also going to bust your balls. And some people don't like getting their balls busted. Others do. That's not to justify what he said, what he did. But it really does feel like Jonathan Martin just said nothing about any of this for a long time. And I think it's kind of lame to come clean now.
Yeah, it's like
as he's trying to promote like some random Bitcoin strategist spokesman deal that he's got going on. I don't even understand it.
No, I don't either. I really don't know why ESPN is involved in this because it really just feels like it's some kind of he must be getting some kind of pushback in his Bitcoin career about what happened in Miami. So he felt like he had to admit it now, or maybe now he doesn't talk to his mom anymore and like he can throw her under the bus and blame her. But the other part where I think it helps vindicate Incognito a little bit is I reread the story. I really feel like he doesn't take any responsibility for like any of this.
No, he definitely does.
It's really just like, oh, it's my mom and I really didn't say anything. Well, that means you're in the wrong just as much as she is. If you allow someone to just lie on your behalf and you don't intervene, then you're just as guilty of a party as she is.
Especially if it's your mom that's doing your work. Like you're a man.
Yes.
You're an adult. You know, it's always nice to have parents in your corner helping you out with things, but there are certain things that you have to take ownership of if you have any shred of honor.
100%.
And I definitely look at Martin with more of a side eye going forward after that. Also, guys, a plane landed upside down.
I have.
In Toronto. That was yesterday.
So many questions.
I do too. And really, the biggest question is what streaming app is Flight on so I can watch Denzel Washington do that drunk like he did in that movie?
Like, how did everyone
fly
survive?
upside down?
How did everyone survive?
I saw a video of it, and it basically lands on the runway traditionally, wheels touching the ground. And then after it lands, it just flips over.
Okay.
The wheels broke. I don't know any of the specifics other than it might not have been exactly where it needed to be on the runway. That runway looked very icy and very cold.
Yeah. Minneapolis to Toronto.
Right.
In February. So.
Are you guys like scared of flying at all right now?
Yes. Do you want to hear something that's going on at Bush Intercontinental Airport today? I bleep you not, because I saw a headline for this on KHOU's website. If you see smoke and flames coming from Bush Airport, don't be alarmed. It's only a drill.
What do you mean, don't be alarmed?
If you're flying in or out of Bush Airport this week, you may see smoke and flames because the Houston Fire Department is conducting safety drills and training. They didn't give any specific days or times for the drills, but they said it would be happening throughout the week.
I think you have to be more specific with the details there.
You know what? I like that they're doing this, but if I see this, I will assume, once again, that something bad is going on with airlines because there's been a lot of things going wrong with airlines of late.
Yeah, you got to get more details because at this point, I'm just canceling my flight. If I see
I see that right there. Yeah, like I'm out. And I'm a cheap man.
Yeah.
I'd take the no refund.
Yeah, just eat it. I mean, I'm driving to wherever I'm going. Paul road trips to Florida.
Oh, God, it's a long drive. That is a long drive.
What's the longest you've ever driven?
Some Seattle back to Houston.
It's like a day trip?
No, it's not a day trip, Joe.
2 days?
It's like 46 hours.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. It was long. I just
forgot
stopped.
Seattle was that far away.
Yeah, Joe, my God. He's Joe. I'm Paul. It's Gallant George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call it, to text it. You can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Stick around.
2025 is here. If you haven't started working on your New Year's resolutions, it's a great time to do so because look, it's February. We're already almost in March at this point in the season, or in the calendar. So this is the time to get back into the gym. You can go to their website, oathletic.com. You can see the 100 classes they offer throughout the week, whether you're going to do anything from boxing classes, Brazilian jiu-jitsu, you want to do weightlifting, agility training, all of that is available. Plus, you can sign up for a personal trainer as well. I recommend Cam, great trainer who's I work with on a weekly basis at this point. Check them out, oathletic.com and oathletic on Instagram.
You are back with Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
The Astros are at spring training. The big news from the last 24 hours is about the team meeting that Joe Espada had with the boys to rally them together for the 2025 season. He also said they should be proud of 2024, which I disagree with, but hey.
I largely disagree with. There's some good moments in there, but it was a disappointment of a season. There's no other way to look at it.
Should the Houston Texans be proud of their AFC South championship for the 2024 2025 season?
That's a good question. I'm gonna say yes. It's year 2 of D'Amico, year 2 of CJ. You won another 10 games. You won a playoff game. Next year is where I can't have the same result and give that answer.
I mean, they fired their offensive coordinator and offensive line coach.
I know.
I would say you could be proud of being back-to-back AFC South champions.
Yeah.
But you can't be proud of this year's AFC South championship because the AFC sucked. The AFC South was god-awful.
Yeah, then they had it locked up like super early.
Yeah.
With like 4 games left. And they went, what, 10-7?
Mm-hmm.
Jaguars had a disastrous
11-6,
year
whatever.
where like Peterson should have been fired after 2 games.
Yeah,
It felt like Colts, I mean, their quarterback quit in the middle of the game against the Texans, by the way.
Yeah, you can be proud of that. Made him quit. Made him tap out.
All that swarming made Anthony Richardson a little tie-tie.
Mm-hmm.
And who's the other team?
You said the Colts, the Jags?
Titans.
Yeah, exactly.
You beat them in the Oilers jerseys again.
Exactly. Like that. That's it. So let's do a really quick edition of Southside, rolling around the AFC South, because we did have some news over the last couple of days. Yeah. Everybody. Yeah. Raise your hands. Do it. All right.
I'm waiting for you to raise your hands first. I'm out.
Sorry.
All right.
Joe
Sam,
can't handle all this swag in here.
Sam, we're going to need to clip that.
Yeah.
What?
What's
Skibbity-doo-doo-wop.
What's Paul talking about here?
So the Jaguars are doing damage control on this idea that Trevor Lawrence was being shopped, which we discussed last week. A report came out. Lawrence has a no trade clause.
Oh, okay.
He said he's not going to Pittsburgh. I don't know, though, if a trade actually was put together. Would Lawrence say no to playing for the Pittsburgh Steelers?
If he's a moron.
I would much rather be a part of the Pittsburgh Steelers organization than the Jaguars.
Absolutely.
Period. And I mean, that would be a tremendous opportunity for Lawrence because it does feel like things have plateaued. He's got some limitations. I think he's got a lot of talent, but I also think his inaccuracy is a big problem. There's also a report out, though, that the Steelers never called the Jaguars about Trevor Lawrence. So I'm really curious as to where any of that reporting last week came from. We touched on it, and then the immediate follow-up the next day was that, oh, actually, this isn't happening. They, by the way, still do not have a general manager, the Jaguars.
Baffling.
That'd make it hard to trade your star quarterback,
Mm-hmm.
or at least your quarterback that you paid like a star.
Isn't the combine in like 3 weeks?
It's into February now.
I think it's actually.
Is it next week?
I think it's next weekend.
Like, are you not going to have a GM at the combine?
The NFL combine is the 27th through 2nd. So, yeah.
That's next week.
Yeah.
What are they doing?
They're fine.
Tony Pacelli, he's got it.
Tony Pacelli said he's confident and said we will win a lot in the near future because Tony Pacelli, Texans legend, also Jaguars legend. He was a Hall of Famer in Jacksonville. So he has some sort of title, executive vice president of football operations, but he is not the general manager.
So that's the same title that
Trent Baalke had? Is that the same one?
No, I think it's different.
Okay.
That's what Casario's title is officially, I think.
Gotcha.
But he's also the GM.
So no general manager, but Tony Pacelli's confident. Also, we didn't try to trade Trevor Lawrence. And guess what? We got Grant Udinsky as offensive coordinator from the Vikings. And we got Shane Waldron on our offensive staff.
Good luck. He stinks.
All right, JSN, chill out.
Yeah.
He's not good.
Sound like Jackson Smith. I don't like saying
Njigba.
the last name. Njigba.
You
Thank
shouldn't have bailed him out there.
No, I appreciate that.
I just said it was 24 hours to get to Seattle. Like, you're going to let him fall there. Like, let's let it
That was
balance.
crazy. I was away from the mic for that, but that's why.
Favorites.
Let it balance out a little bit here, Sean.
Playing favorites, baby. So that's the Jaguars. There's been so many stories about Will Levis as he tries to rehabilitate his image, which honestly has taken quite the beating over the last year, from the leaked tapes to the Mayo overexposure to his play on the field, where every single game he played in, he seemed to have one comical gaffe.
Yes.
Seems like a nice guy, so I feel for him, but he is working with private quarterback coach Jordan Palmer this offseason and is doing all he can to show the Titans he can be their quarterback. Will he be on the roster in 2025?
50-50.
I wonder about whether or not he makes it through camp, because it does feel like this is just a situation where if he gets benched, like, do you want to have this guy waiting in the wings, probably depressed?
I feel like he's either your starting quarterback or he's not on your roster.
Yeah, I agree with you there.
Like if they took Abdul Carter with the first pick and they didn't draft a quarterback, then you could keep Will Levis, I guess.
I could see how another team would want him as the like developmental backup option, just because it's only been 2 years. Like, and he was picked what, 33rd or 34th in the draft.
I mean, Zach Wilson, Trey Lance, Justin Fields, they'll have jobs.
Yeah, they're all on like their third team. So I do, except Trey Lance, but I do think that they can get something for it. Now it's probably going to be like a 5th round pick or something. So it's not changing your life. But I would, if I go quarterback 1, if I'm the Titans, then yeah, get Levis out of here. What are we doing?
Would he be an improvement over Daniel Jones in New York?
Ooh. No.
If they didn't draft a quarterback?
No, I'd take Daniel Jones over Levis.
Yeah.
Me too.
Jones at least he just doesn't do anything, but he doesn't screw it up for you.
He can run.
Yeah, I like watching Will Levis play a lot more, but that's because he's hilarious.
Yeah. Levis is more fun.
I don't think you should be aiming for hilarious if you're running the Giants.
No.
Probably not what you need.
He should be the Browns quarterback.
Oh.
He should be the Browns quarterback next year.
That would be fun.
Where he's young enough to where they go, hey, listen, we're going with the developmental young guy, save a little money, and also
Stefanski, work your magic.
Yeah, Stefanski, work your magic.
Anthony Richardson, per Michael Pittman Jr., he responded to his benching. Because remember, he got benched last year and everyone was acting like it was the end of the world because you can't bench a quarterback with his talent, even though he subbed himself out of a game, which quarterbacks never do. Michael Pittman Jr. says Richardson responded to that benching by working harder.
Awesome. It only took him, a year and a half.
I doubt that lasts. I doubt it lasts.
I don't either. I don't know if he's the starting quarterback in Indianapolis
He should
next year.
And if you've listened to them, whether it's Shane Steichen or Chris Ballard, no one's been 100% sold on him as the starting guy next year. And they shouldn't.
No, that feels like the veteran team, like a Stafford, Rodgers,
Cousins.
They're going back to the same cycle.
Yeah, I was going to say.
I think that might be too far for Chris Ballard.
Chris Ballard, he's itching to sign a 38-year-old coming off an Achilles.
He loves him some vintage quarterbacks.
Exactly.
Oh, it's a fine vintage. This guy's 40 years old and is missing an Achilles.
Drafted in the early 2010s. Okay.
Yes, he's got. I taste notes of corniness because he's super, super corny. Kirk Cousins,
the elite of the corny people in the NFL.
Russell Wilson, Indianapolis Colts veteran quarterback answer.
Ooh, that's a good one. Gallant George. Sean Mapes producing Behind the Glass. Joe George to my right. I am Paul Gallant. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. What's going on at Astros spring training? Especially now that Alex Bregman is gone. You'll hear a little more of things that are being said at camp. Stick together. Stay with us. It's Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Astro spring training's underway. No games yet, but we'll get there over the weekend. Joe Espada's the Astros manager. We heard from him earlier in the show talking about a meeting the team had to rally together for 2025. He also said they should be proud of the 2024 season. He had this to say about slugger Yordan Alvarez, who he thinks is going to have quite the 2025.
Guys, he had a really good year, friend. So he told me the same thing, and I'm like, dude, that's how good he is. He thinks that, I think he can drive the ball more. He said at times where there were some singles, doubles, not really slugging the way he's capable of. So he identifies some areas in his swing and in his mechanics that he can maintain that swing throughout the whole entire season. So when the big boy says that, you get excited.
I mean, I'm excited.
He thinks he can be even better than he was last year. Last year, he played in 147 games, the most games of his career, and finished the year with a 959 OPS. He had 308. He had 35 homers. He also had 86 runs batted in.
Yeah, I mean, he should be like he's one of the best 10 players in baseball. Major League Baseball said that. They say he's the 7th best player in baseball this year. I'm hoping he's healthy this year. They haven't given like still an explanation of like really what was going on last year with his knees and everything, but him being the DH, it makes way more sense to him just to only be the DH.
And that's what they talked about at spring training. Alvarez said he's open to being exclusively the DH. So he and Jose Altuve are not pulling a Rafael Devers in Boston. I'm the third baseman. No, they're not doing that. Alvarez, I know in the past had wanted to play in the outfield. I think he thought it gave him a little bit more rhythm. But now I think he's realizing, hey, I just came off of the season where I played in the most games and had my most at-bats. I want to continue doing this. It does seem, talking about how it's strange someone can have 35 homers and 86 RBIs. That's so weird to me. He will, it seems, bat second again, and he wants to stay in the same spot in the lineup all year long. That's what he said through an interpreter yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, I know, like, obviously when we've had Jeremy Booth on, we've talked a lot about the batting order. To me, it makes the most sense to have him bat second or fourth in the lineup. I'm fine if he's batting second. The only thing I think that hurts him personally is when he would be behind Bregman in the past, it felt like he would have maybe more success because Bregman was seeing a few more pitches. When Altuve goes up there and swings on the first pitch, Yordan Alvarez essentially becomes like your leadoff hitter at that point. So, I mean, if they're going to take a more disciplined approach, and that includes Jose Altuve, like maybe that'll work out for Alvarez as well. But I'm not a big batting order guy. Like I think batting third at this point to me, because you're more likely to have two guys be out, in front of you. I get like that's why you'd want him batting second or fourth, but I think they can still win no matter where he's at.
Something you just said there, you hit the nail on the head. It's all about Altuve if Altuve starts buying into what the rest of the team is doing. And I know that's a lot to ask of a guy who is the best player in this franchise's history. But, okay, if Espada's doing this rally the troops meeting and he's saying, hey, we got to work on X, Y, and Z, and I'm sure fielding is one of those things, and better approach at the plate is another one of those things. Is that something Altuve would be willing to do? And I mean, considering Altuve is willing to play in the outfield, yeah, I think it is. I think it is something he'd be willing to do, but it's also something that's just hard to imagine because he's never been that guy. And that is part of what makes him so special as a leadoff hitter. Obviously, yes, from time to time, it's going to be a one pitch at bat, but I would be scared bleepless of a guy like Altuve opening up a start, and like I'm throwing to him and I know, okay, I don't even really get one pitch to screw around with. If I make a mistake, he's going to hammer it into the Crawford box. This first pitch of the game.
Yeah, if I throw a fastball, I'm in trouble. I kind of feel like it's going to be this is a rule for everyone besides Altuve. Honestly, I don't think they're going to change his approach at the plate. I think they're going to let Jose be Jose.
That's what I would do. Is that I'd be like, hey, whatever's worked for you so far, like just keep doing that.
Yeah.
Jose Altuve. Like there's a little bit of old dog new tricks with that, where it's like we don't maybe if there's guys on, like the leadoff at bat, you can do the one pitch swing at the first pitch if you get a fastball thing. Maybe later in the game, maybe try to work the count a little bit more often than you do. But for the most part, I think you do just gotta let Altuve do whatever he thinks will make him the best hitter. I trust.
Yeah, and same thing with Alvarez. Like whatever Alvarez wants to do at the plate, go for it.
Rest of the guys, they don't get to choose.
Yeah.
Or they get to choose, but you got to be patient first.
Like Yiner, Christian Walker, Paredes, Pena. Like, see some pitches this year.
Yeah.
And make the other team work a little bit. I mean, it felt like a lot of times last year there were games where the Astros starting pitcher through 4 innings would have 70, 80 pitches, almost be done. And the opposing team would have like 35 through 4 innings. And you're just like, well, this guy doesn't have to work hard today. You're not challenging. You're not getting deep into bullpens because you're not pushing guys out of the games. And that's used to be what works so well for the Astros. They just completely got away from it last year. So my guess is Altuve is going to be open to anything, like you said, Paul. But I wouldn't change his approach. So let him be Altuve.
He's Joe. I'm Paul. Will Jose Altuve be Jose Altuve this coming season? Can Yordan Alvarez be better than he was last year in 2025? 713-780-3776 to call in. To text in on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 97.5. Joe Espada talked about how he was trying to rally the troops for this season at a meeting that the Astros had at spring training. Did he rally the troops in the same way that this coach went viral for online doing? You'll hear audio of a man completely losing his mind, I guess, because he's about to be fired. Next, stay put.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
From the 409, someone texts in Altuve, best in franchise history. Nolan Ryan? Nolan Ryan wasn't an Astro for most of his career.
Yeah, Justin Verlander, better than Nolan Ryan. Jose Altuve, better than Justin Verlander.
I think in terms of just being the strikeout king, if you want to make your argument for Nolan Ryan based on that, you can. But just remember, you shared Nolan Ryan with the Angels, Mets, and Rangers. So that's why it's a little bit different. Nolan Ryan's one of the greatest pitchers ever. That's for sure. I mean, some of the numbers he has will never even be reached within 1,000.
Yeah, they'll never even be sniffed.
I'm wondering who's going to be the next pitcher to have 3,500 strikeouts, let alone 5,000 like Nolan Ryan did. But I think ultimately, too, you just got to look at like Altuve has been with the Astros his whole career, and they won 2 World Series. Nolan Ryan, not the same thing.
Yeah, Altuve's the best. And he's going to get a statue in front of Minute Maid Park or Dyken Park at some point. I'll get it right one of these days. Once they
I refuse to call it Dyken Park.
Well, they have to get it right first, because like if you go inside Minute Maid Park right now, it still says Minute Maid Park. There's still signage everywhere. They haven't changed all of it yet. So I'll get it right one of these days. But yeah, he's the best player in franchise history. Like you look at historically where he's at, he's going to be a Hall of Famer. He won 2 World Series, everything he's accomplished. He's the best. And like in moments like this, like what we're talking about with the left field thing, it just adds to it.
And for context sake, Ryan, who has 5,714 strikeouts over the course of his career, 5,714, which is insane. Just for context, though, with his time with the Astros, he led baseball. He led baseball in strikeouts just once with the Astros, 1987, and actually check that, 1987 and 1988. So he led it twice, and he did have 2 of his best seasons with the Astros, where he led the National League in ERA in 1981 and 1987. But I think we're doing an Altuve versus Nolan Ryan argument. Which guy won World Series? Which guy didn't?
Which guy won an MVP and which guy didn't win a Cy Young?
So
that's still crazy to me.
It is nuts that Nolan Ryan never did win a Cy Young, but that's how it goes. That's the way the cookie crumbles, even though he nearly had 6,000 strikeouts. And hey, had the Astros in 86 beat the Mets and won the World Series, okay, maybe it's the more of a interesting conversation, but I think largely because you shared him with other teams, it's not the same as it is with Altuve.
Yeah.
No, go ahead.
When I catch myself saying the greatest Astro in history with Altuve, the person I think about is Jeff Bagwell. That's Jeff Bagwell has a case of maybe being a better like hitter. Just purely, it's a little bit easier to compare to just a hitter and a hitter to a hitter and a pitcher, but that's the one where I'm like, well. Bagwell's numbers are not going to, some of his numbers aren't going to get touched anytime soon by an Astro.
The 409 texter says, I respect the answer. The 832, Altuve is the greatest Astro, period. You can never change my mind. So there you go, guys.
I mean, Nolan Ryan, obviously, is a way better player than Jose Altuve, I would say.
Wait, what?
I think Nolan Ryan's a better player, like, as a career.
Oh, he had a better career.
Yeah, better career.
Because I was confused. I was like, but he's a pitcher.
Yeah, like he had a career than Jose Altuve, but like as an Astro,
yeah,
it's Altuve.
That is crazy. They pitched like 9 years for the Astros, and he pitched most of his career other places.
Yeah, it was about. I think he pitched longer for the Astros than with anyone else, because it was 4 years with the Rangers and I think it's 7 years with the Angels.
Yeah, it's more Angels than you think.
And the Mets is weird because like the Mets didn't know how to use it.
Yeah, it was also in the like 60s.
Effing losers.
Crazy.
I think they actually won with him. Or that's, I think, when the Mets had their incredible year. I think Nolan Ryan was there for that, ironically.
Justin Verlander is the closest active pitcher in strikeouts to him, and he's still 2,300 away.
Jeez,
okay. He'll get there. Just like 10 more years.
Joe Espada gave a rally the troops speech to the Astros to open up spring training. Did you guys see, though, another speech that was put together by a coach who seems to be on the ropes? In fact, I'd never even heard of him until today when I saw this rant. This is Notre Dame basketball coach Micah Shrewsbury.
Don't give up on these kids, man. I don't care about anybody's opinion. I know who I am. I know I can coach basketball, and I know I'm turning this program around. So you gave up on me already? I'm going to see you back here. I don't give a damn. don't give up on these kids. Because we're going to get this thing rolling. I sat there and watched more Louisville fans in here than Notre Dame people. And that's embarrassing. That's embarrassing for me because I'm the head coach here. And yes, I got us in this predicament. But don't come back when we're losing or when we're winning. We're turning this around, man. You better believe that. Everybody that gave up on me, believe it. Write this date down and believe it. Because we're going to get this thing rolling. I don't care if you gave up on me or not.
He seemed pretty calm until that moment where he just knocks the microphone off of the desk. I think he was mad because
he screwed up.
He said, when we keep losing, we keep winning.
Yeah, that I think that's where it all that's where the wheels fell off.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he also hasn't been good.
That too. Because he's only been there for 2 years, right?
Yeah, he got hired in 2023.
Truly had never heard of him before.
I only know him because he was the Penn State head coach when Penn State played Texas in the tournament. And it feels very recent. It might have been 3 years ago now. But that's all I know him from. Once he took the Notre Dame job, he just kind of disappeared out of my life. And nice to have him back.
If you're a Notre Dame player, how do you respond to that? Are you embarrassed by that?
Yes.
Or do you feel like this guy's got your back? Because this could backfire even more than this season already has for him.
If I'm a player, I'm already looking at the portal.
Yeah.
He did have the players back there 100%.
If I'm a player, there's nothing wrong with that. That speech specifically, or that rant specifically, doesn't change my mind. I think just before he sat down, I was already.
You're already out.
Yeah, come on.
Yeah, I mean, I think you.
There was a moment in that, and it was before he butchered it, where I thought to myself, all right, I'd like to play for this guy. And
yeah, because it's kind of Mike Gundy-ish.
Yeah, but they're 11-14. I'm out. Sorry.
Yeah.
I can transfer somewhere else.
Knocking the microphone off the table didn't feel authentic. It felt a little performative.
I think whenever you see a coach do something like that, it always feels performative.
It reminds me of the Brian Kelly from week 1 this year, where he slaps the table.
Yes.
It's the same thing every time, or whatever he said.
Yeah. And he said the same thing at the end. It's on me.
It's on me.
Well, recruit better. It's
Bill O'Brien favorite too. It's on me.
It is the ACC after all.
Notre Dame basketball is very interesting to me.
They've always been irrelevant.
Feels like they should be better.
Yes, but they have very similar to they're a football school,
but they're in Indiana, which is a basketball state.
But then again, but it's not anymore.
Yeah, no, I mean
Indiana
ask
sucks.
IU, yeah.
Indiana sucks. Notre Dame sucks.
Purdue.
I mean, Purdue's pretty good.
Purdue's really good.
But they're really the only one of
but it is a basketball state, and they've honestly never really been more than a top 15 program. Because I remember when they were in the Big East, you always paid attention to Syracuse Notre Dame games, speaking from my perspective, but you were never like, oh, here comes Notre Dame.
Yeah, I mean, they never captured me as a fan. I don't root for Notre Dame basketball. I have no interest. I have no allegiance to it. There's just nothing about it because
Mike Bray didn't get you going.
Nope. That did not do it for me.
I thought he was still there. Not even kidding. Until literally this morning, and I saw this guy rant. Micah Shrewsbury. All right,
fun name too.
I think the name's tough.
I think it would be better if it was Michael Shrewsbury, but Micah Shrewsbury, it's a little.
He doesn't look like a Micah Shrewsbury.
Mike Bray coaches in the NBA.
Hell yeah,
he coaches for the Hawks apparently.
As what?
Assistant coach.
Oh wow.
Mike Bray looks like he could be the Penguin. He just looks a little bit like Colin Farrell as the Penguin.
Yeah.
I've always thought that.
Yeah, Colin Farrell before he got fat.
Yeah,
as the Penguin.
He wore a lot of the open collar shirts. Back when coaches wore suits. Kids, let me tell you about back when coaches wore suits.
They did
5 years ago.
And they would sweat through them.
Yeah.
So funny.
He was always the guy who wore the suit, but it was always unbuttoned. The top couple buttons were unbuttoned.
I can't believe it took a pandemic to get the coaches out of suits. It's such a hilarious thing.
I liked it.
I think
I love Rick Pitino suits. I mean, the man has like most Italian guys. I'm not discriminating here. I'm just saying, the man can peacock. The all white suit was awesome.
I kind of think for like the playoffs, you should wear suits.
I do too.
The coaches should have to wear suits.
No, I like it. I like wearing a suit out there. Bring that back to football.
Oh, like
These guys are
Mike
wearing
Nolan.
like they're like wearing dry fit athletic
I
shirts.
was gonna say like D'Amico in a suit.
Yeah. GQ D'Amico out there.
Al Golden's like, hell no. I quit this act 10 years ago.
Tom Landry did it. It was cool.
He did do it.
Bear Bryant had the hat, but he wasn't wearing a suit.
Yeah.
By the way, we have another freak baseball injury. Another freak baseball injury. This is from Dustin May. I had no idea that this is a reason that Dustin May, who looks basically like Juggalo Trey, our old friend.
Yes. Picture tall, athletic Juggalo Trey.
Yeah. He apparently was a week away from starting a rehab stint in the minors last June. He went out to eat and ordered a salad. A piece of lettuce got stuck in his throat. He took a drink of water to wash it down. It didn't work. He had a tear of his esophagus from this piece of lettuce. Doctors performed a CT scan revealing the severity of his tear. He went into surgery immediately. In a matter of hours, he went from on the verge of a long-awaited comeback to a setback again because a piece of iceberg lettuce got stuck in his throat.
I got a couple questions. How does that happen? It's just lettuce.
Iceberg lettuce, there is that spot. What is it? The stalk of a piece of iceberg lettuce. It had to have been there. And this is truly freak accident.
Yes. Question 2. Why does an injury to your esophagus stop you from coming back to throw a baseball?
You probably can't eat for a while.
Yeah. Can't eat. It's like breaking a jaw.
I guess that's true.
To repair the rupture, May had a full abdominal surgery.
Oh, okay.
He had a long vertical scar from his lower chest to his stomach. Yeah, because you gotta get to the esophagus.
Okay, that makes
so you gotta
sense.
cut the guy open. You might even have to break his ribs. Honestly,
that
You
makes
think
a little
about
more
it.
sense.
But shouldn't it just be like right? I'm pointing at my neck. Shouldn't it
But
be
see,
just like right here?
That's what I was thinking of. Like, well, like if they
Just
just
get
like
the
work
tracheotomy?
like, in the throat area.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Then
where are you gonna
he's
go
a-
in without cutting like
gas?
That is nuts.
I do remember hearing the phrase torn esophagus.
Ow.
And we assume, I think maybe we talked about maybe a different show. We thought it was maybe steak. That's like the only food that we could see injuring yourself while eating,
or like
in this way.
Or like someone like breaks a glass and ends up in your food on accident. Like, because that does happen to people. Like,
it sounds like
Yeah,
you're speaking
that's
from personal
kitchen
experience.
nightmares.
no,
right there.
I've heard of experiences.
Okay, gotcha. I mean, as someone who gets steak caught in my throat on the regular, I'm not ashamed to admit it.
You just don't
I've had like 4 or 5 Heimlich maneuvers for eating steak.
I remember that.
Yeah.
cut smaller pieces, dude.
No.
He needs Joe. He needs you to come over and cut,
Yeah,
the pieces. Like,
yeah, just like
We'll
you
go
do
to a
for Joe
steak restaurant.
Jr.
I'll just be like, all right, guys. Paul, here you go. JJ, you're up. You're next, buddy.
So there you go. Yeah, he finally spoke about it today. And
I'm glad he can speak.
I guess he couldn't talk. It was extremely frustrating. You can't plan for it. You can't try to prevent it. It just happened. It wasn't on my bingo card for 2024.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks, Dustin.
Wouldn't be on my bingo card either. Nearly choking on
lettuce too. That's
what a bad way to go out.
Even-
That's why you don't eat salads.
even if you say he tore his esophagus eating lettuce or eating salad, lettuce would be one of the last parts of the salad that you would assume. You'd be like, oh, maybe a crouton got in there. I don't know if I'm ever gonna be able to look at food ever again.
I just give him credit for not lying. Like, he could have lied.
How do you lie about torn esophagus?
Steak,
Oh,
not salad.
oh yeah, that's true. I thought you meant not eating food.
no,
You got to be
No.
honest. You can't make that up.
I mean, Madison Bumgarner lied to us for like 3 months about his injury before he finally admitted that he crashed his dirt bike a couple years ago.
That's true.
So,
And he also did rodeos under a fake name.
yeah, Sammy Sosa still claims he threw his back out sneezing.
There's some fantastic, weird ass baseball injuries that have happened over the course of time. Didn't one guy walk through a shower door or something? Like that?
Yeah. Baseball seems to have all of them. Like it's like you don't. I feel like you don't hear football players. Well, we did have Antonio Brown when he froze his feet, but he got cut right after that. Like all like the weird injuries seem to happen in baseball.
Yeah, the only one I remember not baseball related. Oh well, there's Dustin Johnson before the Masters falling downstairs.
Oh yeah.
Well, maybe under the influence.
Well, there was the golfer.
We don't know.
The golfer recently, he cut his hands.
Oh
making
yeah,
meatballs.
Yeah,
Scotty Scheffler, right?
Was it Scheffler? I thought it was someone else. But yeah, there's another golfer that hurt his hands and was like out for a while. Carlos Boozer, didn't he get hurt like picking up a duffel bag?
Oh,
is what he said.
Yeah.
Or a gym bag.
We can't forget Lance McCullers here to localize it. Hurt his elbow.
Oh, champagne bottle.
Champagne cork, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought he like banged his hand on the bottle.
I mean, that would make a lot more sense.
Banged his elbow.
It said he was hit in the elbow by a champagne bottle.
Okay. For some reason, I thought it was like the
Like,
cork hit him,
pop the
just
cork.
like, boom, with 1,000 psi, just blasts into his elbow.
He takes his hand off his elbow, just covered in blood.
What if it was the other way? What if he was popping the champagne, like as he popped it, he hurt his elbow? Carlos Correa, of course.
Oh yeah, massage. Whoa. Hey,
I'm still not sure what happened. I still don't believe.
Respect. I'm gonna respect what goes on.
Yeah.
Between Carlos and Daniela in their home.
Of Houston massage area Houston area massage stories.
I respect this privacy.
This one's a good one.
Yeah.
This one's a good one.
It's Gallant George's show. I'm Paul. Sean behind the glass. 713-780-3776 to call in and text. And you can join us on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join us on Twitch at ESPN 975. You wanted to weigh in on weird ass injuries, you can. Up next in the 10-minute drill. The future of one of the most important Texans ever is in doubt. You'll find out why next. We had a couple of other injury nominations. Trevor Bauer with his drone.
Yeah.
And Astro hurt his neck toweling off a few years back. We got to have to look that one up. Scotty Scheffler with the wine glass broken while making ravioli.
That's
which
what
we
it was.
talked
That's
about
what it was.
just a little bit ago. Also, someone texted in from the 409. This is about me admitting to choking on meat several times. From the 409, breaking. Paul is not the throat coat as we all thought. There's another one. Where did it go? Oh, boy. That was a funny text. Anyway, guys, it is Gallant and Georgie's Joe and Paul. Sean behind the glass.
Also, I said the Steve Sparks one that I've heard him tell before, where apparently when he was a rookie, he tried to rip a phone book in half, and he dislocated his shoulder. Not great.
That's possible.
Apparently,
I guess if you like are just pulling hard enough and like your hand
Maybe, like-
slips or
like,
something,
like ripping it.
Well, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Do we ever find out how Kaz Matsui got his injury? How he got the fissures?
Oh no, we didn't.
No,
okay. I don't think we want to know that.
Just
That's
that
a
seems
bridge
like
too far.
Seems like it would be an interesting story. I don't know.
We got some possibly major news with the Houston Texans because the longest tenured player in Houston Texans history is a free agent. John Weeks, who has been here for 15 years. Also, the Texans signed long snapper Tucker Addington to a futures contract. I have no idea what that means, but is John Weeks' stranglehold on the Texans' long snapping position in doubt? I don't know, Jim.
I hope not. I mean, what are you going to do without your long? I mean, I thought he was going to be a Ring of Honor guy. He was like Jose Altuve, be a Texan for life. Never see him play for another team.
I do feel like, weirdly, John Weeks at least has a 1% chance of getting into the Texans Ring of Honor. Now, he won't get in, but he is the longest tenured player ever.
That would be so funny if the third player they put in, Andre, JJ, John Weeks.
Who do you think will be the next Texans player to play 15 years? Do they even exist for the Texans? Like an entire career,
man,
15 years for the Texans. I doubt it ever happened.
Yeah, Stroud is like the only guy, just because quarterbacks are the only guys that stay on one team forever, and they do it less now than ever before.
I mean, like Will Anderson, like could be a Texan his whole career, so could Stingley, but like they're not getting to 36.
Yeah,
so like for someone to play that long, it'd have to be CJ.
Woof. And we'll see if he plays his entire career in Houston. CJ did say at the Travis Scott Softball Invitational that he wants to be in Houston for 100 years.
I mean,
I'd want to be dead
100?
personally at the age of 123 or whatever CJ would be at that moment in time. But hey,
what did you say? Like 71? That's what you're looking for?
I mean, I think I'm going to be gone by 71.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I feel like at some point the drinking will catch up.
Is that literally like double your age right now?
It's a little more than double.
I mean,
my
honestly,
age.
okay.
But
So
in
you're-
April it'll be a little less than a little more than half my age.
You're at like 49% of the way through right now.
I don't know if drinking's the concern here, Paul. I think just eating steak is what might get you.
Yeah, there's
I can't eat it by myself anymore.
Yeah,
need
I
a
got some
chaperone.
steak ready for tonight. Do you want me to record myself live stream myself eating? It could be a
if you
snuff
could,
film.
yeah, do it on stream.
Yeah.
just so we know.
Sadu Gallant says podcast. Can Paul eat this steak?
Does it get worse when you drink? So, like, can you drink and steak at the same time?
It's been a while since this has happened.
Okay.
Well, by the way, it's been a while.
It's been a couple months.
No, it's been 7 years. But
Okay.
Oh, okay.
But it
That's
used
good.
to happen a lot. Like when I was a kid, specifically. Like I
yeah.
I would eat it a little bit too quickly, and I would have big chunks. Just put them in my mouth, get stuck in my throat, you know. And yes, the texture says clearly not a big throat for Paulie. The Jaguars. We talked about this a little bit earlier. They never were called by the Pittsburgh Steelers. Doesn't say that the Jaguars never called anybody about potentially shopping Trevor Lawrence, though, because of course that was a rumor last week.
Yeah, I don't I think Trevor Lawrence will be the Jags quarterback for the foreseeable future, aka until his dead money is up and they can move on from him.
I don't know though, because I think they're in the same spot that they, to a lesser degree, the Cowboys are with Dak Prescott in that. Like, can you really do better than Trevor Lawrence? Do you expect to do better than Trevor Lawrence? Like, Lawrence is above average.
That's true.
I feel like, and his skills sucker a lot of people into thinking, oh, I can make this work.
Yeah,
that's what Liam Cohen's clearly thinking, taking this job.
I mean, yeah, he's under contract through 2030. I mean, that's going to be super. God, it seems almost impossible to get out of it at that point. But his dead cap would be starting in 2029, so he's probably there the next 4 seasons. You would think, and this is a brand new contract, so it would make sense for him to be there the entire time. The only difference, though, is don't you feel like with Trevor Lawrence on the roster, they could still bottom out at some point and be in position to draft a quarterback? Where like Dallas with Dak, it feels like they're still going to be too in the middle of the first round to take a big swing at a draft pick.
I mean, they kind of did last year.
They're still picking 12th.
I know. That's the biggest shame for the Jaguars, because last year was a disaster for them.
Yeah.
What was their record? 5-12?
No, the Cowboys are picking 12th. I think the Jags are picking in the top, somewhere in the top 10. But
Jaguars were 4-13 last year. Yeah.
Yeah, so they're picking top 10.
Yeah, I mean, it's just
would be pretty funny if they drafted a quarterback.
Shadur Sanders.
Oh my gosh.
Shadur Sanders doesn't seem to care where he's drafted, but this is the news that we got for the NFL draft as we get closer and closer to Mock Talk 2025. Cam Ward, he has a message for all the teams that are thinking about maybe not drafting him. If you don't draft me, that's your fault. You've got to remember that you're the same team that's going to play me for the rest of my career, and I'll remember that. So a lot of quarterbacks feel that way, but he's actually putting it on record.
Well, good luck, Cam.
Got to say, if you ever lose a game to literally any team, people are going to use this against you.
Daniel Jeremiah had a mock draft come out this morning. And Cam Ward is the second pick in the draft. Normally when guys do this, A, it's after the draft. B, they're like at least like the 10th pick.
Like they fall in a little bit.
Like every team that passes on Cam Ward is going to feel the wrath for the rest of his career. It's one team.
Like this is a good narrative for like Aaron Rodgers, Lamar Jackson.
Yeah.
It doesn't work for Cam Ward.
Even like Bo Nix, who's like the 12th pick, and there's 5 other quarterbacks picked ahead of him. Like that makes more sense than Daniel Jeremiah's mock. The Titans go with Abdul Carter, and then you're the second pick. It's like they didn't even pick a quarterback above you. I'm gonna say this is a premature chip on your shoulder.
Okay.
He's getting pre-mad. It's like when you work yourself up when you think you're gonna get into an argument with someone, and they're like, actually, it's no big deal, and you're like, I'm already kind of ready to be mad, so this is a problem. I think that's what Cam Ward's setting himself up.
Okay. Classic young man.
Yeah, he might just go number 1. He might just be the Titans quarterback.
That is the move for Tennessee, probably.
I think I'm waiting.
For when? If you're in this spot, you have to take a swing. Like, even if it's, I mean, what if the Texans hadn't taken a swing? Like, everyone was saying Bryce Young's the guy that they wanted. And it does feel like ownership pressured them to take CJ Stroud ultimately, just reading some of those stories. But you have to take a swing if you're in this spot. I don't think you have a choice.
I just don't. Yeah, I
not anymore.
I'm not a big into this quarterback class. Like typically I would agree with you, but like I don't like this group.
So
that's fair.
If I'm the Browns, I don't want a quarterback because it feels like they have to just ride out this Deshaun Watson contract for at least another year of just having the money. Actually, the money's going to be on your books for like 3 years after you cut them, no matter what. But that you don't even get the like benefit of, well, we have a cheap quarterback so we can build around him. Well, if you cut Deshaun Watson or if he's on your team, you're still paying top dollar money for a quarterback. It's just Deshaun Watson is the quarterback. So if I'm the Browns, that's the only team that I would distinctly say like I would not draft a quarterback if I'm them out of the top 3.
I mean, because if you're the Titans and you take Cam Ward or Sanders and you hit on him, you could easily be the best team in the division in 2 years. Like, you could pass the Texans. It's logical.
Yeah, it's not crazy.
Yeah,
it's
not
crazy.
Leaps and bounds ahead of everyone, even with all the talent that they have. No, that's a fair point. More quarterback news. The Vikings probably will not give Sam Darnold the franchise tag, so he might be a free agent. And Aaron Rodgers still wants to play, so he will be a free agent, at least based off of the way that the Jets are talking about his future. They said, we're done, bro.
Will anyone want him, you think?
Rodgers?
Yeah.
Someone will talk themselves into it.
Like Stafford, Wilson, like Russell Wilson, Justin Fields, Sam Darnold. Like, there's so much drama around Aaron Rodgers and that whole experience. I just don't know. Like,
Raiders.
Yeah, that would make sense. Pete Carroll.
Brady's there. I think Brady probably would like to see a good quarterback there. I mean, what's the harm?
If you're that team, what's the harm?
If he's a free agent, what's the harm?
Pittsburgh would make some sense if they were open to it.
Yeah, I think Pittsburgh. That's probably the one, if I'm Rodgers, that I kind of want
to go to.
And like, who would bring in Devontae Adams that needs a wide receiver? Pittsburgh. Because it feels like they're married.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens. So there you go. That's the 10-minute drill. Let's just go straight on through. Is there such a thing as too much sports? Is there such a thing as too many? I ask that because in both the NCAA tournament and in the college football playoff, we are seeing proposals for expansion. This is from Pete Thamel of Sports Illustrated. And has he moved to ESPN now? I guess he's at ESPN.
He's at ESPN, yeah.
If the NCAA tournament expands, which is an if, it would likely expand to 76 teams per multiple high-ranking sources. Meanwhile, the SEC and Big Ten are working on a new college football playoff format that would include expansion and 4 automatic bids from each league, the SEC and Big Ten. Since those two conferences clearly have the biggest schmenzers, for lack of a better term, they can flex a little bit, they can swing it around. And I guess when this college football playoff that starts with ESPN 2026 through 2031, they're going to have the majority of major decisions at their disposal. It would be a 14-team format with a 4-4-2-2-1-1 model. The 2 top seeds would get first-round buys. There would be no buys in a 16-team structure, so they are going with 14 here. I guess the question to ask is it really bad to push back on a bigger NCAA tournament when we all love March Madness more than we like college basketball's regular season? And same for the college football playoff, which certainly had some duds and definitely ruins the meaning of every single game to a degree during the regular season. Is it worth it for both of these proposals?
I mean, for March Madness, I get it in terms of you're now turning the first 2 days, the Tuesday and Wednesday, or Monday and Tuesday, whatever it is. You've now expanded that by another 4 basketball games if you add 8 teams. So you're just adding to that. So that makes it a little more exciting. It's just like that is like a little bit more of like there's constant basketball action happening on those 2 days, but they're all like nothing burgers. I mean, if you look at like Joe Lenardi, he puts the first 4 out and the next 4 out. So now all those teams would be in. So, and you're talking about VCU, Georgia, SMU, North Carolina, Indiana. Like they're like, okay, fine. Like it doesn't do anything for me. It doesn't make me excited about the NCAA tournament. So for me, I don't care. I'm fine either way. I'll take it or leave it. For football, this is inevitable. I'd rather them just go to 16 if they're going to do this. I'd rather just go right to 16. All teams have a home game. The SEC gets 4 teams. The Big Ten gets 4 teams. And then you just take the next best 8 teams that are left after that. I think that would make way more sense. I do think because you're going to force the SEC and the Big Ten to have 4 teams each, the SEC is going to expand their conference schedule. And if you're basically saying the regular season doesn't really matter of your non-conference games, because if you do this, if you're the SEC and the Big Ten. So in theory, you could get like a real partnership here where Alabama could play Ohio State, and it doesn't affect them. It doesn't affect their college football playoffs. So that could be a positive if they actually go that way.
It would help with money. And ultimately, if this is getting floated for both of these things, you're going to make more money with both. So this is definitely going to happen with both. We'll see a bigger NCAA tournament, which I know some people will push back on, but honestly, you shouldn't on this one. I think it is kind of lame to have more than 64 teams, but at the same time, another weekend of college basketball games, and it's more than just 2 or like the playing games that they play,
Yeah.
Like, what? You really would hate that? I don't know. I'd kind of enjoy it.
That's the thing. It's just like adding playing games, which I don't think is like the worst thing in the world.
It's fine.
It's just like you said, have that Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday instead of being 2 games each night. Now there's however many it would be.
Yeah,
each
it'd be
night.
a couple. You could and you could have your
Have it
witching
on during the
hours.
day.
Right. I mean, the best part of the tournament, in my opinion, it's the first weekend where you just have games stacked, and then it's like ending of a game, ending of a game, ending of a game,
Staggered out.
ending of a game. It's awesome.
I will say though, if they do this, they need to stop having the 16 seeds as playing. Like the playing game, there's always 1 or 2 playing games that are the 16 seeds. So it's basically the 2 worst teams that got an automatic, that won their conference tournament and got an automatic bid. Get that out of here. I just want to see the bubble teams play.
Yeah, like it should be like for this year, like North Carolina. Like it should be North Carolina should be trying to get in versus Vanderbilt, who's projected to be 11th seed right now. Like that's fine, but like don't be making Bryant and Cleveland State and these low-level conferences. Like don't make them play in the playing tournament. Give them their bid. They automatically qualify. Let them play in the real tournament. If you're going to expand, you should make it harder for the conference teams to get in because they're facing the same thing that
I'm with you.
Football is. 31 of the 68 teams this year are coming from the SEC, Big 10, and Big 12.
I had it the way you were saying it backwards for a second. I'm with you. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you that should be like automatically in. The big conferences, Syracuse has been the biggest beneficiary of this. Syracuse has gotten into the tournament multiple times and has made Final Fours in years where I didn't think they deserved to make it. And this year they're not going to. I'm with you. It should be more of the smaller teams, but of course the tournament wants to have the big programs that everyone watches in them. As far as the college football side of it, with this expansion, I'm never going to like the idea that 2 conferences get 4 automatic bids, and especially the Big Ten, which, sorry, we all saw last year, like Indiana, get out.
Yeah, they would have been an automatic, like we wouldn't even been able to argue Indiana in the tournament.
Like Indiana, the Big Ten has generally 3 teams that you look at and you're like, yeah, 3. That's generally it. And I know that this past year you had Ohio State who won it all. You had Penn State and you had Indiana. And in other years you'll have Michigan. And in other years you'll have Wisconsin. But are you going to have 4 teams like that every year out of the Big Ten? I don't buy it.
It seems like they're just banking on like every year Ohio State's going to be in now every year because they'll finish top 4 in the Big Ten every year.
Yep, every single
But like
time.
they were a game away from finishing 5th. Illinois only finished the game behind them in conference play. So like yes, Ohio State would still make it in as the 5th team out of the Big Ten.
They've been over backwards again.
But like so they'll make it still, but like you're saying like Illinois could have like been easily a team that qualified if Ohio State had one slip up, one more slip up in the conference.
That
And
would
is
happen
the risk
now.
that happens, but like I also wonder like what's the next step of this? Like if you're already going to 4 guaranteed teams, when are we getting the Big 12 ACC merger? Because that just to me feels like the only way for them to combat this is to either blow up those conferences and it really just becomes an AFC and NFC with the SEC and the Big Ten, or they try to form their own super conference in a way.
I mean, if I'm the Big 12 and less so the ACC, but especially if I'm the Big 12 and they're like, wait, I'm getting 2 automatic qualifiers every year. Like right now, they're only, unless something drastic changes or happens where they have 2 teams that go undefeated and then play in the title game and then one team wins, one team loses. I have a very hard time seeing 2 teams make the CFP out of the Big 12 in any given year. I feel like every year it's going to be the Big 12 championship game is like the decider of who makes the playoff and who doesn't.
Is college playoff expansion in basketball or football good? You can weigh in on that if you want. 713-780-3776 to call, to text, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Also, the Astros are at spring training, and we heard some very interesting things from Joe Espada in the last 24 hours. You'll hear them next. Stay put. We do have some breaking news in the NFL, and it involves the Houston Texans. Justice! Justice! Joe Mixon's fine from the National Football League for criticizing the officials has been rescinded after appeal. Here's a letter from Chris Palmer, a hearing officer for the National Football League. Dear Joe, during the appeal hearing, you stated what you meant by your statements referring to the officials. As you know, statements can be interpreted differently by every individual, and it seems like you clearly understand the weight and detriment of public criticism towards officials can be, given how impactful your platform is as a player, which I appreciate. Sounds like you brown-nosed the referees during said appeal. Integrity of the game and its officials is the responsibility of everyone involved in the NFL. After reviewing the totality of the evidence, I find that you did not necessarily publicly criticize the officials. Accordingly, for the reasons set forth above, the NFL will rescind the $25,000 fine amount. This is awesome because, first off, Mixon got fined for something that TJ Houshmandzadeh said,
Yes,
of all things, which was incredible. And then the NFL corrected themselves and said, actually, it was because of these comments that you made, which, okay, they were 100% tight-roping on the line of outright blaming the referees and saying, oh, well, we weren't just playing against the Chiefs on Sunday. But this is fantastic for Joe Mixon. $25,000 back in his wallet. Justice!
I mean, look, it's well deserved. He didn't do anything wrong. This was a giant scam run by the NFL to take money from a hardworking man in Joe Mixon, and I'm glad this person I've never heard of vindicated Joe Mixon. Well deserved, Joe.
He should sue for defamation.
Him and Richie Incognito.
Yeah,
let's get these lawsuits lined
I'm
up.
sure that they both love being paired together.
The comments were, in case you missed it, you can never leave it in the ref's hands. End quote. Which
it was the whole thing was they pivoted the fine to that comment because they knew they made a huge mistake and they were trying to cover their ass. That comment would never draw a fine in a million years. That they would never fine someone for that. But they only did it because, well, they screwed up the first time. An intern said that Joe Mixon said something he didn't say. And they all just like bought it, hook, line, and sinker, which is still one of the more strange stories of this last year for the Texans. That a random person online wrote words on Twitter and Joe Mixon got blamed for it.
Yeah, I'm not even sure that it was posted on X. The NFL had to click on a link to see what the comments were because it was one of those aggregator like crap post websites that just posted that, hey, here's what TJ Houshmandzadeh had to say about the referee's impact on Texans Chiefs. But I think it just said like NFL player weighs in on Texans Chiefs. And I don't think the NFL ever clicked on it, but I mean, hell, they could have given it to anybody on the team probably.
Yeah. I mean, they probably could have got what Will Anderson had some pretty vocal comments in that game.
I think Anderson did get fined.
I think that one makes sense.
But his were pointed.
I think his was like, you know what's up whenever you come here or something. Like it was like more, it was much more direct.
Yeah. Or Joe Mixon was just like, yeah.
Will Anderson said this, quote, we knew it was going to be us versus the refs going into this game.
Even then, like it's just.
No, that's bad. That's bad because you're saying it's the refs are actively going against us.
Yeah.
I just feel like I've heard so much worse than like the NBA that these NFL player complaints just don't feel that extreme to me.
The Boogie Cousins one where he's like, this what you saw here tonight was terrible. And it was like on the court, like Vanessa Richardson type of interview. I think it was like feeding through the PA system.
Yeah.
It was like, this was atrocious. What you saw here today was terrible. It was just ripping into the refs. It was hilarious.
Yeah. So that's why these NFL ones, I'm just like, like they're just not that bad. Baseball players, I feel like complain worse about umpires. I mean, we just watched for how long Alex Bregman glare at an umpire every time he didn't like the call happening.
Basketball players make more money than NFL players, and I think they know that they can get away with this stuff and it won't hurt them that much. And at sometimes it probably feels worth it to them. Oh, yeah, I just paid $100,000 to go tell a guy to F off publicly and make him look like a bitch. And it's also, I think, one of the many reasons that NBA players are generally unlikable before you get to know him because of stuff like that happens on a regular basis. But I mean, this isn't Germany. This isn't that 60 Minutes piece blew my mind where people are getting raided in their apartments for posting memes online. And I feel like we should allow a little bit more free speech.
I agree.
It's the comments that we are talking about that the Texans players got fined for, Joe Mixon's was rescinded. They really aren't that bad in the grand scheme of things. I get it. You don't want people questioning the integrity of the game, but people do.
No, but like,
people always will.
I mean, even the Patrick Mahomes one that I remember we played when he called it a travesty for the Travis Kelce play from a couple years ago. Like that was worse. And it's not like they're indirectly saying that Chiefs are helped out by the referees. Yes, Will Anderson more than Joe Mixon, but this is just again like I think the NFL, like I don't know why they protect these guys so much. They make mistakes. People are going to criticize.
But it's what's
fair criticism.
You know what's really funny though is after that Texans Chiefs game, going into the AFC Championship game. Remember before the game kicked off, where there were a couple of reports from Adam Schefter of all people about how the NFL is going to take a hard look at how roughing the passer calls are made going forward.
It made you look like the Texans were right.
It is funny, because look, Schefter is not putting that out there without the express written consent of the National Football League. I get that he works for ESPN; he's an independent journalist, but someone in the league clearly told him to say that because people were getting upset about it. So Schefter can put that out where clearly the NFL is responding to people questioning referee integrity, but Joe Mixon making comments gets fined. Will Anderson making comments gets fined. TJ Houshmandzadeh making comments also gets fined, even though he doesn't play in the NFL.
Yeah, it's just they protect these guys so much, like they can do no wrong. It really just they don't have to protect them that much. They should be available after the games. You should be able to criticize them. Tom Brady shouldn't have, basically be muzzled at this point because he's not technically allowed to criticize the referees as a part owner of an NFL team. Like
he still does to a degree, but he expressed disagreement in the calls.
He can't do what Troy Aikman does.
What he does, what Brady does, and he did in the Super Bowl a couple times, is that he'll ask Mike Pereira if Mike Pereira agrees, and Mike Pereira will say yes, and then he'll disagree with Mike Pereira. That's what he'll do. He kind of does it indirectly, where he's like, "Oh, Mike, you thought that was XYZ?"
And he'll say, and he'll just be like, "Look, gotta let him play."
Yeah, or
I would have hated that call.
Yeah, and he's like, "Yeah, that's why I hated when you ref my games." It'll just be something like that. I do think there is a difference between like saying the refs got something wrong and being like they are helping Kansas City. That's why the NFL is like you can't say that our refs are helping a team,
and that's why Will Anderson's fine. It's fair.
Yeah,
but Joe Mixon's never was.
Joe Espada, manager of the Houston Astros, had a couple of interesting things to say over the last 24 hours about the Astros. Specifically, he talked about a team meeting that the Astros had going into this season. Here's the manager of the Astros.
Oh, we, just a little rally the troops message there. We had a really good conversation. We went over things that 2024, some challenges to the organization as a whole, how we're going to address those. We had a little fun with the group also. So I'm excited about 2025.
What do you think the fun was? We touched on this earlier.
Yeah.
You suggested some of the freshman orientation things that some people have to go through.
Yeah, Sean, what you said, 2 truths and a lie.
Yeah, 2 truths and a lie, maybe.
I'm trying to let's see 21 top team meeting icebreakers. Should we look at a list here?
Yeah, I like it. Let's go. Let's go.
Icebreaker Jenga.
Okay, how does that work?
I don't know. Something called word chain. These are all terrible.
Okay,
these are all terrible ideas.
I was thinking more of
this already.
It's not my fault.
Like the
I clicked the first list I clicked on was terrible.
Where they do the my name is whatever. I like to whatever. And they do that.
A little chanting in the background.
Where people do it on like bus rides and stuff.
Well, it might be tough because there are some Astros who speak Spanish and at least seem like they speak very little English as a whole.
No, that's only when
easier
the
to
media.
rhyme.
That's only when the media is there. So
Yeah, that too. It's the Shohei Ohtani. Like,
yeah,
I don't speak English around microphones.
yeah, but like when it's in the clubhouse, like it's all good.
Do you think that there's a pizza party? Team
Ooh,
pizza party?
That'd be fun.
I think you have to. I mean,
First day?
What's a team meeting without a pizza party?
Yeah, we're gonna sweat this out. Don't worry.
Players have to pay for it?
No, the Astros are a good.
I think front office deals with it.
I don't know. They're in the luxury tax threshold. I mean,
No, they're
They don't
below
lose a
that.
draft pick over pepperoni pizza.
That's why Ryan Presley's not here because they got pizza parties.
yeah.
It's really good pizza on a private jet from New York.
I say I don't know what kind of pizza you're getting in Florida, but
There's a lot of transplants.
Yeah,
down
there's
there.
a lot of New York influence.
The water's not the same down there.
look, I think that's the thing for me.
What?
I can't explain. I think that's true. If the
water?
water changes.
No, it is true, but New Yorkers are just insufferable asshats about it. Like,
There was a
the water. Whoa,
There
shut
was a
up.
bunch of deep dish Chicago places that opened in Houston. They all failed, and I'm telling you, the pizza just didn't taste the
Well,
same.
I
I think it's missing the dirty water. Like I don't know what else would be different about it. It's the same thing.
This is what I really think it is, because when I was growing up in the Northeast, my mom used to make homemade bread. It was so good. And we couldn't make homemade bread in the South because it was too humid. Like, it just wouldn't work. The bread machine didn't work. So I actually think it's just too humid to have the best possible crust in the South, whether it's Houston or Florida. That said,
That makes sense.
That should not completely be an obstacle in terms of you being able to put together a good pie. It shouldn't.
No.
Yeah, there's different kind of bread. Like there's bread dishes in Texas and Florida too.
That's true. I do feel like it might be like I don't know if you can do a pizza party on the first day for team bonding. I feel like that's something you do at the end of spring training, isn't it? For the guys that like actually make the team.
No, because I think at the end of spring training, it's like, all right, guys, we have to you work your way into being more and more serious about this. Where it's like, okay, game 1 is next. That's our next time we're going to be all together is going to be the clubhouse before opening day.
End of spring trainings, you're renting out a room at Papa's.
Oh yeah, that's what it is.
When you get
Team
to
dinner,
the end, it's like
white cloth. You kind of play,
and then you make the rookies pay.
And they do finish their spring training in Houston because they play the Spacers again, I think, this year.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what you do. You have nice Italian. Maybe Arrighetti can get you into a nice Italian place.
He's the vocal leader of this team, so he would tell you.
Keyword vocal.
On a serious note, from Espada, the rallying cry is probably, hey, let's be better on defense and let's be more patient at the plate. And it's one thing to say all of those things. Will the Astros actually be better defensively? I think by default, yes, especially with some of the changes that are being made.
I don't know.
You don't think so?
I mean, Tucker and Bregman are Gold Glove players.
True.
You're better at first, for sure.
Right side of, more Jake Myers, who's a really good fielder.
Yeah.
That's really all he could do.
You're going to be better at second base.
If Dubon's there.
Yeah. Second base defense plus.
I guess it is all about Paredes then at third.
Yeah, it's what Paredes and Jeremy Pena. Can Jeremy Pena limit the errors that he
had a crappy year last year.
Yeah, he's I think in general a good fielder, and especially it felt like they came in bunches. It felt like it was over the course of a couple weeks he would just get in a funk where he could not throw the ball.
I want to see what he can do with a real first baseman again, because I think some of that stuff was there his rookie year, but Yuli would save him a lot, or Mancini. And now it's with Christian Walker there, I think John Singleton's pretty bad at first base. So
I would agree. I would agree with that.
I think that will help Jeremy Pena, and I think it's some of the Altuve stuff too, where even if Altuve is not the best at second base anymore, and his metrics are dwindling, that's why you have Christian Walker.
Yeah, because he at least theoretically could cover more of that space in between second and first.
By the way, the Astros gave Isaac Paredes a little birthday celebration today.
Happy birthday.
Oh, okay. Too many parties now.
13 minutes ago, they posted on Twitter a video of a bunch of mariachi musicians walking into the Astros clubhouse and playing a little jingle.
All right, guys.
You got to welcome him to the team.
Happy birthday, but this is still a job, fellas.
Did Alex Bregman get birthday parties?
I don't know. I don't know
either.
I don't know when his birthday is.
I think it's October 5th.
Okay.
No, it's not. It's March 30th. October 5th is the day where he had home runs every day. I was trying to remember what that was. So maybe Alex doesn't get birthday parties. That's why he's gone.
You know, I don't see any cake in this video. Just mariachi.
Yeah, just mariachi.
Well,
Wonder how much that costs per hour.
Maybe that's all he wanted.
Again, luxury tax threshold. Jim Crane, is he going to pay for this?
Good spring for some candles.
The Astros are right now, by the way, payroll wise, 9th in terms of tax payroll in major leagues. They're at 220 total, and I think with the tax, it's a little 9 million extra or so. So that's fun.
I mean, and that's where it's hard to call them cheap or anything like that because like they clearly spend a lot of money, but they did cut their payroll by $25 million this offseason.
They're not top 4 anymore. This is the teams ahead of them in order. The Rangers at 8, Red Sox 7, Padres 6, Blue Jays 5, Yankees 4, Phillies 3, Mets 2, and obviously the Dodgers 1. A wide gap between the Dodgers and Mets of $70 million. It's insane. All right. We also heard from Joe Espada, manager of the Houston Astros, talking about last year. He wants Astros players to be proud of what they did in 2024, a season where they didn't win that many games and were out after just 2 games in the play-in series.
We did not, finish the race the way we wanted to, but we ran a really strong race, and I think I want our players to be proud of 2024. We learned a lot about our club, our organization, our foundation, how strong it is. We were challenged, and we met those challenges, and I want our guys to be proud of 2024. We put it behind us, but I want us to move forward and use some of the things that we learned from 2024 to get off the block in 2025 and get to where we know we can get to.
Would be a better start be part of that?
A lot of, our start 2020, there was a lot of injuries, things that we can't control, but there's some other areas that we can control, how we play, how we go about our offense. There's things that we can address. And I want to make sure that they hear that from me. And we're going to start working on that from day one, from today. So I'm excited about the season.
Feel good about last year. That's what he said.
I hate
Be
that.
proud of it.
I hate that. I'm be proud of last year. We have higher standards here. This is settling. You've reached something that you've had before. This is you've dated somebody incredible, and now you're just going for whatever you can get. I don't think there's anything to be proud of last year. Last season was a disappointment, and sure, you can say, hey, we showed some resilience here in the first year with Joe Espada running things, but you started off the season horribly, and you ended the season pretty horribly too.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fine to be proud of coming back from a 10-game deficit and eventually winning the division, but
It's embarrassing that you had to do that, though.
100%. There's no doubt about that, and that's why it cannot happen again. It's hard to imagine a world in which the Astros will be 10 games back again and they will win the division. Now, lesson learned from last year, I won't doubt them if they're 10 games back at this point.
I will.
This season.
I will.
I think I will.
This time I will.
Yeah.
Doing it twice in a row?
I know, but
doing it once is one thing. Doing it twice?
But they keep having these dramatic seasons and finding a way to win the division.
Yeah, that's more about the AL West.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
and at some point,
I'm baking that into it where I don't think the AL West is gonna be good. So if you're 10 games back from whatever trash ass team is leading the division, that's not good.
And that's why I think you can come back. That's why they came back last year, because the Mariners fell to the earth.
The West has to be better this year, right?
I think one team will break out. I get why they're all projected for like 84 wins, but I just assume one of these teams is gonna exceed the expectation.
I mean, the Mariners pitching staff is elite. They had the most innings pitched of any starting 5 rotation all of baseball last year.
So you would assume some injuries.
And then they didn't add, the only piece they did was, they brought in was Polanco. Like, they didn't add a single offensive player to their roster. So like they're literally the same team they were last year. They didn't make any moves. The Rangers, I mean, yeah, I think, they've got some young guys. Like if like Wyatt Langford takes a big step, they'll be dangerous. But that's why everyone's projected to win 84 games next year, basically.
The Rangers projection is weird to me. I don't get it.
I think Oakland's the team I'm curious about.
Get it right. It's Sacramento.
They don't play in Oakland.
Get it right. It's just the Athletics.
Yeah, it's the A's.
They're just the Athletics.
And they're
not calling them the Sacramento Athletics.
They're just the Athletics.
They're just calling them the Athletics. I don't know why. Like none of their gear says Sacramento on it. They're just the Athletics. But I'm intrigued by them. They were really good last year at the end of the season. They got a lot of young pieces. I'm intrigued by the team in California. That's not the Angels.
That plays in a minor league state.
Yes. And it's gonna be a gajillion degrees there, apparently.
A gajillion.
Yep, it's gonna be super hot, like the sun.
Is it a dry gajillion or is
I
it
don't know. I've never been
humid?
to Sacramento, so I'm not sure.
It's gonna be tough. It's gonna be really tough. Some of these games are gonna have to make way for the River Cat game too.
That's true.
Sacramento River Cats. You know, don't sleep on them.
They got bills to pay too.
They got lots of bills to pay. Would be funny if there were some games that they're playing right after they're done.
Oh, like a stadium change,
or like a youth game, like a YMCA game where the two coaches are arguing about who has the field now.
Can you get 2 for 1 tickets?
Yeah, no, we're Wednesday nights at 7. Can you get 2 tickets?
Can you get
like a double header?
A double header. Can you get minor league and major league tickets for the price of 1?
It should be like a concert where the AAA game is like the opening act, and then the actual band comes on the field.
But then if the A's are terrible, you flip it
Sure.
at some point.
Yes.
Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call in, to text. And you can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. You want to talk about what Joe Espada had to say over the last 24 hours. You could be proud of 2024 and about the rallying cry that he put together for this season. You can. He also weighed in on Yordan Alvarez and what he's expecting out of that slugger this coming season. That and more next. Stay put.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
So Astros are at spring training. We've heard from Joe Espada. We've heard from a bunch of other Astros players, and we'll hear from some more over the course of the next few days. Espada had this to say about Yordan Alvarez, who we did hear from, but through an interpreter, as we normally do. Yordan thinks he can have even better numbers this year. Here is the Astros manager.
Guys, he had a really good year offensively. He told me the same thing, and I'm like, dude, that's how good he is. He thinks that, I think he can drive the ball more, he said at times, where he's, there were some singles, doubles, not really slugging the way he's capable of. So he identifies some areas in his swing and in his mechanics that he can maintain that swing throughout the whole entire season. So when the big boy says that, you get excited.
Get excited, Paul. And the big boy says it.
Let's get excited. Ha. Let's get excited in Dyken Park. Let's get excited. Ha. You know that song? They actually don't say, let's get it started. They say something else.
No.
I didn't know that until literally this year.
I didn't know that either.
Yeah. Who can forget that?
Did you learn that doing karaoke or something?
No.
Well, I just
no.
didn't know how else you would learn that.
There once was a song that was legitimately, let's get Chris Broussarded. Ha. Let's get Chris Broussarded in here. It was saying that.
And then they realized how much of a radio hit it would be if they changed one word.
And I truly thought for the longest time it was, let's get it started.
I mean, that's the one that took off. That's the version of the song that took off.
I had no idea.
Black Eyed Peas.
So big year for Yordan Alvarez. DH only. I mean, that should mean 162 games, right? Now, obviously, he doesn't have the best injury history, but you can't give Yordan a day off if he's a DH, right? 162 games.
The only way he would get days off is if you're doing some kind of maneuvering to give other guys days off. Like if you're just moving the lineup around.
Or if he has to, if someone else needs to DH or something, then they're coming back from injury and they have to DH. And so he just sits a day, or maybe it's one of these stretches where you just play a million games in a row. Maybe you give him one.
He'll play some games in the outfield.
But he wants to be DH only. And he wants to be, actually, he's okay with the idea of being DH only, but he wants to be in the same spot in the lineup. I'm very curious next time we have Jeremy Booth in how he feels about that, because it does seem like, based off of what Espada had to say yesterday, he's going to be in the 2 spot. But yeah, Yordan Alvarez having a better year this year. He thinks it's possible. And I think if he plays 160 games like Alex Bregman used to, it's definitely possible. Numbers would be better. He played 147 games this past season. That's a career high. Not to say that that's low. I mean, it's 15 games out, though.
I do think that, and I think 15 games missed. I'll take that right now. If you give me that.
I hate that. I hate it. Just to go back to what we were talking about yesterday. I hate that it's accepted that athletes have that many days off.
Yeah, but
you have a whole off season off.
I mean, he could also just hurt his back and miss a game.
Yeah, it's Yordan.
It's such a long season.
Oh, there's fireworks. He's out for a month.
What? Because he's got the shakes like he's
no.
a dog?
Remember he missed time 2 years ago. From
the smoke.
Yeah, smoke
about that.
Listen,
smoke inhalation is dangerous.
Yeah. He has the 6th best odds to lead all of Major League Baseball in home runs this year. I might place a small money wager on that.
I do wonder how much being DH only helps. Because you hear from guys that say that they don't like DHing because it's just so you have one at bat and then you just sit on a bench and then you're not locked into the game and you have to walk up again and hit again. Or playing the outfield or playing a defensive position helps keep guys locked in between at bats. That's what you hear some guys. So I do wonder, having not to switch in and out of that mode by playing left field some days, DH others, where you're primarily playing DH. I do wonder if he will become a better hitter, not just because he's more well rested, but also just the routine of having one at bat and then sitting down for 45 minutes before another one.
Yeah, it's just getting used to it. I mean, because I think his splits were pretty. I mean, they're not significantly better, but they were better, as a outfielder than a DH.
Yeah.
But if you primarily are one, you can adjust your game, and we'll see him out there probably a couple times. Does he play more games in left field or Altuve this year?
Altuve.
I think they're both low, and I think it's Altuve.
I think it's Altuve too. But guys, let me be honest. I'm having a hard time taking this whole thing serious. He doesn't have his own gloves.
He has Jordan's glove.
I saw that. That's very.
What's wrong with that?
Very
That's
Like, I
teamwork.
just can't
brothers.
You're moving to left field. Get your own glove, dude.
It's still in the mail.
I'd also
still.
I guess it's not broken in yet. But
I also
know what that
assume
means.
it's like custom. It's like some customized glove
for Jordan, who is a large human being.
No, I think Altuve's waiting for he needs Rawlings or whoever his glove sponsor is to.
How long does it take?
I don't know. How much customization is he getting?
Good question. He's just leaving it under a mattress for a month or something.
I do wonder how they break in gloves. I've always wondered, how do professional athletes do that?
Because I bet you they do it so much faster than if you have a glove growing up,
you just have to use it
or you sleep on it.
Yeah,
you sleep on it.
There were ways. You put shaving cream on it. And some other stuff. Yeah.
Wasn't there one where you put a ball in and rubber band it tight and then run it have your car or have your dad drive his car over
wow.
it?
I didn't know that was it too. Interesting. No, there's some I think I used some sort of foam and apparently that helped with
There's
it.
probably some oil that
there's stuff like
Rawlings
that.
has the patent on.
Yeah, it's a cartel. It's a monopoly. They just have
everything.
100% control over all of it. Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. So Alex Bregman joined the Red Sox. We heard Jose Altuve, what he had to say about Bregman joining the Red Sox yesterday.
That's a big player, obviously, but we got to focus on the guys that we have here. He's obviously one of the best that ever played in Houston, and we're all gonna remember him and we're gonna miss him. But we're also happy for him. He's on a great deal, man. He's the $40 million is not a lot of players can get to that, and he got it. So we all happy for him. And same thing, we got to move on and focus about the players we have here. Keep moving. We have great talent here, great players. They're definitely gonna do everything to win, and we see Alex down the road when we play then in Boston or Houston. I think we offer him a good deal, but like I said, free agent, you never know. You really don't know, but in the end, he's on that great deal, man. I'm super happy, and I know everybody's happy here for him because he deserves it. He works hard for that, and he got it.
A lot more said by Altuve about Bregman than Bregman about Altuve and Bregman about the Astros. And I get it. Bregman doesn't say that many things, but I think there's a little more to it than that.
Yeah, I think there's more animosity from Bregman towards the Astros than we've been led to believe.
Because how serious was that offer? There was a piece that was written about the Bregman competition and doesn't even mention the Astros, which is interesting because I thought that they had one of the better offers out there for Bregman, at least based off of what was reported. So maybe that was an offer that was never taken that seriously by anyone.
Yeah,
including the Astros who gave it out.
Yeah, it didn't reach the years, dollars, or anything that Bregman really wanted. So I guess it was a good starting point. But it feels like it never really expanded past that. And in this article, the way it paints the picture is that he was deciding between these teams and the Astros are not mentioned. So did we waste our time for 3 weeks on Alex Bregman watch? I don't know. I can't tell if the Astros were really back in this Alex Bregman sweepstakes at any point when it seemed like they really were. It's hard to get a read on this whole thing now that it's over. I'm more confused now than I was before, I think.
Yeah. I'm also very curious to see what happens in Boston. There's more drama about who should play third base in Boston today. Tristan Casas. No idea who that is.
Mr. Houses?
But he is a Boston Red Sox player. He was sitting with the New England Sports Network crew that covers the Red Sox. That's where their games are televised. He explained that he thinks Rafael Devers belongs at third base over the Gold Glover that they're bringing in Alex Bregman. His defense is constantly getting better. He plays hard. He really sets the tone out there at third base. I want him at that position this year and for the next 10 as well. He's one of the bad third basemen.
The next 10? He's 28 years old.
He's one of the bad third basemen on top of that. This is crazy. The way that the Red Sox are handling this, like, oh, Devers has to play third base. I'm sorry, Boston Red Sox. You guys fucking suck. Like, can we be honest? You guys suck. Like, and all of a sudden, everyone on this team is acting like they should have a say in what happens. You blow. They just brought in a closer from downtown. You guys suck. Like, what are you doing? Shut up, Red Sox. Bregman has that job. Devers' fat ass is $300 million. Can piss off. The guy can't move. It's driving me crazy seeing this. Like, there's like a little rebellion going on. Like, what are we doing here? You guys were 4th place in the AL East.
Yeah, this dude's saying, like, and he also said apparently, like, he doesn't want any of the top prospects to come up, which is a part of the problem. Is because one of the thoughts is like you have a top prospect who can play second base, so Bregman plays third and Devers is the DH. I don't even know if Devers is on the roster at opening day, guys. Like,
I'm wondering about that too.
This feels like it's unraveling, and then you got. Like, you could trade him to Toronto because apparently Vlad Jr. has already made it clear he wants out and wants to be a Red Sox in the offseason. So, like, you could flip those guys.
Vlad for Devers?
I mean,
just, hey, we want to.
He'll lose some weight up there in Canada because they don't really eat much
and
up
Vlad's going to gain it all for him. I was going to say just 2 chunky boys getting traded for each other. One plays the right position, one plays the wrong one.
I mean, because Vlad will do whatever he needs to do. But, like, I don't think Devers is going to be on the roster at this point on opening day. This feels like that Alex Cora has put this team into a tailspin.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, what the hell happened? Like, what? Alex Cora was the one saying at winter meetings that he thinks that Alex Bregman could play second base like a Gold Glover.
It seems like it's the prospect that's the problem. That, like, this kid's going to come up and like, be a problem. Like, you want him at second base every day. And, like, that's potentially what's moving everything around in circles.
Who is this kid?
I don't know. But the other part with Brett, like, this is what I thought of, like this is like what I imagined happened behind the scenes with Ryan Presley last year when they signed Josh Hader. Is like, this is how people probably reacted, but they kept it internal if these discussions are ever happening, where the Boston Red Sox have, like, lighted their team on fire.
I love it. Personally, I really love it. Not enough bad things can happen to the Red Sox.
They also had, like, what, 3 months to come up with this plan?
Yeah.
Like, this was not a quick free agency. Like, they had so much time to up and re-up their offer, talk to their coach, talk to their best player.
Talk to Devers, right. I mean, they could have done that, but it's weird. Like, this little mini rebellion. You guys were terrible. You're 81-81, and you're the Boston Red Sox, who, of all teams in baseball, always should have more money than just about everybody. You haven't operated that way in years. And you got guys on a 500 baseball team that want to maintain the status quo. Yeah. Oh, you're fine being 81-81, being bum-ass losers who are forgotten in Boston? Like, losers.
And then I love how Alex Cora yesterday, when he was asked about the promise that was made to Devers to stay as the everyday third baseman, he was just like, well, the old GM's not here.
Yeah. Yeah, the guy who made the promise is the GM of St. Louis now.
Like, he's gone. So, like, it don't matter.
Diplomatic immunity. Pop has been revoked. That's what Alex Cora is doing.
Gallant George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. Stick around.
This is Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Paul and Joe inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Last chance to dance, Gallant and George on ESPN 97.5, 92.5. You want to chime in, 713-780-3776. That's how you call. That's how you text. You can also join us on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Joe Mixon exonerated. That was nice to see for comments that TJ Hushmanzada made, which was rescinded. Then comments that he made where he said we should never let it be in the referee's hands. And then he got that fine rescinded as well. Justice in the United States of America.
Yeah, that's why the NFL court system clearly works. You know, got due process, make sure everyone's good on their best behavior. Also, the refs suck. Should be able to say that.
I agree.
Freedom of speech.
Yeah, this isn't Germany.
Yeah, the refs are terrible. That Germany story is crazy. I don't understand.
I mean, how it is cute that this country, which is so terrified of having a Nazi situation happen again, is low key being Nazis to stop the Nazi situation from happening again.
It's not great.
I don't think they exactly see it that way. Oh yeah, you cannot have person make insult online, especially if others see it. They might jump in, yeah. And if you put in a post on the line and others retweet it, they are just as guilty as first poster. So we raid their apartment.
I think your German accent's like it's.
Yes, I know it is good, Joe.
It's up there.
I know it is good. Yeah, it's cartoonish and silly. You think that? No,
No,
it's
I
not
mean,
silly
yeah.
when I drive Mercedes Benz over your corpse. Turned Russian. Sorry.
It's all right. You had it till the very end.
We had it for a moment. Anyway, speaking of bad things like that accent, time for a little garbage time. Get out of here. Hell yeah, guys. The WNBA. It might be back in Houston. Are you ready? Are you ready for Comets basketball? Because the WNBA is reportedly securing the Comets trademark for a future Houston team. Here's my question. Who owns it?
Tillman.
I don't think it's Tillman.
Yeah, I think Tillman will buy it.
Well, no, that's what I'm asking. Who owns it now?
Oh, the trademark.
How do they not have it?
Oh, that's a good question.
The Houston Comets, won 4 championships?
I would assume like they still would have had the trademark.
I guess
Because
not.
of the jerseys, but I guess not. They just brought back the team in Cleveland, apparently. They're going to expand. So maybe Houston's on its way. Coming soon. WNBA basketball. Can't wait.
More in garbage time. This is the most Kyrie Irving story ever. Kyrie Irving has begun the process of transitioning to be a part of the Australian men's national team.
Oh.
I want to ask why, and then I remember, oh yeah, I don't want Kyrie to really expand on this. I don't care that much. But Kyrie is in the process of switching his national team to Australia ahead of the 2028 Olympics.
I think he was born there. He was born in Australia. So I guess that's why. Like he wants to play for them now because he can't play for Team USA. I don't think this should be allowed. I don't think you should be allowed to play for another country just because you can't play for yours.
He does have dual citizenship. He was born in Melbourne where his father played. So he is allowed to do this. I just think it's lame.
I mean, I just rather see him, out there on Team USA one more time. I guess, is he going to play in the Olympics in 4 years?
That's clearly what he's looking to do. But yeah, that's a ways away. The LA
Kyrie's going to play basketball at 36 years old? That seems insane to me.
Well, on Australia, he can make it.
Yeah,
Unless he's just like, who's he fighting for time with? Matthew Dellavedova?
Josh Giddey?
Yeah, I guess that's really it. Those are the only 2 Australians I can think of.
There's a couple guys in the league, but they're not really good.
More in garbage time. Guys, if you're at George Bush Intercontinental Airport and you see smoke, don't worry. It's not a plane that has landed upside down. It's just a fire drill that's going on.
Mm-hmm.
So this could happen at any point over the next week. But yeah, they're gonna be doing some fire drills at Bush Intercontinental Airport.
I think it's so funny. Like they are like, yeah, some fires. Don't worry about it. And then please do not panic within the red alarm, like the alarm emoji. People are gonna panic.
Yeah.
They're gonna be at an airport seeing a fire. That seems terrible.
There's a lot of crap going on.
Yeah, especially right now
at airports and in the airline industry. In fact, it's an alarming amount. I definitely no longer feel 100% confident in what's going to happen if I get in a plane.
Yeah.
Which that's never been a thought that's crossed my mind. A plane takes off. I fall asleep almost instantaneously once it takes off. Even if I try to watch a movie or read a book, like I will pass out at some point, probably wake up drooling on myself. I don't know if I'm going to do that anymore.
You're flying next week, aren't you?
No. I decided I'm not doing it now. I'm staying in town.
Oh, really?
Yeah. But I will take the days off because you got a little rodeo stuff going on. By the way, speaking of flying, the asteroid that is flying towards Earth, which had a 2.6% chance of hitting Earth yesterday, now has a 3.1% chance of hitting Earth. This is the highest risk assessment an asteroid has ever received, surpassing 2.7% in 2004. So a 1 in 32 chance of impact. And on top of that, it's big. It's like 150 meters. It would take something out if it hits.
Guys, I don't like the way this is going.
I don't either. It's not supposed to hit till 2032.
Yeah, but we're going up like a 0.5%.
We've gone up a percent a week. Yes. There's 52 weeks in a year. So this could easily, if the percentage keeps on going up, be 100% like by 2027.
I do like
Send the oil drillers.
Yeah, right. Let's
Stay awake just to hear you breathing.
Let's get Ben Affleck on the case. I do like that this ends with 96.9% chance the asteroid will miss Earth. Like, thank you for trying to spin zone that.
How about this? Put that at the top. That leads the story, just as like a calmer. But they also don't say it's going up 0.5% chance every week.
Also, 1 of 32 odds for impact. I get that's literally the math.
I bet
that makes me feel so much more scared than 96% chance it doesn't happen.
I bet on Super Bowl teams with bigger odds than that. Okay.
All right, that's your fault.
I'm just saying.
That's gonna wrap up today's Gallant and George. Big thanks to our texters, Twitchers, YouTubers, and callers, and to everybody else who listened. For Sean Mapes, for Joe George, I am merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful Tuesday. The Killer Bees are up next. Peace.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I'm Branham. It is Brian behind the glass. It's a Taco Tuesday edition of the Killer Bees and ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Did you boys get tacos today?
No, sir. Did not.
Shame on you, Brian.
Dinner tonight.
Good work there. Good recovery. Tempe tacos helps the alliteration. I'll say that. Busy show today. We're also going to cut out a little bit early, get out of the way for the 12th man, Aggie basketball, foundation of love, built on love. They're gonna take us off the air at 5:30, so we're gonna head out 30 minutes early. Spring training underway. There's a superstar that could potentially be on the market. Would it interest you? Cash him or trash him? Jonathan Martin's a liar. Richie Incognito is vindicated. I don't know. It's also the franchise tag window opening day, which is a big deal in the NFL. Maybe not around these parts, at least this year. But I was thinking about this, Blankers, because this is what I do. I sit down in a chair and I put my hand over my chin and I say, it's time to think. And I was thinking about the Astros and just, the chatter going on this morning. And Altuve, by the way, Altuve's not even on the schedule to take ground balls. It seems like he's a full-time outfielder. We'll see. Maybe it's just the experiment, see how the experiment goes, and then reevaluate in a week or two. But it is interesting that all of his defensive assignments on the schedule is all in the outfield, none on the infield. Chatter about where does Jordan hit in this lineup. I've noticed people are having that conversation now after we had that conversation. It's just, the full squad reported. Pitchers and catchers reported last week. It's that time of year. Football season's over. Baseball is in the air. And I'm always excited for baseball season. I'm always excited for opening day, as I know you are as well. But I'm more fired up this season than in recent years. And it took me a while because I wasn't thinking about why. Like, hey, Branham, why are you more excited this year than in years past? And I think it hit me in my moment of thought as I stared into the mountains in Arizona. I think it's because they're being doubted. Like, the Astros are being doubted, unlike since when? Like 14? Like, no one expected anything from them in 14. They didn't really expect them to hit what they did in 2015, making the playoffs, beating the Yankees in the wild card game, advancing. They missed it in 16, but when was the last time the Astros were doubted like they're being doubted now? People are like, oh, they're going to finish third place in the West. The West is no longer theirs. They're going to fade into mediocrity. They're going to fade in away from this golden era. I don't recall a time they've been doubted in the golden era. I think you have to go back to the mid-2010s. And I think that's why I am more fired up for this season than recent years.
Can you say 2018 coming off the cheating scandal with all the negative publicity? And
no, it wasn't out yet. It wasn't out yet. It didn't come out until after the World Series of 19.
Okay, so then that following year, I think a lot of people doubted when, after the apologies and all the negative press and how are the players going to deal with it. And this was going to be a boo tour for the entire year. And there were a lot of people doubting, if they were going to be able to survive all this or how, if they were going to be able to be the same team. Maybe there was doubt there. But I understand what you're saying about doubt. The thing that bothers me the most is I think the American League is very gettable. I think the division is theirs to lose. And it would excite me more if, with all the work that they did do this offseason, if the outfield looked a little better to me, I would be very excited about the possibilities of this team, because I think everywhere else they're extremely talented. They're deeper than people think. They got backups in the infield positions. Their pitching staff is really good. I have concerns about that starting outfield, as you know. But overall, I think I'm excited about baseball coming back for sure, and I'm hopeful that this team does the little things like Chaz coming back, and maybe if he does, maybe I'll be a little more content with the outfield. But I believe that this team can still win. I just believe that with a little tweak here or there, I think they could still win it all.
I would maybe 2020, and they weren't good that year. I mean, they limped into an expanded playoff. They were 29-31, and then got hot in the postseason. And it was, a 60-game year. It was a dumb season, but they got hot in the postseason. Nearly came back from 3-0, forced that Game 7 against Tampa that COVID year. But I don't think a team that featured Jose Altuve, Carlos Correa, Alex Bregman, Kyle Tucker, George Springer, Michael Brantley, Framber Valdez, Zach Greinke, Lance McCullers, Christian Javier, and Justin Verlander was doubted. I don't think that's the case.
Yeah, I mean, I felt that way. You may not have. I felt like there were people that were they were looking and expecting this team to fail. They were thinking that this team used, cheated enough that it's the only reason why. They didn't realize, I don't think they wanted to realize or rationalize that the guys you just named were part of what made up what was a really good team. But at the same time, I mean, I had concerns about how they were going to handle everything. And maybe the COVID year was a blessing because they didn't have to. And with time passing, people eased up a little bit more than if they did have to go through a full season with full stadiums and everything that they went through.
Yeah, I guess I never put a whole lot of stock in that. And I know that maybe I was in the minority there. I don't know. But I never really felt like that was going to impact them a ton. But maybe some people were on the other side of that. But where would you stack up this season in terms of your excitement versus years in the recent memory?
I think I'm at a 6.5. I really have deep concerns about the inability to have bats in the outfield. And I know Altuve will be out there. The whole starting Chaz and Jake bothers me. The depth of the outfield, whether Gamble is going to be, it's possible for him to kind of pick up where he left off or not. I'm not leaning that way. That if they, like I said, if they had gotten one more bat, I would up that by 1.5 or so. And I'd really be excited because I believe the rest of the roster is good. The outfield bothers me enough that I'm at a 6.5.
Okay, I feel like you're buzz killing my enthusiasm
I'm just
here.
being honest.
Yeah, I'm super excited for it. I don't just like my excitement doesn't equal the team's talent. Like whenever the Astros are really, really good, is my excitement for the start of the regular season at a 10. Like to me, those things maybe have some correlation, but not total correlation. Those things are not the same. Like my excitement is being brewed not because this is the best Astros team they've ever had in franchise history. It might be the worst Astros team they had since 2016, to be matter of fact about it. My excitement comes from the fact that they're being doubted. Oh, all of these computers and the analytics predict the Astros to finish third, slightly behind Seattle and Texas. Oh, the Astros are not going to recover from losing another pillar of the golden era in Alex Bregman. All of the doubters is what has me fired up for the year. And I think I crave the Astros winning a lot. And I always crave them to win, but like how much how much fever do I have about it? It's higher this year.
Yeah, and I think that for me, yeah, I like the fact that in most of the years of this golden era, for me, it's like you go in knowing that it basically, I think it's theirs to lose. I think that they are so loaded and they are so talented that that's the excitement, that they are going to dominate, and I'm going to enjoy watching them play, games every single night. And this team right here gives me doubts to where it's a little less. I understand where you're coming from because, yeah, it's always great to, prove people wrong. But for me, it's just if they were in the same position as a lot of those other years, I'd be really jacked up about the fact that I think that they can dominate baseball again. But I'd like to see them do at least one more thing before the season starts.
Yeah. To me, it's more the chip on the shoulder. The chip on the shoulder has me fired up that they go out there and they prove all the doubters wrong, which sounds like you might be a little bit of a doubter. You sound like a little bit of a hater here, Blankers.
I'm not hating or doubt, but there is concern. Yeah,
you're doubting the outfield.
Concern. Yeah, in the outfield, there's definite concern. That means the bottom of the lineup, there's concern for me. The 7, 8, 9 spots are definitely something that I am worried about. And then now it's about how guys play between, in spring training, that maybe someone breaks out or someone steps up. And now we've got someone to talk to that looks like they didn't have to make a trade or get an extra outfielder. But until then, I'm going to temper my excitement a little bit.
Okay, be buzzkill about it. It's fine. Be the wet blankers about it. Todd the Show's on YouTube, which is maybe a story within itself. But Todd the Show says the entire Major League Baseball doesn't have much going on in the outfield. I do think that the outfield offense around the game is probably down than where we expected it or where we saw it like 10 years ago. But still, yeah, this is still a below average offensive outfield. Rocky, your excitement is for a trash outfield. No, it's not. My excitement isn't because of the product that the Astros are putting out there. My excitement is because everybody's doubting them, and I have a chip on my Houston shoulder. My broad, beautiful, muscular shoulders is why I have the attitude that I have. 713-780-ESPN. There was no fans in the stand for the Boo Tour in 2020. Yeah, we cleared that up. Texture, even before we started the show, texture in all capital letters. Jordan Rule, número uno. is designated hitter only. Which it does seem like the Astros are getting closer and closer to putting him in that role. Joe Espada, which is crazy. Like, I've been listening to Joe Espada out in West Palm Beach, and all he talks about whenever he mentions Yordan Alvarez is, my number one focus is keeping the big man healthy. Where was that last year?
Yeah.
Like, well, we've been telling you to do that, Joe. Why did it take you until your second year as a manager that you're just now coming to these strokes of brilliance where, yeah, we're going to keep Yordan Alvarez healthy? Okay. Way to go, Joe. Fine. I'm glad that you finally learned that going into your second season as a big league manager.
This is, Jeremy, this is the equivalent of the Angels just now figuring out with Mike Trout. They should probably take it easy on him defensively because he's so important when he's not in the lineup, they suck more. Like, what took you so long? Like, Joe Espada, what took you so long? How do you look at this team and know how important that big man is? And then whether it be that Bagwell or others start the train in motion to say, we want to see him play about 50% of the games in the outfield before the start of last season. And you're like, okay, if you sure you want to do that. But I also think to some degree he was driving that. I think that he wanted to play the outfield and he likes being out there. And maybe he learned a lesson too because of how many close calls he had.
Yeah. All right. 713-780-ESPN. What is your level of excitement for the Houston Astros going into 2025? Blankers and I wouldn't say we're on polar opposites here. We're not complete opposite ends of the spectrum, but I'm uber excited because of the chip on these Houston shoulders. Blankers is about a 6.5 because he doesn't love the outfield, which is fair. Where are you in your excitement for the Astros? Busy show. Jonathan Martin made up Bullygate, franchise tag windows. We'll cash them or trash them a little bit later. Superstar in the NBA could be available in the summer. Would you be interested in said superstar? And also, you see all these off-season grade blankers, like different publications do their, which who cares? Like, those things aren't really real. But what they had to say about the Astros made me think of an interesting question. 713-780-ESPN. We're on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975. We're on YouTube at ESPN Houston. We're on Twitter at ESPN975. Blankers at Pac-Man Joel. Brian at Sacked by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. We are the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Your excitement for Astros opening day. I'm ready to prove all the doubters wrong. XX Ron says they're going to win the American League. I think they have a shot. I think the better goal or more attainable goal is to win the division. I really want to win the division this year because they're being picked to finish third.
I
want
like
to
that.
tick them off, Seattle and Texas fans.
From the perspective of like that kind of the motivation you're talking about, like I have bigger aspirations that every year I want this team's goal and have a realistic chance to get to and win the World Series. I think that the division is one that I think a lot of people are sleeping on them. So from that perspective, I do have the motivation of proving everybody wrong. They could win the division. I just think that they're good enough with a little tweak here or there that they could actually compete to get to another World Series.
Yeah, I get the outfield offense ain't great, although you did add the greatest Astro of all time to that outfield mix, so that's going to improve the offense. You don't win games based on the outfield offense, though. You win games, obviously the pitching defense side of it, removed from this conversation. You don't win games based on how your three outfielders are performing. You win games offensively based on 1 through 9. So I think that looking specifically at the outfield, be like, well, this is the reason they're going to lose 75 games. I think it's being a little short-sighted. I think it's being very specific about one area of the team when left field, center field, right field production doesn't equal offensive success like 1 through 9 equals offensive success.
Yeah, I mean, I guess. I just look at this entire golden era run, and there's always been, you know, the one like sure thing out that you had to deal with was Maldi in the 9-hole. But other than that, I just think that they've had more players on paper and for the most part that have performed like guys fully capable of being above average major league players 1 through 8. And so it concerns me a little bit that until proven otherwise, that the last 3 spots in the batting order in the lineup are worrisome to me.
Who are those 3 for you?
Jake, Chaz, and I mean, it's not Altuve. It'd
be Dubon, right?
It'd be Dubon
it would be
if
like
you go with
Dubon. Yeah, because again,
Okay.
I had a conversation with a buddy today that believes that Dubon is a 300 hitter and should be in the lineup more times than not. And I'm like, I just think that was fool's gold. I think that while Altuve was out, the timing worked out beautifully, that he got hot. But more times than not, when you watch his at-bats and how many times that he chases the first 2 really bad and then gets caught off on his front foot and things like that, that I think he's best at doing what he does, which is be a utility player.
How old was the guy you were talking to, about 55?
No, he wasn't, Jeremy. But
How old was he?
Why does it matter?
Because he used batting average as an offensive metric of like high
40,
success.
40 something? I don't know.
I was pretty close.
I'm
pretty good.
guessing, but okay.
I can I think I can come within 3 to 5 years of a man whenever they're talking baseball based on how they're talking baseball. I think I just proved it. That was pretty good, right?
No, I think there's a job at a carnival somewhere for you.
I think that was pretty good, Brian. Pretty good.
It wasn't bad.
Pretty good.
I think there is something to that because, like, if someone quotes like ex Woba, they're not going to be over 40 years old, or at least not like, you know, over 50. So there is something to that. If they quote batting average and ERA first, they're probably of the older generation.
Yeah, I think I hit it pretty good. Now, Chas McCormick is kind of like the wild card here because I don't think Chas McCormick was very good last year. Obviously, he wasn't very good last year. But Chas McCormick prior to last season has been an above average baseball player. So if he's an above average offensive player in 2025, which is a major if, I'm not predicting that. I'm not saying he's going to be that. But Chas McCormick every single year prior to this past season has been above average offensively. Like that's a fact. Now, last year he was a disaster. He was awful. He was really, really, really stinking bad. So if you get Chas McCormick from the first 3 years of his career, not the Chas McCormick from last year, well, now you have 2 weak spots in the lineup. Jake Myers and Maurice Dubon, which I don't think either guy's capable of being an above average offensive player. But now you have 7 guys that are above average. That's not dreadful. Like that's still okay. That's not bad. Like if you go back to when the Astros won the World Series over the Phillies, I think we overrate that offense, especially with what you were rolling out there by the end of the season. Like you mentioned Martin Maldonado. Okay, like that's an obvious, not very good. We forget that David Hensley was DHing. David Hensley DH'd in the World Series winning Game 6 over Philadelphia. Not an above-average offensive player. Chas McCormick, who we are dogging, was in that starting 9. An aging Yuli Gurriel in that starting 9. Jeremy Pena, who is average as an offensive player, he was batting second. Now, he did hit an absolute heater and was on fire that postseason, but it's not like that offense was this, juggernaut 1 through 9 either.
Yeah, but you're bringing up a DH in a playoff situation based on injuries and everything else. Chas was having a different kind of year altogether than what he put together last season. And we're talking about a team that was deep into the postseason by that time. I'm talking about a team that concerns me because right now I don't know that they have the potency with those guys in the outfield to consistently do what they need to do anything more than compete for the division.
Sure. I just don't think that you look around Major League Baseball and you see every single team and even every single contender that 1 through 9 has an above average offensive player. I believe every contender has 1 or 2 offensive players, if not more, that are below average. And they're usually at defensive premium positions like center field, in which this case is Jake Myers. Dubon, second base is important. It's not shortstop, center field, catcher. So maybe it's like that second tier of important defensive players. But I just don't think you see many contenders around baseball where 1 through 9, you go down the batting order, like every single one of these guys is above average. Now, again, Chas McCormick, I think, is a huge wild card in this because if Chas McCormick is who he was from 21 through 23 and not who he was in 24, well, now you have 7 above average offensive players. You can live with 2 below average. 3 below average, it gets a little bit dicey. It gets a little bit hairy. And then to your point, like the injury concerns with that as well.
Yeah, I think if you look at the lineup right now, too, the other thing is, we're hoping Chas kind of reverts back to 2 years ago. I think Jeremy Pena is another guy that has to, not that he has to be all world, but you're hoping that he turns into more, a little bit more than he's been since he got off to the great start and did everything he did in that one postseason. I think that offensively, there's plenty to look at and say you were kind of hoping and expecting for more. So I think those 2 guys, more than anybody else, if they're going to stick with this lineup, and right now it looks like they are, that those guys have the capability of kind of turning this thing in the right direction even more in their favor. And maybe, for me, winning me over a little bit more to say, hey, if those guys, if Chas can get back to even where his career averages are, and Jeremy Pena can be a little bit more consistent with some pop, then yeah, maybe it's easier for me to look past the two guys that are going to be a problem at the end of the lineup.
Yeah, I think that is critical too. Like Chas is a wild card. Pena, I don't need like major offensive improvement from Pena, like you said, because I think that would be unrealistic. But if he's slightly better, if he's a 105 OPS guy instead of a 100 OPS guy, the guy that I'm looking at that could take this offense to, I don't want to say new heights because now I'm making it too lofty, but who I think can elevate this offense with I think realistic improvement and development would be Yainer Diaz. Like if Yainer Diaz does become the best offensive catcher in baseball, which some people put him top 5 already, but if he combines like the average of last season, the power of his rookie season, and becomes a guy who hits 285, 290 with 25, 30 home runs, okay, now you're talking about a much different lineup because you're combining that with a Yordan, with a Christian Walker who's going to hit some dongs, with the Isaac Paredes. Don't spell that on Twitter. People might get mad at you. He's going to hit some dongs. Altuve, you hope, doesn't regress a whole lot in this later stage of his career. I think Yainer Diaz is if we eliminate Chas from like him being good or bad, which Chas are you going to get? But which young player can develop to take this offense to a new level? For me, it's easily Yainer Diaz.
Yeah, I think it's a good point. I think that, we had these grandiose expectations, kind of like Jeremy Pena, when we saw what he did in not even his first complete season in the bigs, and then he fell off. And then we were questioning, is he catching too much? And then we were looking for reasons why. Now, if he can just kind of settle in and, know what he knows and what he's learned along the way and be more like what he was 2 years ago, similar to Chas, but I think he has a lot more upside. That, yeah, he could also be a guy that could really change things because now you've got, with the absence of Tucker, you've got a guy that might be able to pick up a lot of the slack left by the absence of Tucker.
Yep. I think he's critical. Rocky, he doesn't like this offense. He's not a big Dubon guy either. Dubon is a 240 hitter at best with no power and a 600 OPS. I don't think that Dubon's an everyday starter offensively either. I think he's probably selling him a little bit short, calling him a 240 hitter. Like Dubon's 261 career hitter, 674 OPS, which, I mean, OPS plus of 87 ain't great. Dubon is a guy who makes a lot of contact, never walks, hits for very little power. I don't think that his bat plays as an everyday starter. Now, why he doesn't kill you if he is an everyday starter is because he is a Gold Glove capable elite defense at second base. And you can live with that if the other 7 guys are really good. Like if Myers and Dubon are in the everyday 9, which we're not, I mean, who knows if they are? Like the Astros can make a surprise trade, which maybe they make a surprise trade. But if you run out the starting 9 right now, that we're assuming it is, because we had a text earlier, I'm not even sure who's playing second base right now. I think the opening day lineup right now would have Dubon at second, Altuve in left, if that experiment holds and they don't move them back to the dirt. Dubon's your starting second baseman. And you can live, in my mind, with Dubon and Myers in the bottom of your order playing elite defense if all the other things click, right? If Chaz reverts back to who he was 2 years ago in the years prior, if Yiner takes that next step in his development, if Pena gets just a little bit better, we're not calling for huge major improvement, just a little bit better. Jordan has a good year. Walker hits to his norms. Paredes hits to his norms. Altuve hits to his norms. I think you have the makings of a good lineup. Actually, they would be underrated whenever you paint it in that scenario.
Yeah, and maybe you're right. I just look at this from the standpoint of I still believe that some of these guys we've been talking about, I think a lot, aside from Jake, I just don't think Jake's capable offensively to the levels that I don't know what anybody expected. But I do give him credit for being an above average defensive outfielder. But I think, like you said, I think in the best case scenario, I believe Jake's best spot is a 4th outfielder. If you can, I think Chaz, especially if Chaz kind of finds it a little bit, I'm perfectly happy with Chaz in center field. Now, it's just like you said, if there's a surprise big trade, I'm really excited because if they get themselves a legit outfielder with everything else that they have, and especially if I believe that Chaz, even if Chaz isn't quite what he was 2 years ago, if Chaz is playing center field where his bat doesn't have to be as much as expected out of a right fielder, now I feel even better. If Chaz is in center and they get a right fielder somehow, now I'm really excited. And of course, there's the outside hope, just like you said, with a big trade, where if one of these guys steps up, if it's Trammell, there's something that, we're missing or people were missing that maybe he finds, or if it's, Gamble, which I don't expect, to be a consistent everyday player, or if it's someone like a DeCenzo or others that are already on this roster, then maybe that's a way to do it too. But I just believe they're so close that it's frustrating to me because I think that they could get over the top.
See, I think we spend too much time with the starting 9. Joe Espada is going to have at least 140 unique lineups. Like we'd even mentioned Ben Gamble. Like Ben Gamble is probably going to start 50% of the time against right-handed pitching, maybe more. Maybe he's your everyday right fielder against right-handed pitching, and then Chaz and Jake Myers are fighting for who's in center field. So like we spend way too much talking about the starting 9 when I think they're going to have a lot of unique lineups based on who's pitching for them, based on who's pitching for the opponent. I think they have a chance to be a pretty good offense. There are a lot of ifs. There are a lot of ifs, and maybe more ifs than you'd be comfortable with for opening day just around the corner. All right, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. What if that trade isn't for an outfielder though, Blankers? What if it's for a third baseman?
Well, then I hope that our third baseman can play the outfield.
Well, no. I mean, it'd be third baseman. He plays third. Isak plays second.
Okay. Well, that doesn't.
What elevates your starting 9?
It does. It makes the offensive lineup better. I guess defensively they're going to be fine, but I still believe that until Chaz shows that what he's going to do offensively, I do think that, that those 2 spots are still going to be holes in the lineup offensively.
713-780-ESPN. We'll get your thoughts on this. Also, the Athletic had this write-up. They gave the Astros an offseason grade of C, whatever. Who cares about offseason grades? Not a great grade, but whatever. In the write-up, though, is what really caught me. What they said, and then also it led me to the question, do you think the Astros will have more or less wins than they did last year. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, before we go to the break, a word from our good friend Doc Linville. Doc Linville, best in the business at doing so many things right here in the Houston Med Center. He does the NeoGraft procedure, and he does the PRP treatments, all things that help you get your hair back. He does a lot of other things too. If you're looking for gifts for your significant other, spa treatments, Botox, even plastic surgery, he's phenomenal. But what I have personal experience from is doing the NeoGraft procedure and the PRP treatments. And it's better than anything that you've seen on TV or heard about in terms of getting your hair restored, because it's your own hair. The simple truth is you're never going to lose the hair on the sides and the back of your head. So he repurposes some of that where you need it most. You see the results, and you see them starting right away. And then in about 6 to 9 months, you see the true results. And you are so excited about the fact that it's your own hair. And because it's taken from a spot that it's never going to go away, you're going to have it for the rest of your life. And because you're listening to me now and you're interested in Doc Linville, if you go to 975hair.com, you get a free consultation with Doc and his staff to explain everything to you that normally costs $150 for people off the street. All you got to do is set up that first consultation at 975hair.com and then go in. With no expectations, with no worries. Go in knowing that you're not going to sign on any dotted line, not going to have any money out of pocket or commitment to be made, but you're going to have the best in the business explain everything to you, and then you can make the decision for yourself. I did it. I couldn't be happier that I did. Granado did it. Several others have done it too. You can be the next in line. Check them out today. Tell them I sent you by. Go to 975hair.com.
You found the Killer Bees, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. What is your excitement for the Astros? Astros last year, by the way, they had 88 wins on the season. Will they have more or less this year? 713-780-3776. Blankers, less or more than last year?
I'm going to go slightly. I'm going to say slightly more.
Yeah, see, look, can you raise your excitement level half a point? Give me to an even 7. Give me a 7.
Sure, I'll give you a 7.
Got a 7. Got a 7 out of Blankers.
That's as far as I'm going though today.
I think they'll win 90-something games. I think they'll win 90-something games, win the AL West. Where do you stand on it, Brian? North or south of 88?
South. Yeah, I think they're like an 85, 86 win team. I still think that's good enough because of how mediocre the division is to win the division. And then, all bets are, off once you get into the postseason. But I don't see this team being capable of winning 90.
I have noticed a tell on you, Brian. I've noticed a tell on you.
Okay.
You're usually optimistic about the Texans, and you're usually pessimistic about the Astros.
I mean, at least in my time together with you two on the show, that would certainly be true. I mean,
Okay.
but I also think that's also a sign of the two directions the teams are going. I mean, one team has gotten we think the most important position in all sports locked up, and the other position is seeing star players leave every year.
Yeah, and win every year as well.
I mean, got swept by the
kind of
Tigers.
It's kind
Still
of a
made it,
greater
though.
than Rays situation where at least they hang on to the great players for quite a while, and they seem to do what Jeremy said is the common denominator is even when some of those players walk out the door, they still find a way to win.
Yeah, I wish they would be a little bit more razy, though. I wish they would
Yeah, I don't
trade
think
them
they've
before they left
They
for
definitely.
free.
It's hard to even say they've been razy. I mean, it was really just Kyle Tucker. That's the only person they've done
I'm
that
just
with.
saying consistently, though, whether you replenish with trades or not, you still, when those guys walk out the door, you find other means, other ways, do other things to make sure that your team stays consistently good. You found Yiner in a trade where at the time you got him, you didn't even know what he was going to be. They've got guys that have replenished, whether it was noticeable or not, and it wasn't just trading the guys before they walked out the door.
713-780 ESPN. So the Athletics said, offseason grade C, which they probably weren't happy about the Tucker trade, Bregman leaving. It said after salary dumping Presley, the payroll is down roughly $25 million from last season, and it's tough not to view the collective offseason moves as knowingly taking a step backward. Houston might be stuck between the present and the future. And that's why I wanted to ask the question, do you think the Astros will have less or more wins this year? 88 wins last year. 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRNP listener line. Paul, you're in the Hive. What's up, Paul?
Technically correct in English is fewer wins, not less wins.
Cool, thanks.
Fewer modifies
Why did
nouns
we go
and
there?
less modifies adjectives.
All right,
But,
hang up on Paul. Hang up
I
on
think
Paul. Hang up on Paul. We're not doing grammar. We're a couple of jabronis who talk on the microphone. We're not journalists. We talk to our people. Our people are our listeners. Am I good at grammar? No, I'm not good at grammar. If I was good at grammar, I'd be like an author or a journalist and be a beat writer and stuff like that. I'm a jabroni who talks on the radio. I'm a goofball. Grammar lessons will not keep you on the air with the Killer Bees. You want to talk ball? We can talk ball. We're not doing the past participle, grammar. No, this isn't the show for that.
No, I agree with you. 100%.
I mean, Jeremy was a former math major, not an English major. Give
I
him a
do
break.
numbers, not letters. My goodness. Technically, it's this, not that. Get out of here,
I think
dude.
that's also the reality that we as hosts have to face is that when you start a call like that, they realistically think, we can just dial it back into the conversation after
No,
you
I
make
checked
that
out.
statement.
Joel
to
saw
stop.
my reaction.
Yeah. We
I was
both
all
look
the
at
way
each
back
other.
in
We're
my
like,
chair.
you gone? Never mind. Forget it. That ain't going to be a call that we're going to hang on to.
No, this is not an intellectual show. We're not looking for Pulitzers and Nobel Peace Prizes. I don't know if that's even related. Maybe Paul can call back and tell me how that's inaccurate. Grammar lessons on the air? What are you doing, dude? Go pick up a podcast from I don't even know smart people. Who are smart people? Mark Zuckerberg, I guess. Elon Musk. Are they smart? Or are they just kind of lucky? Although Zuckerberg stole his idea from the Winklevosses, so I don't know how smart he is.
Saw the movie.
Grammar lessons.
If you want great grammar, listen to the Baytown Batty. I'm sure he'll provide you with all the best grammar.
Jeez.
Bullfrog had wings that'd fly,
This had to be, and Paul, you can call back whenever. We're having fun with you. But if you ever
seen
leave,
a guy with an 03 count, not looking like he knows what he's doing.
Oh man, Paul, do feel free to call back, but not today. And if you ever leave with grammar, we're hanging up with you again. Oh no, I didn't say hanging up on you. I said hanging up with you. Paul, it might not be the show for you, Paul. That has to be the same dude that would talk crap about the Blitz because they would say, "What are the odds Wednesday?" rather than "What are the percentages?" It might be. It might be the same
how much
guy.
time do you? Well, I already know that by some of the other people that interact with us. But how much time do they have on their hands? Hey, here's an idea. I'm driving, or I've got some time to kill. I'm going to correct guys on the radio for the way that they use English. Cool.
What do you think? What do you think Paul does for a living? I was going to think maybe like something with spreadsheets in Excel, but those are more numbers than letters. It could be. It could be. I'm going to say
teacher,
like, yeah, maybe
professor, maybe like a college
an
professor.
English major. He like teaches AP journalism. I am one to talk. I could criticize Brian for RBIs, but that's baseball stuff. That's not grammar. That's baseball stuff. Yeah. I'll pick up an AP style book and an MLA formatting book over the weekend. Check it out for you there, Paul. I think Astros will have more wins this year than last year because they got better first baseman, equal third baseman, won't have a slow start. Tucker missed a lot of games last year, so he doesn't really equate into the future. So I think more wins. There's a vote for more wins. I think the pitching staff is actually a little bit more stable than it was last year at the beginning of the year.
Well, I mean, from the injury standpoint, and we were dealing with guys recovering and then more guys that were going to end up getting injured. That from that standpoint, yes. I think there's questions with some of the later arms, not like later, like 8th and 9th inning, but like some of the lesser than to be used middle reliever type guys. But overall, I'm not going to disagree with that. I think it's a very stable pitching staff.
Yeah, I think that because last year they went through so many pitchers to the start of the year. They went from like worst ERA in baseball to being like, what did they end up like top 5, top 7 ish? Like they actually finished pretty strong, and hopefully they pick up where they left off there. Now you do have some questions in the bullpen. Caleb Ort's a non-throw. Sean Dubin hasn't been throwing, so there are some questions there too. Lose Tucker and Bregman, Altuve another year older. Myers and Chaz or Dubon in the lineup? Question mark. Better get lights out pitching because this offense will be average at best. Too many ifs. So there's somewhat. He didn't say more or less, but it sounds like he would say less. Did the Astros not sign Hayward? Jordan will be the MVP. No, they didn't sign Hayward. They signed Gamble, which I preferred Hayward over Gamble.
Agreed.
But
he's Padres, right?
Went to San Diego. Yeah. You know what San Diego means?
Yeah.
You can't say it on the air.
Why
Combination
not?
Don't
make me dump
why
it.
not, though? It's the anatomically correct term.
I will dump it.
Okay.
I don't think that it is. I think it's slang for that.
Just the second word is the anatomically correct term for.
Go ahead, try it out. I won't get on air, but try it out.
Try it out. If you're telling me you're going to dump me, here, let me give it to you anyway.
Well, we have one show here at the station that plans dumps in advance. Let's make it another one.
Somebody does that?
Oh, I caught it today.
Oh yeah.
I yelled to BMAC like, did he just do that?
They planned the dumps?
Yeah, they plan to have curse words and then dump it out before it gets to air.
What does that mean? Plan to do that? Like you're like.
Yeah,
like,
exactly,
hey, Sean,
exactly
coming
what I
up
said.
in this segment, I'm going to drop an F-bomb after this word. Be ready.
Huh. Interesting. A combination of Walker, Paredes, Dubon, or whoever is arguably better than Bregman, Tucker, Singleton. I don't see a negative difference in offense coming. I would throw in the caveat that Tucker missed a lot of games. Like if you had full season Tucker, much different story. Gamble's a better hitter than Myers or Dubon. He's a better hitter against righties. I don't know if he's a better hitter against lefties. Myers is actually pretty good against lefties. You said Myers is really more of a fourth outfielder, late inning defensive replacement, which I don't disagree with a ton. I do think he is more than capable of starting against left-handed pitching, though. He hits lefties pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, if he's going to be, a platooning type fourth outfielder, which means you're going to platoon someone else too, that's fine.
All right, 713-780-ESPN. Will the Astros win more or less or whatever Paul said, fewer than 88 games for the Astros? Also, what do you think Paul does for a living? Wrong answers only. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You found the Killer Bees, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
713-780-ESPN. Slopez says the Astros will win 68 games. 75 says the Astros will win 76 games. XX Ron says 92.5. See, I think the Astros can get to 92 wins. The half win, though, is going to be difficult. Might be the hardest
Yeah,
to
that's
do.
going to be a tough one. Going to have to call it a draw in extra innings, maybe.
It cost Joe, Sean, and I money last year. We had the Astros over 92.5. Didn't quite get there.
That didn't cost you money. Oh, the number did?
Well, no, I'm saying failing on that win, that specific win total is what we bet on, and they obviously fell 4 games short, 4.5.
I thought you meant the game that they banged.
No,
game 162. I got you. 713-780-ESPN. What is Paul's job? Wrong answers only. Paul called in, was giving us a lecture on how to grammar correct. I'm gonna start saying grammar poorly. I think I do. Good point.
Is that kind of like a different version of doing what Brad used to do, BK did on the Wheelhouse?
Oh yeah, he just said words funny.
Yeah,
I probably drove Paul crazy. I can't read some of these things that are being said on the text line about Paul, but I don't think these lowbrow jobs that you guys are texting in would be the job that Paul has. I think Paul is an elitist, very sophisticated, or maybe he didn't hit his potential in life. I don't know.
Saying he peaked in high school? Specifically his English class?
Maybe. I don't know. Paul, text in. Let us know your job, 713-780-ESPN, and let us know that you're the real Paul by giving us the same criticism you gave us on the air. Somebody said middle school English teacher. That could be it. That could be it. Somebody else said great teacher. Though? Yeah, 352.
It'd be real close.
Yeah.
It'd be really close. Depending. I mean, being married to a teacher,
district, right?
they're rarely out. 10 minutes after the kids are out.
I know high school in our district gets out at 2:30.
Yeah, middle school though. I don't know if it's the
school.
same now, but when I was in middle school, we got out. That was the latest time I ever got out. It was after 3, so it could obviously change with time in school districts. But
Fake Tony Stark says Paul has a radio show from noon to 3 on a local radio station. Different Paul, Fake Tony Stark. Different Paul. The Astros are going to lose fewer games than the previously past year. You're my kind of guy, 4558 or person. If our pitching stands and we don't go through all the injuries and all the ups and downs from the minors up, I think pitching will be better and we're going to win 94 games. So there's an optimistic outlook for the Astros win total.
Okay.
Let's see what else we have here. Texter said meaning they're going to win more. Some schools are out today, says a texter.
Are they?
They had that weird break.
They get a second President's Day?
I was going to say, they were Fort Bend was out Friday and Monday. Thank God they're back in today.
They have a weird break. Some districts have weird breaks. I'm excited to see Jordan take charge offensively and to watch Christian play. Pena's year to shine. Yeah, I'm interested to see Walker, see what he adds to this lineup. Hey, Branham, Winklevy is plural for Winklevoss. That's pretty funny. TSA agent, Paul? I don't think so.
A stickler, I guess I could see the mindset, but
I'm thinking accounting or outside sales.
But to be that good at grammar?
I mean,
I don't
at
know.
some point, you got to put together sales presentation.
Maybe he's a paleontologist.
Sales presentation? I don't know.
Potentially. TSA. The only TSA agent that ever recognized me in an airport off of my TikTok at Jeremy J. Branham. He was a very nice guy. I really like talking to him. Tell Paulie, Paulette, Paul, call that other station. No, he can call us whenever. He's just not going to talk grammar. And we'll take Paul tomorrow if he wants. Branham, you're kind of a hypocrite. I'm not kind of a hypocrite. I am a hypocrite. You do that to Joel and Brian, and you say technically for a lot of things too. I don't think I get on to y'all for grammar, though. If anything, y'all get on to me for grammar, which is fair. I'm not a grammar light. How many Joe Georges could you take at once? At least 3.
In a fight?
Yeah, I could take at least 3 Joe Georges.
Really?
Yeah, he's slow.
Slow. You got the reach advantage. You got the height. Yeah, I think 2.5 to 3 is a good number.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with 3 for sure. How many Joes could you take? Blinkers. You got muscles and stuff.
I don't know. I mean, I think Joe still played sports when he was younger, and he's he's got Cam now. And with
but
Cam,
he grew up in Chicago.
I mean, he's dropping weight and he's getting in shape on a daily basis. He's getting
back
better.
To his
so.
pre-pandemic
that
weight.
is true.
Yeah, he's back
you
to
got to
his
factor in
pre-pandemic weight.
I
Cam.
That's a good point. I forgot about his trainer Cam, but he also says it like very fast. Like he says trainer Cam instead of like my trainer Cam. So it sounds like he's recording himself training.
Those are the worst people too. The people with the cameras in the gym. It's
I
just
guess I'm
so
kind of
wrong.
getting on to Paul. I guess this texture's right. I am a hypocrite. I'm getting on to Joe for his grammar when he
You
talks.
are.
I am a
For an
hypocrite. Good
inaudible
point.
comma, you're getting on
Yeah.
to him about.
Those inaudible commas, though, are a big deal.
They are. They
They
can completely change the meaning of a sentence for
They
sure.
can- I see what you're talking about, though, Texture. Hey, you're right. I'm not kind of a hypocrite. I'm very much a hypocrite. All right, let's go out to the HRP listener line. Willie, you're in the hive of the bees. What's up, Willie?
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Always.
I hope the Astros win at least 86 and a half games. And a person that really don't care too much about offense, I don't care if they win each game by 1-0. I care more about giving up unearned runs and errors and throwing the ball in the well at Julia than I do about almost anything else.
What did you just say?
Julius, did he say?
Throwing the ball at Julia.
Why do you care so much about that?
Unearned runs and extra pitches. You know, I really believe pitching and defense win ball games.
All right. Appreciate it, Willie. What did he mean about Julia?
Someone threw balls at Julia?
I don't really know where he was going with
at
that.
first, I thought he said Julius. I don't know.
No, he meant Julia. They said, I'm pretty sure he meant Julia. I don't
Okay.
know. 713-780 ESPN. Soriano says Paul is an English teacher / middle school softball coach. That could be true. And he's talking about like optimizing his lineups of like these middle school softball players. Although there's not middle school softball, is there? Not in public schools, anyways.
Nope.
Maybe private schools. So maybe he's a private school, middle school,
private school.
English
You think
teacher,
private school has
softball
middle
coach.
school softball?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that there's some
Possible, if
private
it's being
schools in
funded.
Houston that have baseball. So if there's private schools in Houston that have baseball, Title IX. I mean, I'm just totally making this stuff up now.
You're really flying by the seat of your pants. at
Oh
this
yeah,
point.
I think I could very easily be lying right through my teeth right now. No, there's probably middle school softball for some private schools. I do believe that's true. I'm only like a 60% degree of confidence here, or percentage. Sorry, Paul, but that's where I'm at. I think it's 60% likely that private middle schools in Houston, some have softball if it's funded, like Brian said. Because I know there's baseball. I do know there's baseball middle school, private school.
Huh, okay. Yeah, I
Yeah.
guess I wasn't aware of that. I just thought that softball starts in high school.
Yeah. Oh, Todd said bad. It does publicly, Blankers.
Oh, okay.
For publicly for sure, but I think that some private schools might have it. Todd the show said Willie meant bad throws to the dugout. He's saying errors. Oh, okay. That's a weird way to say errors, but I got you. Makes some sense. So it looks like most people think that they're going to win more than 88 games.
Yeah, I think. Look, I think that it was a very uncharacteristic start last season. They dug themselves a huge hole. They were able to dig their way out of it and turn the whole thing around in what was just a fantastic turnaround. Do I expect them to get into that slow start again? No. Do I think that there's enough on this team to win and avoid that? Yes.
Yeah. Before O Athletic, I think you can take like 5 Joes nowadays, maybe like 3. That really speaks to the brilliance of O Athletic. If they can turn Joe into like twice of who he was, that's a big deal. Texter says it was an attempt at a joke for so many errors. Talking about Willie, he's saying if the ball is thrown at Julia, it was an overthrow and an error. Okay. Yeah, I guess it was a subtle, sophisticated joke, and this is not the show for intellectuals. We know that. Whenever they talk about the Killer Bees, they say you is dumb, you is ignorant, you is unimportant. We know that about the Killer Bees. HISD does have middle school softball. My daughter's game got canceled today. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that a private public school had that. There are private schools that have rugby. Yeah. I think the caller's point was they gave up too many earned runs last year.
A lot of field hockey in middle school and high school. A lot of field hockey and lacrosse, yes.
Really?
Yep.
Weird. Brandon T, I think Willie means Julius sits close to the dugout. He doesn't want bad throws to first and errors in general. That went over our head because we is dumb. That's
I
what
thought he said
there.
Julius at first. I was like, the doctor is somehow in a baseball conversation?
713-780 ESPN. The franchise tag window in the NFL opens today. Texans probably don't have any candidates unless you think there's one. Who is it? But there are some interesting ones around the league. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Let's go out to the HRNP listener line. Paul, you're in the Hive. What's up, Paul?
Technically correct in English is fewer wins, not less wins.
Cool, thanks.
Fewer modifies
Why did
nouns
we go
and
there?
less modifies adjectives.
All right, hang up on Paul. Hang up
I
on
think
Paul. Hang up on Paul. Fewer wins or less wins. I do like to learn.
Jab in. Let's just keep going. We're
dumb.
good.
So it's fewer wins, not less wins. Let's
Way to
see.
try to be smart and sound like a dumbass.
Who?
Jeez, Paul.
Well, I mean, he did sound smart.
As I said, way to sound smart and then act like a dumbass. Try to tell guys on the radio that they need to change their grammar.
Yeah, I just don't know how you could listen to the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5, a show about sports, and expect elite intelligence. Like, I flat out tell all of you that I'm a dummy. I flat out tell all of you I'm a one-trick pony. I don't know much of anything. I know some about sports, but really not that much there either. I kind of just fake it till I make it, Blinkers.
I mean, I'm not mad at you for that. I mean,
Blinkers, how smart are you?
I mean, I'm not going to be a self-proclaimed brainiac by any means. I think that I can hold my own.
Yeah, I would ask Brian what he thought, but I know his answer.
What is my answer?
What is his answer? Now
What is
I'm
my
curious.
answer?
He's just going to talk for a long time. I'm going to stop paying attention. I'm just kidding.
Wow.
Tector said Ax, A-X-S. Ax me if I care about grammar. Do you care about grammar? Just wanted to throw a thank you to Paul, says a texture. The show has become great as a result. Please excuse my errors in spelling or grammar as a result of doing voice to text. By the way, the Astros this year will be 92-70. Paul is probably fired as the high school English teacher for inappropriate relations with a student and now is working in a nursing home bragging about all the books he's read. Don't put that on Paul. You know, I mean, we were having some fun with Paul. We're being silly with Paul. I don't want him to be fired for inappropriate relationships. That's a little too much.
Yeah, I would say
It's a
so.
little too much.
Yeah,
Like,
I don't wish anyone to lose their job.
No, I don't want him to drive off the side of the road or anything. Josh from Seabrook, how many wins will the Astros have? Enough to win the division. Suck it, Seattle, Arlington, Anaheim. Oh, wait, the A's don't have a home. Have you noticed it about the A's? They're not using the city name that they're playing in.
Yeah.
At all. Like, they're just being called the Athletics. They
Yeah,
don't
the
have
Athletics.
a city.
Yeah, and then I see that some people are giving them flowers for not being a destination that nobody wants to go to, that this is the beginning of like a turnaround, but once they find their real home.
Yeah.
I mean, I think they're going to be better, but I don't think by any means that, you're going to sit there and say that the A's are a team to be reckoned with in the playoffs.
Yeah, I think their offense is enough to scare you. I like Lawrence Butler a lot. Like a lot of people talk about Brent Rooker. I like Lawrence Butler. I'm a Lawrence Butler fan. Text your new segment instead of who said it. How about how should it have been said? It's pretty funny. We're killing it though on who said it. Texter, who would you want to see more in the outfield, Altuve or Hayward? I'd rather see Altuve in the outfield than Hayward.
I mean, I guess so. Yeah. I mean, look, I think that Jason Hayward is still a very capable outfielder, and he still has a strong arm. I think that the difference is offensively, I'd rather have Altuve's bat than I would Jason Hayward's.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, if you told me that I could have, like, everything else is equal. Everything else is equal on your team, but you can have Jose Altuve in the outfield. You can have Jason Hayward in the outfield. Hayward obviously is a way better defender, would save you a lot more runs, but Altuve is going to score you a lot more runs. So I'll take the Altuve there. The Twitchers, they were saying that the bench was talking about people getting into a fight, and they said, I guess Granado said that it would take one punch to knock me out. He might be right. I don't know. I have a pretty hard head though, because I'm kind of stubborn.
How's your jaw?
I can take a punch. Like, I really can. Like, I probably wouldn't win a fight against those guys.
How many
They're pretty
punches
big.
have you taken?
I've knocked my head on things.
That's not answering the question. How do you know you can take a punch if you haven't taken one?
I've gotten hit in the head before.
I just don't buy a punch. You're still not answering the question.
I'm trying to think. I don't think I've been in a fight outside of like elementary school.
I don't know that we. I don't know that we know you can take a punch. Then
I've been hit in the head by a fastball, but I had a helmet on. I got hit by a comebacker whenever I was pitching in Little League. Hit me right on the chin, one hopper off the chin. I do have a hard head though. Like, I hit my head hard on things, and it's like, oh, that hurt, but I'm good. I think I can take a punch. I can take a punch.
All right.
And Granado's past his prime. Like, he's older
punch
now.
First of all, I'm obviously betting on you, but at the same time, I just think taking a punch is totally different than knocking your head on something.
I don't think so. I think that knocking my head on some things I've knocked my head on are more painful than Granado punching me.
But Jeremy, you know the term in boxing about a glass jaw. A lot of times, it's like
Sure.
if you get hit, one thing if you get hit on the top of the head or you bang your noggin on something, but if you take a punch to the jaw, it's a totally different thing.
From Granado, though, he's like 70.
Okay, you're on your own now, Chief. That's all.
Yeah. Try that out. We saw how well it went for the last few people.
He lives in California now. He's not listening.
Yeah, that's true. He is probably either playing poker or playing golf.
He's on the
with a Bud
golf
Light.
course.
Or a Coors Light.
He's at the halfway house right now, turning onto the back
Halfway
nine.
house.
You've never played golf. Tell me you've never played golf without telling me you've never played golf.
Are you seriously not knowing what that term is?
No, never heard it.
Clearly not.
Oh boy,
Jeremy's right. No, I don't play golf.
Wow.
I haven't played golf.
Halfway house is whenever you make the turn at 9, there's usually a little area where you can get a bite, you can get a drink. It's called a halfway house because you're halfway done.
I know that. Okay, once you laid it out, the terminology makes sense. That's not just usually what I've thought of when someone
Clearly.
says halfway house.
I know. We're all in agreement that you've never heard of that before. There's no
When
argument here.
someone says halfway house, I don't know if
now
that's
at
the first
least
thing
you
the average
admitted it.
person would think of.
Man.
They said that apparently I'm just regurgitating what Twitch said, which is a very dangerous thing to do. But they said that they were scared of you, Blankers, which is fair. I mean, Blankers has muscles; he works out, and Paul, which Paul is fit. Paul's in good shape. So I think their list is fine. Like I don't think I would beat Granado in a fight. Like you put us in an octagon, I don't think I'm winning that fight. But I'm gonna give him a couple of scars. I'm gonna make him know that he was in a fight. It's not gonna be as easy as he would think. I'm scrappy. That's one thing. I am scrappy. I'll bite you too. I am not above cheap tactics, as you all should know.
That I would agree.
You should
with,
all know that I'm not above cheap. We're gonna scrap. We're gonna fight. Okay, little knee below the belt. It's coming. You got your ear within within the range of me being able to bite that sucker. Okay, pulling hair.
Everyone's
Yeah,
got a plan.
I'm not above that.
So they get a bite on the ear for sure.
We're in a scrap. It's Fight Club, baby. Only rule of Fight Club.
You're breaking it right now.
Talking about it.
Yeah, you already broke it.
That's a good point. You haven't been in a fight since elementary school, Branham. All right, I'm switching sides. I'm taking Joe against two Jeremys. Come on now, stop.
I do think we need to lower the amount of Joes you can beat.
I could be
having
3.
known you haven't taken a punch.
I could be 3. It would be scary though if we cloned Joe twice and to come up with 3 Joes.
More
great.
people do
Now
not pay off bets.
I know, right? Great. Now you're going to get fired, Branham. No way you never hit your head against a fist. I don't know what that means. Maybe it means I'm annoying and I should have. People love me, though. The halfway house must be whenever you're making the turn. There you go. There you go. Texter gets it. All right. The NFL franchise tag stuff, the window opens today. There's no one the Texans are tagging here, right? Like people are trying to round peg, square hole. Who the Texans could tag, and they're mentioning Stephon Diggs. I think he's the only one that would, like, if you had to pick one, he's probably the one, but they're not franchise tagging Stephon Diggs.
No, I think that the 2 that were eligible were Foley and him, if I'm not mistaken. But they said, or they were talking about last night, there's some weird quirky thing with like 28 players that qualified for either an extension or by yesterday. And they weren't going to do anything with either guy. But yeah, I'm not franchising tagging either of those guys.
No, I'm not. Now, some of these around the NFL, there are some interesting names. Like the Bengals, it's being reported that the Bengals are going to place that second franchise tag on T. Higgins, which pretty interesting. They're going to do that. Now, they also mentioned they're going to try to work on a long-term deal with T. Higgins, and if they don't get that signed, then it looks like they're going to tag him for a second year. That's pretty fascinating to me. I thought that he was definitely going to enter free agency. I did not see a second tag for T. Higgins coming at all.
Yeah, I agree. Look, that whole scenario is going to be very interesting. That Burrow has come out and basically put more pressure on the organization to say, I'm willing to restructure, do what I need to do, but I want those 3 guys back. And it's going to be really, really fun to watch what the Bengals, who are notoriously cheap, are going to do.
Yeah, so that'll be one to watch. Schefter mentions the Vikings with Sam Darnold. I don't think so. If I'm Minnesota, I am not franchise tagging Sam Darnold. I'm not paying that guy as much money as the franchise tag would cost, especially when you drafted a quarterback in J.J. McCarthy last year. I wouldn't even think about tagging him.
Yeah, I'm completely with you. Absolutely not. Like, you got to prove something to me before I'm going to commit even more than what I've already committed.
The tag number on quarterbacks too, let me pull it up real quick. It's like north of $40 million. So like, you want to give Sam, like, I don't want to be the team paying Sam Darnold $40 million. Not me.
Nope. Not after those last 2 games. Look, I think it was it Jared Allen that came out and said, as much as an ex-Viking, he was so much of a believer in the Vikings for most of the year. And he said he saw those last 2 games and thought, oh no, because of the way Sam Darnold played. That probably tells you that the Vikings are ready to move on.
The franchise tag for quarterbacks is 41.3.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm not paying that to Sam Darnold, no.
Receivers are 25.6, so 25.7 rounding up. Totally out on Diggs at 25.7?
Yes, for sure I am, yes.
I am too. What is the most you'd be willing to pay Diggs?
Coming off an injury, probably like a 1 year, 17, 18?
Yeah, that's pretty ballpark. I'm willing to go up to 20. willing, because his 20 isn't like somebody else's 20 because of the cap savings you get after the whole redoing of his deal. So him at 20 is actually more affordable than some rando receiver at 20. So that's the reason I'm willing to go up a little bit more there. Schefter's other guy was Chiefs guard Trey Smith, which would be interesting. It was really good for them. The guard price tag. Now, here's the tricky thing about a guard is that the NFL doesn't use their tags based on the individual position of the offensive line. So now you get tackles numbers that inflate the overall offensive line price, where it makes more sense to franchise a tackle, but it makes less sense to franchise a guard. So in this case, guard Trey Smith, I don't think Kansas City will tag him.
No, I don't either. I think that from what I've heard in some of the articles I was reading, they're obviously trying to pin and peg what happened in the Super Bowl on either some players and or some areas, and they're pinning it on a few of their free agent offensive linemen and maybe an offensive player or two, like a skill position player that they're going to look to upgrade. But I think they're going to try and retool their entire offensive line or most of it.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Is that meaning north of 40? Is that more than 40? Yes. Maybe not for Paul, though. Brandon T, I believe the Texans did sign a long snapper as John Weeks' 15-year career with the Texans over. We've reached the long snapper portion of the show. The Texans have brought long snappers in before just to kind of challenge Weeks, take a look at them. I would doubt it. I don't know. I don't know how to really grade long snappers. I know that they time them and stuff, and accuracy is important. Like, don't snap it over the punter's head. Don't snap it over the holder's head. But I couldn't sit here and tell you that John Weeks is lesser than he was 10 years ago. But I guess it's worth keeping an eye on.
Yeah, sure, great. John Weeks, your favorite guy, destined for the Ring of Honor. Destined for the Ring of Honor.
He should be. You say that like you're hyperbolic and being sarcastic. You should absolutely be in the Ring of Honor.
You brought it up before, and you may be the John McClane guy that does the speech to get him inducted.
That's not very nice of you.
Well, John McClane had to present Andre Johnson before he got in, and it took 2 tries. Maybe
that was the Hall of Fame.
Maybe I know, but this is for the Texans Ring of Honor. Maybe they need someone to present John Weeks. You might be the right guy for the job.
They don't invite me over to Kirby as much as they used to, so I don't know if I'm the guy for the job. This Jonathan Martin story is interesting. Apparently, he kind of fabricated the whole Richie Incognito bullying him thing, which let's talk about that. But also let's talk about the biggest lies in sports history. What are the biggest lies in sports history? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
You kept up with this Jonathan Martin story at all?
Yep.
Crazy. After years of requests, Martin finally agreed to speak with ESPN in a series of interviews starting in 2023. He was determined to emphasize what he's doing now, blah, 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 blah. He edits himself in real time, texting updates, blah, 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 blah. I never believed for a second I was being bullied. He wants the world to forget the only thing he remembers about him. It's a story, he says, that I've been trying to fix for 10 years. Richie Incognito's been tweeting like he's Branham, tweeting a lot like, oh, this everybody trying to ruin my life over this. Came out complete fabrication. Pretty wild story. That years down the line, it's like, oh, yeah, that stuff was not true. Bullygate was not really all 100% accurate, as they would
he's
say.
going at Pro Football Talk. He's like tagging. He went right at Adam Schefter. He is just guns blazing at anyone and everyone to make sure that they realize that they smeared him as part of this big campaign to try and protect Martin.
Yeah, it's I love it. I love how, especially the Florio aspect of it. I think Florio is one of the biggest fear mongers we have in sports. So, and sensationalizes everything. So him going after Florio is something that I like. So, biggest lies in sports. What are the biggest lies in sports? In paying homage to Jonathan Martin and the Richie Incognito Bullygate lie. What is the biggest lie you remember in sports history?
Man, I think Rafael Palmeiro, I was talking about it today with some of the guys. They were showing like the 30 for 30 or the documentary on Mississippi State's baseball team, which had a lot of major league players on it. But it's like, if there was one guy that I believe didn't do steroids, it was Rafael Palmeiro. I mean, he didn't look big and bulky. He didn't go from like Sammy Sosa's 180 center fielder to 245 power hitter. And you know, all the other things about all the other guys that look kind of like they fit the bill and got bigger. And there was the biggest lie. He went right in front of our government to basically pound his fist on the desk and say, I did not take anything. And boom, within a month, the proof came out and he was as guilty as anybody.
Yeah. I mean, I think he bulked a little, maybe not as much as the other guys like Sosa and McGuire, but I think he bulked more than like Luis Gonzalez and Steve Finley did, or even Brady Anderson. And Palmeiro's upticks in home runs were pretty, I think, incriminating. He had 14 at 25, 26 at 27, 22 at 27. His first 30-year home run didn't come into the age of 27 when he was 37. And then his first 40 home run year came whenever he was in his 30s, mid-30s. Yeah. It's like, okay, that's
was he
not
with
that
Brady
normal.
Anderson in Baltimore? Because, I mean, I don't want to say guilty by association, but if Brady Anderson's there and going from 20 bombs to 50, then it certainly makes me cast a suspicious eye at
allegedly. No, he was in Baltimore from 90. He was 2 stints, but in his prime from 94 through 98, which that would have been Brady Anderson time.
Yeah. So yeah, I don't. Yeah, that's a good one. Rafael Palmeiro definitely deserves to be on the list.
Whenever you hit a bulk of your home runs in your 30s and not your 20s, that's a major red flag for me. Major. Like when your first 30 home run season comes at 28, your first 40 home run season comes at 33.
Should we say that about Luis Gonzalez then too?
No doubt.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
Now, I will give him, I guess, a tiny bit of benefit of the doubt, since his early years when he didn't hit for much power were in the dome, but you know, Bagwell still hit 30 plus.
He also spent years away from the Astros.
I know. I said a tiny bit, like 1%.
95 with Chicago. Didn't play a full season there, but he played the full season in Chicago in 1996 when he was 28. He hit 15 home runs. And then he hit 57 at the age of 33, which nearly doubled his previous high. Yeah.
Yeah, Gonzo definitely was Gonzo.
Man, not saying he's doing it for sure, but the numbers would tell me that he might have been. Let's go with that. I don't want to get sued. I don't make enough money to get sued. If they sue me, they're not going to make a whole lot. Steve Finley was kind of the same thing.
Yeah,
and he followed Luis Gonzalez around.
His home run totals weren't as extreme, but he certainly jumped up.
Dude. Like he went from 8, 11, 10 to 30
in
He
Arizona.
went 3 times as much. He
Well, I
had
just
30
meant
in
the, like,
San
the
Diego.
actual, like,
He hit
total.
35 at the age of 35. Yeah, but if you total yes. But if you're looking at their previous high and then their jump,
Yeah, no, yeah,
they're
of course.
incredible. He hit 36 home runs at the age of 39. His season high before he turned 30 was 11. His season high was 11, and then at the age of 39, he's hitting 36.
You know, improvements in science and in training, Jeremy.
Oh,
it's
definitely
just
improvements in science.
healthy living. That's all it is.
It's crazy. Like I'll get into this wormhole about this stuff every now and then, and you pull up a Steve Finley, and you're like, oh my goodness, how obvious could this have been? How obvious could it have been? But yeah, those are the big. Rafael Palmeiro was like the finger in the face. Like that was something.
He was the most adamant, I would say.
Yeah.
Well, other than maybe Clemens. Clemens was pretty adamant.
I misremembered.
He still is. Yeah.
Misremembered.
And then he blamed it on his wife.
He said, yeah, she was getting the supplements.
Yes.
Yeah. He did do that. And then Andy Pettit, his best friend's like, oh, yeah, I did it.
Yeah, misremembered.
Who was the guy? Was it McNafee? Or I think it was McNafee.
McNamara, maybe?
McNamara, something like that.
Yeah,
Some
I think
Mac
you're right.
name. He was supplying it all. He's like, yeah, I injected him.
Paul will call in and correct us if he didn't say it right.
Yeah. How about Ryan Lochte? You remember the Olympics in Brazil?
Oh, the
where
gas
they said
station
that they
story.
got robbed at gunpoint,
Yeah.
and it actually turned out that like they were the guys doing the robbing.
Yeah, they were like trying to steal posters or something off the wall.
Just like
at the
stupid
gas
stuff.
station. Yeah.
Yeah, and they said that they got robbed and held at gunpoint, and that was a complete lie. Like, who was the guy at Josie? How do you say that guy's name? Josie Smollett or whatever? Like, Ryan Lochte was that at the Olympics before Josie ever did his thing. What lies you got, Brian?
The first one that comes to mind, I think it might be in the conversation for biggest one, is Danny Almonte's age.
Oh,
good one.
Danny Almonte. I mean, we find out this absolute we think is actually a little league stud, and it turns out, well, he's actually like 3-4 years older, and he's just an older, more mature player. All along the same lines, I mean, Miguel Tejada aged 2 years once he got to the Astros, so I'll throw that one in. And then this one for Joel. This is specifically for Joel. Matt Hasselbeck saying, "We're going to take the ball, we're going to score." And then he threw a pick six.
It wasn't a lie in the moment.
I mean, it turned out to be like he said. We're going to get the ball and we're going to score. They did not score. So
Al Harris picked it off to win the game. It was beautiful.
Yeah, that was.
I was
a good
pandering a
moment.
little bit to Joel there, but I still think it qualifies.
Thank you. I appreciate that memory.
713-780-ESPN. What are the biggest lies in sports history? Thanks to our good friend Jonathan Martin lying about Richie Incognito bullying him. 713-780-3776. It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Got a ton of these. Biggest lies in sports history. 713-780-3776. How do you feel about this one, Brian? Sports biggest lie, pro wrestling.
I guess it depends if you actually think it's real and not scripted.
713-780-ESPN. Biggest lies in sports. A lot of Lance Armstrong's and the yellow bracelet. That kind of does stink, the whole Live Strong thing. Because I don't doubt his charitable actions, although he's kind of a jerk, massive jerk, and then obviously lied through his teeth about the
reason
usage.
for the charitable action on a lie to a degree.
Yeah,
and he also I think he went on 60 Minutes or something like that before, like he was proven to be a cheater and lied to the camera just like Rafael Palmeiro did.
He also I think he ruined a delivery guy's life, kind of like Ryan Braun did. Terrible person. I could have accepted Lance Armstrong and be like, yeah, I cheated, everybody else was doing it. Okay, I can understand that. I actually defend Barry Bonds to that. Barry Bonds was clearly the best player of his time pre-PED use. Then some, won't say who because I don't want to get sued, started to use PEDs and they passed Barry Bonds, and then Bonds bitter about that, knowing he's the better player. Okay, well, I guess I'm going to do it now as well, and then broke every single record that ever existed in baseball, proving that he is the best player. I can live with that, but it's kind of the lying aspect of it that ticks people off.
Yeah, I mean, I think Andy Pettit's the epitome of a guy that just owned it, apologized for it, and people were willing to forgive him pretty quickly
People
after
moved
that.
on pretty quickly.
As opposed to Clemens, who fought it and denied it and then tried to put it on others, and to this day has hurt him more so than I think that if he had gone the Pettit route. I'm not saying he'd be in the Hall of Fame by now, but I think there'd be a lot more sympathy.
Oh, he definitely would be in the Hall of Fame. I think he would definitely be in the Hall of Fame.
I think he would too.
Yeah, I think that there's a legit chance.
He's been retired for
these old school blue-haired writers. They might still hold the grudge, but I think that he had a much better chance for sure.
Isn't that stupid though? Isn't it stupid that because one guy apologized and the other guy didn't, that the guy who apologized is being held to a higher opinion of said player whenever you're talking about their athletic accolades? Yes, it shows you're a better human, but we're not being the moral police here. We're not being the character cops here. We're talking about them and their greatness. So why does the guy that is apologized held in a higher regard for their athletic prowess versus a guy who didn't? It should not matter.
It shouldn't, but I mean,
but it does.
The baseball. This is the baseball voters.
I know it.
This whole voting thing
is
hopefully
it's just stupid.
I mean, maybe too because of the fact that we see this with Ichiro yet again, that this entire voting thing is completely out of whack. That there's a better way to go about this. I think you want to talk about antiquated. We mentioned it a little while ago. That whole how you have to start the process of getting someone in the Pro Football Hall of Fame is a joke. Guys put together a career of all the bruises and everything that they put into their career. And you got to have someone present you to a room of people waiting to attack you to try and poke holes in whatever you're presenting so that you can see if he's worthy of getting into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. That's ridiculous.
That one doesn't bother me a whole lot.
Oh, it's stupid.
I mean, they're not in the room.
The players aren't, but at the same time, it shouldn't come to that.
But isn't that what every voter is doing?
Though.
Every voter's doing that individually, in other sports. Does this guy belong or does he not? They poke holes in the argument of whether he does not. I don't think that's that unusual.
Yeah, I think that at least you can say at a certain point, so-and-so was fighting back against the nomination, but they would never do that. But the fact that you can cowardly sit there and say that Ichiro wasn't a first ballot Hall of Famer,
that's the part that's
and then
annoying,
you don't have to identify yourself, and then we don't know what your credentials are to state that you should even have a vote, let alone that you could validate it by being a good judge of him getting in the Hall of Fame. That's ridiculous.
Yeah. The process doesn't bother me a whole lot, though. You kind of have to have an argument about a player belonging or not belonging. I believe what you're saying, whether you are or you aren't. I do believe in that. But the NFL also has the 5 Hall of Fame max policy, which also makes it a little bit more difficult. Biggest lies in sport. Yeah. Yeah, I would prefer
some
not
of
to
these
have a number.
minimums as well. Like you have to put and I get it because you want to have a TV show every year, but the idea of, I mean, not every year some years there's going to be 8, 9 people that deserve to be in. Some years there's going to be 0. And the fact that we have to have this many, or we can't have more than this many, I think I don't know. It just makes the process a little less credible to me.
Yeah, I would prefer there not to be a number as well. I'm not going to die on that hill, though. It's to me, it's not that important, not that big a deal. But if I were making the rules, I wouldn't have a number either.
Yeah, it's not my biggest complaint with the Hall of Fame process. Certainly, the voters who hold the first ballot thing and keep. I mean, how many people have now been unanimous? Was it just Jeter and Mariano? Is that it? I can't remember exactly who. But that
I think it's only Mariano.
I think it's only Mariano.
I
think Jeter and
Mariano
Griffey
was
were the ones
first.
that deserved it and didn't get it.
I thought, yeah, I knew Mariano was the first. I couldn't remember if Jeter also got it. But the idea that, I mean, just basically name King Griffey Jr., making someone semi-modern, like the idea that someone would say, nah. But second year, sure, he's them. It's absolutely dumb.
Texture says Bruce Jenner. Comparing the usage from Pettit to Clemens is insane. Pettit used it 2 separate injections to get off the IL when HGH wasn't illegal. Roger used it his entire career to dominate when it also was not illegal. Like, we forget that it wasn't illegal. Exactly. That's also part of it. Like,
he tells, I'm like, I do kind of believe Andy Pettit when he says that, but it's also a story that's convenient to him.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, I agree with everything you said. I probably agree, but at the same time, he did do it. And then he said later, apologized once he was busted. Plus, you can't use he did it whenever it wasn't illegal. Roger Clemens also did it when it wasn't illegal. Barry Bonds also did it when it wasn't illegal in baseball, which to me, and we've had a few texts on that was the greater crime. Was Major League Baseball knew this was going on. We knew it was. We were little kids and knew it was going on because Steve Finley's of the world don't hit 36 home runs when they're 39 years old. Guys who hit a career high of 12 home runs don't all of a sudden hit 56. Like, we were not ignorant to this. We knew this. And if we knew this, of course, Major League Baseball knew this, but they didn't want to make a rule about it. Why? Because after the strike of 94, baseball ratings were in the tank and they needed this to save the game. So the contradiction of, well, we're going to turn a blind eye to this, even though we know what's going on. And then whenever they get their feet held to the fire, then all of a sudden they get all buttoned up and like, well, now we're going to put these rules into place and tarnish the player, that's terrible. That's why I hate C-League. C-League's like, we're gonna do this to save our game. Then when we get busted, blame the player. I hated C-League for that.
And don't you draw some parallels from what happened then to what happened after 2017?
100%. Whenever that stuff came out originally, I said the Astros are going to be to this scandal what Mark McGwire, Sammy Sosa, Rafael Palmeiro, and Barry Bonds were to the previous scandal. Absolutely, there are parallels. No doubt about it. Biggest lies in sports, 713-780 ESPN. There's a lot of these actually. MJ retiring for baseball. He was suspended by the NBA for betting basketball. I've heard this theory a lot. I'm curious what you think is this theory, Blankers, knowing Michael Jordan personally.
I mean, I wouldn't say I know him like that. I
mean, golf together.
Yeah, and he knows. I think he maybe he still might know me by name, but I don't know. But I think that I've read enough and watched enough and talked to enough people that I think that there is a chance that the combination of, and maybe more so it was his dad who had a gambling problem. I think from most of the things that I've read, that might have been tied into something that ended up his demise, and then Michael was so tight with his dad that had such an impact too, that he was at a crossroads, took a step away. He always loved baseball as well, but I don't think that I can dispel that that's not a possibility.
Yeah.
Remember, he was going to the casino. Remember, he was going to the casino the night before games in the finals, I think it was.
Was
which
his
wasn't
gambling
illegal.
problem reportedly bigger than Barkley's, though? Barkley didn't have to step away.
But if he was, depending on what you were betting on, though, like if Jordan was betting on basketball, it's a major deal. Barkley's not betting on basketball, but gambles more. It's not a big deal.
I think, too, and I'm not saying right or wrong, but I think Charles gets that unbelievable hall pass in so many aspects, too, that they just kind of they were like laughing it off. But Charles was he loved to gamble on football. I mean, college and pro. But at the same time, Michael and I don't know to what levels, but Michael made it more public. Michael was openly at the casinos and doing things. And at that point, I think, yes, to Jeremy's point, you could still go to a casino. That's not illegal. But at the same time, it was frowned upon by the league, who was trying to fight any kind of acknowledgement that their players might be gambling, because then the thought creeps into people's heads that it might alter games.
713-780-ESPN. What are the biggest lies in sports? It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Biggest lies in sports, what are they? 713-780-3776. Katie on YouTube says Ryan Braun, liar. You feel a certain way about that one, Blinkers?
Nah, I really don't. I mean, I thought, I think he should have owned it. I think you're right. I think that, he fought it, and then kind of like Palmeiro, it was like after the fact, after they gave him the MVP, that they, that eventually, he was trying to even get to what the FedEx guy, like he knew what he was doing. But, again, I think that by the court of public opinion, that's a tainted MVP.
Yeah. Biggest lie is that a ticket for $20 is just going to be $20 is a good call. Someone said the game's going to start at 8 Eastern. Another good call.
Yeah.
Texture, the whole it wasn't illegal in baseball argument is a cop-out. Those drugs were illegal in America. They were and still are controlled substances. Well, now you got a bigger deal because you don't think that Bud Selig and Major League Baseball knew that players were taking that? So now they're covering up something that was illegal in America. So, I mean, it's still, to me, more on the commissioner's office than it is the player. Are the players totally innocent? No. But now you're talking cover up on a very grand level.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest lie ever is that the Astros were the only team cheating and that Rob Manfred's going to, stand on his soapbox and try to create this fallacy that if the two players come up and own it as well as the organization and that you lose the general manager and the manager in the process, that all is, you can wipe your hands clean of it and, everything else is forgotten, like that damn letter and the Apple watches and all the video coordinators and all the things from the Red Sox and the Dodgers and the Yankees that I just wish the truth would come out on.
Yeah, a little different than the steroids because now you're talking about
but I'm
substance
just
that was
saying.
illegal in the U.S. and not, that wasn't illegal in the U.S. 713-780-ESPN. Back out to the HRP listener line. Gabriel wants to talk Andy Pettitte. Gabriel, what's up?
Hey, guys. Love the show. Yeah, real quick Andy Pettitte story. I was at AMC 30 in South Houston. As you know, he's from Deer Park, Texas. And I was sitting there in my seat, and in walks Andy Pettitte. And I'm not all starstruck. I'm like, oh, wow, that's Andy Pettitte. He sits down in the middle of the movie, 0 Dark 30, keep in mind. He keeps checking his phone. And I'm getting kind of annoyed. I'm like, man, I got to say something. So he checked his phone one more time, bright screen. And I lean over between the seats, said, hey, Andy, you got to turn your phone off, bro. And he took it back at me. He goes, oh, man, I'm sorry about that. And I said, all right, no problem. And then he shut the phone off. And that was it. I let him watch the movie, didn't say anything afterwards, but I did tell Andy, hey, shut your phone off. And he at least respected me and did that.
I like that. Way to
There you
go.
Way to go,
Way to
Gabriel.
go. Appreciate that's a good Andy Pettitte story.
Strong.
Andy Pettitte sat in
Deer Park people raised right. What can you say?
I mean, he apologized.
Yeah, he owned up to his mistake and he moved on.
Yeah, they do bad things, then they apologize for said bad things. It's kind of the story of Andy Pettitte's life. He was doing a bad thing in a movie theater that's frowned upon. That's kind of Bush League, and they apologized for it. He was doing performance-enhancing drugs, which is Bush League, and then apologized for it. He said in the radio booth of one of the baseball games I broadcasted once, trying to get out of like the crowd because his son played for U of H. So he was up there hanging out with me. None of this came up though. Whenever we were together,
is he still coaching high school baseball?
I don't know.
He was the
Not
coach
sure.
at Second Baptist. It was him and Berkman for a while, and then I think he took over.
Yeah, I have no idea. I knew he was doing it, but I don't know if he still
Do you
is.
tell us that to say you're friends with Andy Pettitte?
No,
Because that's usually how this story goes.
I'm not.
I'm talking to Jeremy because Jeremy meets Joe Burrow in an elevator.
We didn't. No, he didn't. We didn't. I think we only said like hello. Like we didn't talk. Like I was
more than you said to Joe Burrow.
Yeah, Burrow and I were lost in each other's eyes. Texter says Duke lacrosse rape scandal. That was bad.
Oh, that was really
bad.
bad.
Big one.
Yep.
Ruined their lives.
One big one we've forgotten about is George O'Leary having the Notre Dame job taken
Roll
away
Tide.
from him. Yeah, Mike Price. That's a good one. But George
O'Leary is the Notre Dame guy.
George O'Leary lied about getting a master's degree, lied about like his actual football playing career, and only had the Notre Dame job for 5 days before getting fired.
I always get O'Leary and Price confused.
Yeah, Mike Price got
too,
fired
right?
because he was with hookers.
Oh, that's right.
Completely different reason.
Always get them confused, O'Leary and Price. They kind of look the same, like older age, white guys, a little heavy set. I always get them confused. OJ was found innocent. Well, he shouldn't have been manipulating with the evidence. Ben Johnson winning the 100-meter dash in the Olympics. I mean, that wasn't the lie. I mean, he definitely won. The lie was probably elsewhere as to why he won. Pete Rose not admitting that he bet on baseball has to be the biggest. He would have been in the Hall if he had just admitted it. But he did lie about it. I don't know if he'd be in the Hall.
He lied about it, but I don't know that if he owned up to it that he would be in the Hall.
I agree with you. I agree with you on that.
Yeah.
Biggest lie in sports history. Sealing and company had no idea steroids were ruining baseball. I think they were saving baseball. Keith says Manti Te'o, fake girlfriend, end of segment.
Yeah,
that's
a good one. That's a really good one.
That was nuts, dude.
Yeah.
He had catfished by some
Did you guys
rando.
watch the Netflix documentary on it?
I think I started and fell asleep and lost interest.
Okay. All right. Well,
Was it good?
yeah, I enjoyed it. I mean, it's a very cringeworthy. The whole time you keep asking yourself, like, how in the world could you have fallen for it?
Yeah.
But when he details some, like the links some people involved went to fool him, you could start to see an inkling of why he fell for it, but it's still unbelievable that it went that far.
Watching this documentary, do you think Manti Te'o is an idiot?
I think he's very naive and overly trusting.
gullible.
So
Yeah.
you could say those qualities are belong to idiots. So there's certainly an angle there.
I've never seen someone try to not call somebody an idiot. That's an idiot more than you just tried.
I don't think he's dumb. I think. I guess it depends on your terminology, your definition of an idiot. I just think he's super naive and overly
Listen to
trusting.
Brian here. Idiot's a relative term. Bobby Petrino. The Bobby Petrino. Like a lot of people don't actually.
Motorcycle story.
A lot of people don't know the real story
Yeah.
about that story.
What's the real story?
I can't tell you on the air. I've been sworn to secrecy. I worked in food and beverage in Vegas. After that, in Austin, Lance Armstrong is by far the rudest celebrity I've ever taken care of. I've met a lot. I have heard that about.
I've heard that as well.
Lance Armstrong, which also kind of probably speaks to why people think so poorly of him now. The number of books LeBron has read.
Oh boy.
I'll never forget him taking. Was it the Malcolm X book?
Yes.
Took it. He's like, "What's your favorite part?" Well, he couldn't say his favorite part because he hadn't even opened up the book. It was so good. The ref that gambled on the NBA. We had him on the air once.
Tim
He
Donaghy.
was pretty good. Tim Donaghy.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had him on the air once. He was pretty good.
He was promoting his book, right?
Yeah, I don't think it was out yet. I don't think this was a long time ago. I don't think it was out yet. Maybe I could be mistaken on that, but I don't think so. All the lies LeBron has made, LeBron's hairline, everybody's banging on LeBron all of a sudden. Hakeem being 7 feet when he was not. Yeah, he was not. Otis Thorpe was taller than Hakeem.
Yeah. Otis Thorpe could throw a basketball like a baseball.
Yeah, he had big palms.
Yep.
I told you about the one time I shook his hand and he tickled my elbow. Texter Dwight Howard's love for women. Okay, come on now.
I'm not gonna read
Don't
that.
throw out allegations. We're not reading that sort of stuff on the air. 713-780-3776. Brian, you sound like you had something to say.
Yeah, I think I mentioned this to you, Jeremy, during the break, but Jeff Kent's whole I fell off my truck while
the
washing
dirt bike
it,
accident.
trying to cover up for a clause in his contract about not racing motorcycles.
Yep.
I never believe the people who sneeze and land on the injured list either.
Yeah.
I never believe that. Maybe they're right. Maybe it's not a lie. I need more evidence, but I'm suspicious to that.
There's a lot of
suspicious to that
cover-up.
one.
Well, I mean, obviously we know the big one with Michael Vick, but he also went through an airport with the name Ron Mexico and got popped for weed.
That's right, because people were ordering Falcons jerseys with Ron
the
Mexico
NFL,
on the back.
NFL wouldn't let you. Like
That's
you had to
right.
get it really quickly because the NFL put a ban on using the last name Mexico on Vick jerseys.
Yeah, I remember that.
713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRMP listener line. Sergio, you're in the high. What's up, Sergio?
Yeah, I heard the guy earlier about talking Andy Pettit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So talking about he's a real nice guy.
Uh-huh.
So I used to work at a restaurant in college, and it was a rumor in the Houston area that he was a fucking. I'm sorry, can I say that?
No.
Sergio, thanks for the call. And bye-bye. And
Bro,
Brian
why are we hanging up on him? Why are we hanging up on him? We don't have to hang up on him. We can just dump him. We can go back into the conversation.
Absolutely not.
Pretty sure he's got to go after that.
Oh, he's a stickler.
Well, did you
Brian's
see Brian jump?
I didn't see it, but I heard it. I heard his chair.
Because part of it was me knocking over a soda.
Yeah, it was quick, man.
I wanted to hear the rest of that story, man.
We're off at 5:30, Jeremy. I'm not sure it'd have been done by then.
I'm mad that Brian dumped him. I wanted to hear the rest of that from Sergio Garcia. Come on, bro. Why'd you dump him?
I think you know why.
He has to.
Well, you can dump him, but you have to hang up on him.
Yeah, you do, because
do.
I no longer have the parachute.
Yeah, I trusted him not to cuss again.
Okay, man, Teo.
I'm kidding.
You know he's on NFL Network now?
Yeah, he's not good.
No, on Good Morning in Football.
I watched Good Morning Football on the plane somewhere. Man, I was like, man, this guy's dumber than a box of rocks. That's why I asked Brian if he thought he was an idiot, because I did. The Astros being a dynasty is a lie. You don't win 2 championships and be a dynasty. It doesn't take dynasties 5 years to win a second championship. Agree to disagree. Probably a relative term. I'm going to hammer through these. Uncle Rico couldn't throw a football a quarter mile. That's a good call. Bishop Sycamore. That's a great call. Apparently, there was a couple of dudes like in the 80s. My friend told me this story where there was a fake high school football team, and these 2 like random coaches were like sending the game scores into like the newspaper. And because it was the 80s and there was no way to like internet fact check this stuff, they believed this high school existed for like a decade.
Really?
Yeah, they would put like they would get like shirts and parades and stuff, and like they were very sophisticated on how they did it. But it was like Bishop Sycamore before Bishop Sycamore, like the pre-internet era.
Yeah, as you were mentioning, I was like, Bishop Sycamore sounds familiar. And then that's right. That was that fake high school football team.
Yeah, I mean, they weren't fake. I mean, they played football games.
Oh, they just
lied on who they really were. There
Yeah.
wasn't a school. They weren't nearly as good as they thought they were, or they said they were. Their prospects were like, I don't even think they were high school age. Like some of them were in college. There was a lot of lies in that one. Someone says the moon landing sports show. Jamarcus Russell studying the playbook. I don't think anybody ever said that lie. Peeing on your hands helps calluses. It does. That's not a lie. That's absolutely
That was a
true.
Moises Alou thing,
That
right?
was Moises Alou. And then Chad Johnson has the one where if you heat up pee and then rub it on like your leg or whatever, if you have a pulled hamstring or whatever, he believes it heals you. He explained it in detail to
toughens your
Stephen A.
skin.
Smith. No,
It's supposed
not
to
only
toughen your
that.
skin.
No, he's saying that from a therapeutic rehab standpoint, that you microwave your pee and then you rub it on, say you have a pulled calf muscle, it's supposed to heal it.
Well, you have a pulled hamstring. Why don't you try
I
that and
don't
report
have
back
a pulled
tomorrow?
hamstring, but welcome to Twitch.
What do you have?
I have a quad.
Okay. Do that on your quad and then let
No
us know
chance.
tomorrow.
Yeah, no chance.
Come on. It's for the show. It's for science.
Yeah, don't tell your wife. Have her come home, wonder what that smell is, and then report back.
Duke Lacrosse was brought up. Texter. Manti Te'o was brought up. The earth is round. Okay, we're talking sports here, Philip. Come on. This has gone too far now. Wilt Chamberlain, 100-point game.
The bigger Wilt lie was the amount of women he slept with.
10,000, right?
He tried to claim like I think it was like 10,000 women something
book.
at some point. Yeah.
I wasn't a math major.
What Johnny Manziel? I mean, I guess we'd have to pick just one from Johnny, but I know he went out and I'm trying to remember the name he used, but he went out in costume once to like I don't know if you remember the blonde wig and the mustache that he showed up to a casino with, but that was pretty fun. Try to hide his image. I'll look up the name he used.
I thought it was Billy Manziel, wasn't it?
It might have been. Yeah,
I think it was
Billy. Let me
Billy.
find it.
I think he used the name Billy. Yeah. Biggest lie in sports is Jake Paul being a real boxer. Well, I mean, that's if you believe it, which of course we don't. All right,
you're
713.
correct. Billy Manziel.
Yeah, Billy. Yeah, okay. Let's get to cash it or trash it. What are you cashing? What are you trashing? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. What are you cashing? What are you trashing? 713-780-3776. Blankers, what are you cashing or trashing?
Got two Astros pitchers making this year's All-Star team.
Is one of them getting in because they were a legend and they just placed those guys on AL rosters now or All-Star rosters now?
No.
Okay, just checking.
Based on performance in the upcoming season, two Astros pitchers are All-Stars.
I'll cash it. I think you have option. I think you have four candidates. Four candidates for Astro pitchers to be All-Stars, starting with Lance McCullers. Just kidding. Fromber is a candidate.
Yep.
Hunter Brown, I have a Cy Young ticket on Hunter Brown.
Okay.
Josh Hader.
Indeed, who I was thinking of.
Brian Abreu.
Abreu, maybe, yeah. Maybe
four
I
candidates.
I was looking past him, but yeah. I think three for sure, but yeah, I can see Abreu.
Ronel Blanco was a snub last year. Like
Yes,
I don't
he
know,
was.
I don't think he has that kind of year again because I mean that kind of year was unbelievable. But he was a snub last season. So I'll go those four. I'll cash it.
Yeah, I'll cash it as well. Like if the take was just starting pitchers, I would feel a little uneasy, even though I do think Fromber and Hunter Brown both have good chances. But when you throw in the possibility of both Abreu and Hader, I would definitely cash it.
My first cash, I'm going to trash him. The Boston Red Sox will finish no better than third in the AL Easy.
Cash it. Cash it. It's
Okay,
imploding
quick.
before it even starts.
There we
I
go.
did forget that they
Easy
traded
sell.
for Crochet, but still.
Did you notice that whenever he struck out Alex Bregman today?
Yes, I saw the video. No, Bregman hit one, didn't he?
He did one foul. It's a strike.
Oh,
Or
I
one
didn't see
count,
where it
maybe.
ended up. He was just posing over it, and I couldn't see where it ended up.
He did make some solid contact on that. He did square it up, but he yanked it foul. Yeah, struck out. Brian?
Yeah, I lean towards cash it. I mean, I'm a little unsure about how the Yankees will replace Soto's production, but I would still say Yankees, Orioles, greater sign Red Sox. So I'll cash it.
Don't sleep on the Rays. They always surprise teams.
They do. We'll see how. I mean, I don't know how their pitching will be affected by having to play in a different ballpark because they were one of the biggest benefactors of those ballpark factors with their starting pitchers. But we'll see.
Brian, cash him or trash him?
So this is I brought this up to both of you during the break. The odds have come out on Vladimir Guerrero Jr. and his next team, since it seems like he and the Blue Jays will not reach a long-term contract extension. And looking at the odds of who they have at the top of the list to be his next team, I just don't buy any of them. Red Sox are at the top. I don't think that makes sense unless they move Rafael Devers. They've got a long log jam there at the corner positions and DH. Braves have Matt Olson. I guess Vlad could go there and play DH, but I don't really see that as a fit. The Astros are third, which makes no sense to me, both because of they've already invested in Christian Walker and because I don't think the Astros are going to pay that money. I think the team Vlad Guerrero Jr. goes to, if he doesn't work something out with Toronto, is the Chicago Cubs. They've been active on basically every big name free agent, everyone that's come up through trade. We obviously know they made the move for Kyle Tucker. They wanted Alex Bregman. I think if Vlad Guerrero Jr. does leave Canada, he ends up in Chicago.
I'm going to trash it because I think that he's going to end up with the Yankees. I think that they were after him last year. I think that they'll be after him again this year. It seems that they always have the right amount of prospects or pieces to give up to get a guy. I think he fits with the Yankees and everything that they keep trying to do, and they need someone at first base.
Didn't he say he'll never play for the Yankees?
I never heard that. I don't know.
Yeah, I think he hates the Yankees and has said he'll never play for the Yankees. Like openly has talked about that. Guerrero, it goes back with my family. That's my decision. I'll never change that. I'm a worker, professional, and I go out on the field and play. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. says he will never play for the Yankees.
Okay.
Yankees are 6 on the odds board for what it matters, 10-1.
This article says he might have walked them back, but doesn't have a quote in which he does. I think it's a slam dunk. He's going to be on the Boston Red Sox. So I'll trash this.
Trash.
I don't think that they're married to the idea, Brian, of Tristan Casas as their everyday first baseman. He was even on the trade block this offseason, and is not like a dude that you're – he's not so good that you're keeping him because you want him over Vlad Guerrero. I think Vlad Guerrero will be a Boston Red Sox. I think I would play the chalk on this one. He's openly talked about how much he likes Boston too. So I think he will be a Red Sox. And the Cubs, the Cub aspect of it, There's a reason the Cubs are missing out on all these guys because their offer isn't good enough. Like, they're willing to go close to the mountaintop, but not to the summit. So, trash it.
Their owners giving lectures to every player about how they need to carry themselves on and off the field because of wearing that uniform. I think that has worn off a long time ago. And
Yankees kind of do the same thing, though, right? Like with the whole facial hair rule.
Brian, I think Brian and I were talking about that like last week. How in the hell are the Yankees still able to get away with that? To tell a grown-ass man that you cannot have facial hair.
Because they pay him a lot of money.
It's ridiculous, man.
If somebody paid me millions of dollars and said all I could have is a mustache, I'd have the greatest mustache you've ever seen.
Okay.
You would have a problem with that?
I have a problem with anybody telling me what I can and can't do with my own facial hair.
They're your employer.
So what?
If my employer was paying me a handsome amount
Facial
of money,
hair
I'd have no
doesn't
problem
impact
shaving
your
every day.
performance one way or another.
But it's a professional. I mean, I think it's stupid, but I can totally understand where they're coming from. I think it's one of the stupidest traditions in sports. But Branham, could you shave every day that you're playing if I paid you $5 million? Yeah, no problem. What kind of razor would you like me to use, boss? No, I mean, would you more than one time a day? Whatever you need, boss. Like, if they get paid a handsome amount. And if you don't like it, don't sign there as a free agent.
I just think it's absolutely ludicrous that you can tell another grown man that you can't have a beard or, anything more than a 5 o'clock shadow.
I mean, they have mustaches. Mr.
Yeah, you get a
Cortez had a
mustache.
mustache.
Yeah, I understand the mustache.
That's all you can have.
Yeah.
That's
mustache.
still ridiculous to be able to tell someone else when it's a sport. Guys don't.
Well, you don't
always,
have to work for them.
Guys don't
29
always
other
tuck in
teams.
their jerseys all the way. They wear their socks how they want. They do everything else the way they want. But you're supposed to be able to tell a player he has to shave.
Gary Cole had no problem with it.
The Reds used to do it too. I think they scaled it back a little.
What'd the Reds do it with?
The Reds used to do the same thing, and I think that they finally, after Marge Schott passed away, they scaled back the rules.
Oh, is Marge Schott's rule?
I believe so, yes.
Marge Schott. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Keith, you're in the Hive. What's your cash them or trash them?
Hey, guys, I got to cash or trash it. Will two of the big four former Astros, Bregman, JV, Presley, and Tucker, will two of the big four make the MLB All-Star team this year?
Trash.
JV, Presley, Tucker, and who?
Bregman.
Two? No.
Trashing that. No, JV's washed. Tucker's got the best chance. Bregman's washed. Overrated.
Yeah, I think Tucker
And Presley's
does. No one
washed.
else.
Yeah, Tucker's got a really good chance. He stays healthy. There's no doubt about that. Josh from Seabrook. Or no, 409 Josh. My bad. Cash or trash. More people will watch USA versus Canada hockey on Thursday than watched all of the NBA All-Star events combined.
I don't even know what network it's going to be on. I know it's going to be in Boston.
It's ESPN.
Okay. I believe that it'll have a very big audience. And now that it's become more of a USA versus Canada thing, as well as just the hockey game, yeah, I think they will have great ratings. I'll cash
Better
it.
than the NBA All-Star events combined?
Yes. I'll
trash that. I don't.
Trash.
I think it's a better product. I don't think there's as many people that are going to watch hockey. So I'll trash it. Let's keep track of that one. I'm curious. Brian?
Yeah, if it's all of the All-Star weekend, Saturday and Sunday, or I guess including Friday as well, I would trash it. If it's just All-Star game for All-Star games, so Sunday versus the hockey final, I would take hockey.
Better ratings?
Yeah, just straight up, like just NBA All-Star Sunday, like the actual game versus.
We said the entire festivities.
Yeah, that's the problem. Like if you're including Friday and Saturday too, I'd have to go NBA All-Star. But
when you say entire festivities, it's like combined, like the dunk contest.
that's what I'm
this and
saying.
that,
Like
whatever.
it depends on the
if it's just
how,
the overall
how specific
like
the question is here.
average.
I mean, it's what he said. I mean, it's then watched all of the NBA All-Star events.
Yeah, so I'll go trash because he's including Friday and Saturday, but just Sunday for the NBA versus what happens on Thursday for hockey, I'll go hockey.
Texters are talking about the facial hair stuff. Literally every refinery worker has to be clean shaved. It's a job requirement.
Yeah, but that might be because of the fact that
it's
you
safety.
can't have the hair. Yeah, and the public safety. I don't think baseball has anything to worry about because of facial hair.
The whiskers.
Now I
Change
do
the
know that Jeff Van
aerodynamics.
Gundy told Moochie Norris when he took over the team that he wanted him to cut down the fro because he thought it was less wind resistant. It slowed him down.
It's probably true. Randall's would only let you have a mustache if you had facial hair. So there's Randall's that had a facial hair policy. UPS also had only mustache rule for about 100 years. They finally got rid of it about 5 years ago, though. Huh. Yankees, UPS, Randall's, refinery workers. A lot of stuff. A texter, I tried to get a job years ago at Papa's Seafood. They told me I had to be clean shaven. I gave them the DX.
Joel, do you know what that is?
Say it again. The DX?
Yeah,
No,
the DX.
No.
It's
That's funny.
Yeah,
I can picture
it's
this.
2 words. Every one of their cars yelling out what the 2 words are.
I could.
What is it? Say it
I
again.
could
I
see
can't
this.
say the 2 words on air.
Yes, you can.
Okay, well, you go ahead.
I could just see this guy, though, or lady. I don't know. I tried to get a job years ago. I can imagine, like, the manager at Papa's like, okay, you can have the job, but you have to be clean shaven. And then the person that was trying to get the job just goes, boom!
Just hits
and
the
walks
chop.
out. I can just picture the scenario.
Like he's Triple H. He just hits the chop on him. I love it.
And just walks out without saying a word. That'd be funny. All right, 713-780-ESPN. What are your car wrecks of the day? 713-780-3776. Your car wrecks of the day. It's the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. What is your car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. Why are y'all doing car wreck of the day? It's not close to 6 yet. Well, we got to be out of here for Texas A&M basketball. It's coming up. Foundation built on love. They take on number 21 Mississippi State. Should be a good one. Blankers, what's your car wreck of the day?
I think to me, it's the Angels and this Mike Trout decision suddenly that he's going to right field. Like all these injuries were just directly related to him playing center field. And this isn't something that you should have been smart enough to do like the Astros have done with Jordan years ago, in the fact that if he's been injury prone and the biggest asset he brings to the table is his bat, protect the man.
So what's the car wreck that they were doing
is
this?
that now they're just moving him to right field. You should just make him the DH and protect him so he's in the lineup every day. But I just think they're a couple years too late when they're saying, oh, it's because he played center. Now he's just going to play right, and that's the answer. I don't see it.
I mean, center field is more taxing than right field.
Okay, to some degree. But I'm just saying, like, overall, like, if you look at all the different things, his wrist, his back, all these other things, you're telling me that's because he played center field? Stop it.
So is the car wreck that they didn't move him to right sooner?
I reckon they should just move him to DH. They should have moved him to DH sooner if they're so deeply worried about all his injuries.
Yeah.
Only
It's
problem,
not the worst idea. He probably wants to play outfield.
Last year was obviously different, but in previous years they couldn't because Shohei was playing DH.
I mean, yeah, they could have done it last year.
Could have done it last year though.
Yeah. I want him to stay healthy, actually. Like, I want to get a full season of Mike Trout. He's a great
He's a hell of a player. I think that a lot of people are going to, he was a surefire Hall of Famer. I'm sure he'll get in. But it's a shame that I
wonder if anyone's gotten to the Hall of Fame without winning a single playoff game. Not even a series, but a single playoff game. I'm sure there are, but I wonder how long the list is.
Yeah.
It's probably pretty long because, I mean, like,
so?
back in the day, they didn't have many teams that made the playoffs.
That's true. It was only like 4 teams. Yeah, way back. Yeah.
So, like, definitely, like, in the old days, maybe not as many recently.
I guess whatever you would consider the modern era, like any modern era Hall of Famers post, I don't know, 1960, 1970, whenever expansion really took off. I wonder how many of those players in the Hall of Fame haven't won a single playoff game.
Yeah, that would be interesting. My car wreck of the day is Ari Alexander. I like Ari. I think Ari does a good job. He's a good baseball reporter. I think he does a good job at Channel 2. And I'm sorry if this puts you in a bad spot here, Blankers. Being married to someone at Channel 2 and then your work husband fighting with somebody at Channel 2.
You're fighting with him?
I guess. I tweeted earlier today a random observation as I was researching numbers. ESOC Paredes splits are extreme. But I spelled ESOC like it's pronounced, E-S-O-C-K.
Mm-hmm.
Which, I mean, that's not that mean, right? Like, I'm not calling him a bad name, right? Like,
you just spelled it out to like sound it out?
Yeah, I think it's kind of funny spelling out the way his name's spelled phonetically because it's E-Sock. Like, it kind of looks funny, I think. So I've been doing that. And Ari hopped into my comments. He goes, Paredes' attempted nickname bit is thumbs down emoji. I replied, it's not a nickname, it's a pronunciation. He said, where is he in the lineup in relation to Jose? And then he spelled Jose's name phonetically. He said, like, what are we doing here? ? And then I said, I'd argue it's better than rap lyrics and highlight packages. Shrug emoji.
Yes,
but why? Look,
sir.
I mean, I'm a buffoon who talks on the radio. I'm a dumb. We know this. I'm not an intellectual. Paul let us know that earlier. But we didn't need to know that. We already knew that. Why is he so offended that I'm spelling it ESOC?
And if you don't know, now you know.
Like, it's not insulting. It's not a bad name. Like, I'm not calling him anything rude.
Jeremy. I was
Secondly, why is he so offended that I'm spelling his name phonetically? It's not even him. It's not even ESOC Paredes. Like, if ESOC Paredes came out and he's like, you know what? I don't like my name spelled ESOC. I'd be like, I can respect that. I'm still going to do it, but I can respect it at least. This is somebody else completely that's taking offense on how I'm spelling somebody else's name when it's not even a derogatory thing.
So well played.
It's so weird.
This is from a guy that cuts highlight packages and at the end has to end it with rap lyrics. And the next word after that he's quoting is not a good one, but that's so well played.
What is the deal with that?
That is fantastic.
Why is he so offended?
Yeah, why do you care enough to get involved in it? That's a bigger thing.
Yeah, like you're hopping in somebody else's comments too. You know?
God.
Like, you're hopping in somebody else's comments to put down some trivia. Like, it's a gimmicky, corny, whatever. It could be that. But I'm not insulting the man, and I'm certainly not insulting you. Weird deal. Brian, what are you nominating?
First, I have two nominations. We'll see if we have time to get to both of them. But do you guys see the rant that Notre Dame head coach, basketball coach, Micah Shrewsbury went on? Joel, have you heard this audio?
No.
So they lost to Louisville, and he went on a very performative rant.
I sat there and watched more Louisville fans in here than Notre Dame people. And that's embarrassing. That's embarrassing for me because I'm the head coach here. And yes, I got us in this predicament. But don't come back when we're losing or when we're winning because we're turning this around, man. You better believe that. Everybody that gave up on me, believe it. Write this date down and believe it. Because we're going to get this thing rolling. I don't care if you gave up on me or not.
Sounds like Denny Green.
One, he said, don't come back when we're losing, and then had to correct himself, which not great. But the very overly performative thing of smacking the table and knocking a camera over, it's like, come on, man.
Yeah.
So over the top.
I like Shrewsbury, though. I'm rooting for him. But yeah,
I know. It's just that was a clown moment.
It sounded like Denny Green. What was your other one?
The other one was Caller Paul for trying to bring grammar lessons into the show today.
Sure. Yep.
Yeah. He's bringing grammar lessons to a couple of dumbs. Like, we know we're dumb, Paul. We're talking. We're not curing cancer. We're not doing brain surgery. We're not practicing law. We're talking on the radio about sports. What do you expect? Car wreck of the day. Anyone in Houston who doesn't believe that the Astros are going to win the World Series? Geez, Josh, it's a high bar.
Is that John Granado?
Plane wreck of the day to the moron pilot who landed too hard and shredded the landing gear, causing the plane to flip over in Toronto. Yeah, I'm flying today. Thanks for that one. Train wreck of the day is Houston drivers in the rain. Is it raining there?
Oh, yeah, it's thundering. It's pretty nasty outside right now.
It's sunny and 72 here. It's beautiful. Beautiful. Yeah, I really enjoyed my time in Sedona on Sunday. All right, what's winning?
Wine and cheese, Branham.
What's winning here, Blankers?
I think it's Paul.
I think it's Ari.
I'm good with either one. Brian, you
call
call
her Paul.
Dang it. All right, I have to respect it. Caller Paul, congratulations. Does it for us. Thanks to Brian for the hard work. He's Blank. I'm Brandon. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Fighting Texas Aggie basketball right now on ESPN 97.5.